I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, The Tragic Leader. Master, it's not good. Our Tiansheng Sect's shop was robbed, and our disciples were driven back. Master, it's not good. The spiritual medicine planted by our Tiansheng Sect outside was stolen, and the disciples ran away. Master, it's not good. Inside the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate, one disciple after another came back to report, and each one was bad news. Lin Xiao's face was completely black. My god, this is going to kill people. At this time, Lin Xiao had completely understood his situation. He was now the master of the Tiansheng Sect, but this Tiansheng Sect was not a good sect, because it was about to be destroyed. 3 months ago, the former master and a group of masters in the sect took the resources accumulated by the Tiansheng Sect for many years, to trade in Xianluo City. They were robbed and killed halfway. Not only were the goods robbed, but the masters were also killed and injured. The former master came back with a breath of air and said that he would pass the position of the master to Lin Xiao and then died. Lin Xiao's cultivation was low, and he could not convince the crowd. 5 days ago, Tiansheng Sect had another civil strife. The disciples with good qualifications looted the sect's treasury and defected to other sects. Even the sect leader Lin Xiao was injured and died after 5 days. Then, the soul of Lin Xiao from another world took over his body. But Lin Xiao had not been the sect leader for a day when the crisis appeared again, because Tiansheng Sect no longer had any masters, and all the properties of Tiansheng Sect outside were taken away, and another batch of disciples ran away. Master, what should we do? Master, come up with a solution? Master, shut up, call back all the people. I will hold a sect meeting in 2 days and tell you how to overcome the crisis in front of you. A group of people kept chattering, and Lin Xiao shouted angrily and drove them all away. System, come out. After the people left, Lin Xiao silently recited a few words in his heart, and then a light screen that only he could see appeared in front of him. The strongest sect system of all ages is open. What can the host do for me? System, I'm about to be killed. How can you save me? This question is too high level. The host has no right to know. Do I have any novice benefits, gift packages or something? Yes, but it takes 1 point to open the novice gift package, and the host currently does not have enough points. The mechanical voice of the system came, and Lin Xiao saw that the points on the light screen showed 0, which made him almost spit out blood. Aren't the novice gift packages given away for free? Why do you need points? System, how do you earn points? The most important thing for a sect is loyalty. Only by being loyal to the sect can the sect develop, so loyalty points are the host's points. Does the host want to check the loyalty of the disciples in the sect? Yes, check. Lin Xiao replied immediately, and the light screen turned, showing a list of people, followed by the 6 words click to view details. 31. Gosh. Lin Xiao counted and cursed. He knew from the original owner's memory that the Tiansheng Sect originally had more than 300 people. Even if all the masters of the form leader died, there were still more than 200 people. Even yesterday, there were more than 100 people. How come there are only 31 left today? System, please sort the names by loyalty. Okay. After the system answered, the arrangement of the names above changed. Lin Xiao clicked on the first one and almost fainted. Damn, the loyalty of the first one was only 45 points. It was really impossible to say. System, how can we improve their loyalty? Increasing the loyalty of disciples is the basic requirement of the leader. Please note that when the number of disciples in the sect is 0, the points will be 0, and the host will be wiped out by the system. Now report the number of disciples of the Tiansheng Sect. 30 people. Fuck. Lin Xiao cursed again. In just a short while, another disciple ran away. Lin Xiao took a look at the system that was cheating him and quickly got up and walked out the door. It was impossible to expect the system to point out a clear way for him. He had to find a way himself. As soon as he walked out of the door, Lin Xiao saw a disciple wearing Tiansheng Sect's clothes looking at him furtively, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't dare to. Lin Xiao waved his hand and asked him to come over. You are Shen Lang, right? What can I do for you? Master, I'm here to say goodbye to you. What, you're leaving? Lin Xiao was anxious when he heard it. Shit, 30, there are only 30 left, and you still want to leave? Isn't this going to kill him? Master, I'm sorry for you, but, no buts, Shen Lang, you are not allowed to leave. Master, a forced melon is not sweet, let's part ways in peace. Humph, Shen Lang, you want to go to Tiansheng Sect, right? Lin Xiao snorted coldly. He didn't know whether the forced melon was sweet or not. Anyway, he didn't like sweetness, so he just left the melon. Master, how do you know? Don't worry about how I know it. I'm telling you that the Tiansheng Sect is not worth your going. Do you know why? Lin Xiao tried to remain calm and thought for a while. The Tiansheng Sect was the closest sect to the Tiansheng Sect. Its strength was similar to that of the Tiansheng Sect before, and most of the disciples who had left the Tiansheng Sect before joined the Tiansheng Sect. Why? Because if you go to Tiansheng Sect, you will only be cannon fodder, a fate worse than death. Shen Lang, think about it. What a sect values most in its disciples is loyalty. The most loyal disciples are naturally those they have trained themselves. What are you going to do now? You are just here halfway through. How can they trust you? After you go there, you will only be outer disciples, or even menial disciples. Will Tiansheng Sect dare to invest resources in you? If anything happens in the future, it will definitely be you outside disciples who will go first, under the pretext of testing your loyalty to the sect. Isn't this cannon fodder, Shen Lang, don't you think? It seems to make some sense, but Sect Master, our Tiansheng Sect, what's wrong with our Tiansheng Sect? Although our current situation is not very good, it is a sect that has been passed down for hundreds of years. You all know it well. I trust you, Shen Lang. I promise that, as long as the sect survives the current crisis, you will be an inner disciple and enjoy the best resources. Shen Lang, there is a saying that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Have you heard of it? I understand, Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master. So are you leaving now? No, that's right. Here, this is the black crystal that the sect rewards you. Go back and tell your fellow disciples that those who are staying here are all the most loyal disciples of Tiansheng Sect. The sect will not hesitate to reward them in the future and train them all as inner disciples. Lin Xiao struck while the iron was hot and took out 2 black crystals from the storage ring and handed them to Shen language. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. I'll tell them now. Ding dong. Disciple Shen Lang's loyalty points increased by 3. The points are enough to open the novice gift package. Host, do you want to open the novice gift package? After Shen Lang took the black crystal, he left happily, and the system also prompted that Shen Lang's loyalty had increased by 3 points. Lin Xiao took a look and found that Shen Lang's loyalty had reached 40 points. System, open the novice gift package. The host consumes 1 point. The novice gift package is opened, and the remaining points are to check the content of the gift package. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary marrow cleansing pill, a primary healing pill, and a host ring. The system reminds you whether the host ring covers the current storage ring system. What's special about this host ring? The host ring can only be used by the host alone and has a shielding function which prevents others from detecting it. When the host dies, the host ring will be recycled. Cover it. Lin Xiao twitched his lips. The last function was really a rip-off, but when he looked at the host ring, he was immediately happy because this ring had a huge space, much larger than the head storage ring in his hand. Chapter 2 Door System. In this world of cultivating immortals, storage rings are also a good treasure. Before, the leader's ring was the largest in the Tiansheng Sect, but compared with the host ring given by the system, it was much worse. Lin Xiao looked at the introduction of the primary marrow cleansing pill and the primary healing pill. The marrow cleansing pill is used to purify the human body of impurities, cleanse the tendons and marrow, and can speed up people's cultivation. The healing pill, as the name suggests, is used for healing. System. Give me a comprehensive introduction to the permissions I can have now. Host level. 9th grade. Opening meridians. Sect name. Tiansheng Sect. 9th grade immortal sect. Sect disciples. 30 people. Low loyalty. Host rights. Open the 9th grade mall. Sect rights. Not yet open system. What does sect rights mean? When the host's points reach a certain level, the sect rights can be opened. Sect rights will have corresponding benefits, such as spiritual medicine gardens, book collection pavilions, spiritual beast gardens, etc. How many points do you need to open the sect rights? 10 points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Sect disciple Li Dering's loyalty +3. Sect disciple Zhu Baohua's loyalty +2. Points balance. 8 inches. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. This should be because Shen Lang went back to publicize Lin Xiao's words, which deepened the loyalty of those disciples who originally had low loyalty. This also allowed Lin Xiao to find a way to increase points. Lin Xiao slowly walked to the front of the Sutra library. Looking at the dark Sutra library, he could not help but sigh. 5 days ago, a civil strife burned down the only Sutra library of Tiansheng Sect, and one of the leaders of the riot was the elder who had guarded the Sutra library before. The remaining 30 disciples of Tiansheng Sect were all old, weak, sick and disabled with poor qualifications and no backing. Those who had some connections ran away in the civil strife 5 days ago. The person guarding the Sutra library now was just a disciple with the 9th level of Kame. His name was Huang Keifeng. He was over 70 years old and was just a miscellaneous disciple of the Sutra library before. Disciple Huang Keifeng greets the master. Huang Keifeng saw Lin Xiao and saluted quickly. Although he was very old, he had a very low status in Tiansheng Sect. He had always been an outer disciple. He had poor qualifications and no backing. He was over 70 years old before he opened his meridians to the 9th level. Most of his peers had cultivation levels above condensation meridians. It's old Huang. Old Huang. How many books are left in the Sutra Pavilion? Reporting to the master, there are only more than 30 books, of which there are only 2 martial arts secret manuals, and the rest are travel notes and the like. The rest were either stolen or burned. There are still more than 30 books. Not bad, not bad. Old Huang, you have made a great contribution. Master. Huang Keifeng was a little confused. He remembered that 5 days ago, the master was so angry that he vomited blood when he saw the burning Sutra Pavilion and scolded them, the disciples who were originally guarding the Sutra Pavilion, and why he praised him. Old Huang, you have worked hard for so many years, and this time you have made great contributions to the rescue of the Sutra Pavilion. I decided to promote you to an inner disciple. Huang Keifeng was confused again. What was going on? Lin Xiao was also confused. You have been promoted, so how did you improve your loyalty to the sect? Are you so cunning? What? Old Huang, you are not happy. No, no, no. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The loyalty of the sect disciple Huang Keifeng increased by 1, and now the loyalty is 36. Lin Xiao was so depressed. This was just a small increase in loyalty. It was a rip-off. No, I have to work harder. Old Huang, as the old saying goes, strong winds reveal the strength of grass, and turbulent times reveal loyal ministers. Now the sect is declining, but the sect structure cannot be missing. From today on, you are the elder of the Sutra library, and enjoy the elder's offerings. Arahem. Thank you, master, for the promotion. Thank you, master, for the promotion. Huang Keifeng will do his best to protect the Sutra library for the Tiansheng Sect until his death. Huang Keifeng felt that there were too many surprises today, and tears were streaming down his face. The master was really famous. He knew that old Huang was extremely loyal, and the elder's offerings were much better than his previous benefits. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The loyalty of the sect elders +10. Now it is 46. The loyalty of the elders is equal to 2 points. The remaining points is 29. Do you want to open the sect rights? Open. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the loyalty of the elders was twice as high as that of the disciples. Now it's good. When the time comes, he can appoint him as 10 or 8 elders. Wouldn't it be a profit? The sect rites are opened. The consumption points are 10. The sect rites of the 9th grade immortal sect are the Sutra Library, 9th grade, the Spiritual Medicine Garden, 9th grade. The remaining points are insufficient, and the Sutra Library and Spiritual Medicine Garden cannot be opened. When Lin Xiao saw the points for opening the Sutra Library and the Spiritual Medicine Garden, the happiness he had just felt was gone. It cost 100 points each, so he might as well rob them. Old Huang, I'll go to the General Affairs Hall in a minute and change my ID card. But now that you're an elder, you have to take responsibility. Find someone to help record the exercises that everyone practices, and then repair the Sutra Library. It doesn't have to be too good, but at least it has to be presentable. Yes, I'll follow the master's order. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded. Old Huang still knows the rules. His words and answers are all elegant. I like it. Then, Lin Xiao went to the General Affairs Hall again and talked to the people there. They found a reason and promoted him to an elder. He got 15 loyalty points and 30 points. Having tasted the sweetness, Lin Xiao wanted to do the same thing again and make him 10 or 8 elders, but the system soon issued a warning that a 9th grade immortal sect can only have 3 elders, and more does not count. Lin Xiao almost jumped up and cursed. However, Lin Xiao still used up the last position of elder and promoted a disciple named Li Yufeng who had reached the 10th level of Kame to the position of an elder for passing on skills. He set up the organization of the sect and finally got 30 points. System, open the points mall. I want to redeem items. The points mall is open. Host, please select the items to be redeemed. Primary marrow cleansing pill. Primary healing pill, yellow bud pill, Bihao pill. Wow, they're so expensive, at least 10 points each. System, as the host, do I have some special rights? Yes, the items in the points mall are applicable to the host and the disciples and elders of the sect, but the host has privileges and can use points to directly improve his cultivation. In the meridian opening stage, 10 points per level. Does the host choose to improve his cultivation? The points balance is 89. System, I'm now at the 5th level of meridian opening. Can I use 80 points to upgrade directly to the 1st level of meridian condensation? No, it takes 100 points to upgrade from the 12th level of meridian opening to the 1st level of meridian condensation. The host's points balance is insufficient. Then upgrade to the 12th level of meridian opening. Redemption begins. 6th level of meridian opening, 7th level of meridian opening, 8th level of meridian opening. In less than a minute, Lin Xiao felt that he was full of strength, which made him happy again. It only took him one day to complete decades of hard work by others. With this system, who is he afraid of? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the remaining disciples of Tiansheng Sect gathered in the sect hall. However, when Lin Xiao arrived, he was stunned because there were not only 30 people in the sect hall at this time, but 40 or 50 people. The extra people all showed malicious eyes, and they came with bad intentions. Chapter 3 Loyalty at your doorstep. Lin Xiao looked at those people who came with bad intentions, and then looked at the remaining 30 disciples of Tiansheng Sect. Many of them had already shown pessimistic expressions. He opened the system and saw that, as expected, the loyalty of many people had dropped a lot. System, the loyalty of these disciples has dropped. If I increase their loyalty later, will it count as points? Yes, as long as the host did not deliberately lower it, it will count. That's easy. This is loyalty delivered to the door. The side quest is open. Host, please defeat the former disciples of the sect who came to seize power. The penalty for failure is to deduct all loyalty points. Warning, warning, if this side quest fails, the host may be wiped out. Lin Xiao was about to laugh, but the system's words made him freeze. He understood that, if this crisis was not overcome, the disciples should run away. If they ran away, he would be wiped out by the system. Who are you, and what are you doing in my Tiansheng Sect? So Lin Xiao immediately frowned and scolded those people with bad intentions. Junior brother Lin, you don't recognize me after not seeing you for a few days? Oh, so you are the traitor of Tiansheng Sect. Wei Yiming, haven't you already defected to Shanang Sect? Why did you come back? Junior brother Lin, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. No matter who defected, I'm still a disciple of Tiansheng Sect. I came back today to preside over the sect meeting. Wei Yiming, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to preside over the sect meeting? Have you got the consent of me, the sect leader? What a joke. What kind of sect leader are you? The former sect leader and many uncles died tragically, but in Tiansheng Sect, no matter in terms of seniority or cultivation, it is not your turn, Lin Xiao, to be the sect leader. That's right, Lin, who do you think you are? In terms of status, you are a junior brother. In terms of cultivation, you have only opened the 5th level of meridians. Our senior brother Wei has already opened the 12th level of meridians, and is about to condense his meridians. He should be the sect leader too. Junior brother Lin, this is the world of immortal cultivation, where strength is respected. How can you lead the sect to grow without strength? With only the 5th level of meridians, how can you compare with senior brother Wei? That's right, be smart and hand over the position of the head sect leader, or I'll make you suffer today. As soon as Wei Yiming spoke, he attracted more than a dozen people on his side to agree, but no one on Lin Xiao's side spoke, which made Lin Xiao extremely disappointed. Elder Li, Elder Huang, Elder Chen, do you three have any objections? Lin Xiao pointed at 3 people, all of whom were the elders he promoted yesterday. Head sect leader, I. Head sect leader, I think. Okay, no need to say, I know. Wei Yiming, since you want to take my position, then let's follow the rules of the immortal world. Let's fight. Whoever wins will be the head sect leader. How about it? Haha, you are a waste. I will give you 3 moves. You can't beat me. Who is a waste? Everyone knows it in their hearts. I have been a disciple for 3 years and opened the 5th level. You have been a disciple for more than 10 years and only the 12th level. Who is a waste? Lin Xiao said lightly. The reason why the former head sect leader let him take over as the head sect leader was not only because Lin Xiao was his direct disciple, but also because his qualifications were very good. At least in Tiansheng Sect, he was one of the best. You, useless thing, I will destroy you today, come on. Wei Yiming was furious and immediately rushed towards Lin Xiao, with a ball of green energy condensed in his hand. Lin Xiao did the same, condensing his energy in his hand and blasting him. Bang, the 2 palms blasted against each other. Lin Xiao remained motionless, while Wei Yiming retreated 5 steps. Although Wei Yiming had practiced for a longer time than him, his cultivation was not as good as his at this time. The system improved his cultivation, and it was directly to the peak of the 12th level of Kame. How could you? Brother Wei lost. How could it be possible? Isn't Brother Wei at the 12th level? Lin is only at the 5th level. How could he win? This result surprised everyone. Those lackeys who were originally prepared to cheer for Brother Wei's victory were so surprised that they could fit an egg in their mouths. You useless piece of shit. You have practiced for more than 10 years, but you are not as good as me who has practiced for 3 years. How can you lead us to expand the sect like this? Lin Xiao did not allow him to rest. He shouted angrily while rushing towards him, using his martial arts to attack Wei Yiming repeatedly. Wei Yiming tried his best to resist, but he had just opened the 12th level of meridians not long ago, and the martial arts he practiced could not compare with Lin Xiao, who was taught by the former headmaster. He was beaten back repeatedly, and the last kick kicked him out of the sect hall. See, this is the senior brother Wei you have taken refuge with. What a piece of trash. I advise you to mend your ways as soon as possible and return to Tiansheng Sect. This headmaster will show mercy and take you in. HMPH, don't be so complacent. Lin Xiao, you don't even know that disaster is coming. The Tiansheng Sect has already perished. This place has been taken a fancy to by the Tiansheng Sect. When Senior Ningmei from the Tiansheng Sect comes, you will be dead without a burial place. Really? But I think you will be dead without a burial place soon. Ah, run. Let's go. Lin Xiao made a gesture to kill people, and a group of people immediately dispersed, including that Wei Yiming. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The side quest is completed. The reward points are 50 points, and the balance of points is 69. Lin Xiao did not chase those people, but turned back with a smile, and said to the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect, look at this kind of waste. How can it be possible for everyone to live a good life? Only I, Lin Xiao, have this ability. Master, you have opened the meridians to the 12th level? Huang Keifeng swallowed his saliva and asked. He practiced for decades and only opened the meridians to the 9th level. How could this master be so powerful? Didn't he open the meridians to the 5th level some time ago? That's right. Do you know why I cultivate so fast? It's not because I'm a genius, but because my former leader gave me a secret treasure. This treasure can allow you to quickly improve your cultivation. As long as you are loyal to the sect, you can all condense your meridians and even open up your purple mansion to become great cultivators. Disciple Zhu Baohua is willing to sacrifice his life for the sect. Disciple Shenlang is willing to go through fire and water for the sect. Disciple. Me too. After Lin Xiao said this, those with quick minds immediately began to show their loyalty, and the wonderful mechanical voice of the system began to ring in Lin Xiao's mind. Congratulations to the host. Disciple Zhu Baohua's loyalty +5. Disciple Shen Lang's loyalty +10. Chapter 4. Stabilizing people's hearts. System. Display the points balance. After the system ding-donged for a while, Lin Xiao saw the points balance. He already had 180 points, but is 180 a lot? 30 people, each person only increases by 2 or 3 points on average. A group of guys still don't believe him. System. Open the points mall. I want to exchange items. The points mall has been opened. The host can choose the option to exchange items. Give me 3 bottles of Kingling pills. This bottle is 10, right? Yes. Kingling pills have been sent to the host's ring, and the points balance is 150. Lin Xiao's spiritual sense swept the host's ring, and immediately found 3 bottles of Kingling pills. Kingling pills are the best elixir for cultivation in the Kame stage, and they are also the magic weapon that Lin Xiao is going to use to stabilize people's hearts. He can't let his disciples run away anymore, otherwise there will be no one left. My fellow elders and disciples, you probably don't know that when the former sect leader went to Xianluo City for trade, he was robbed and killed by masters. However, he still managed to bring back a batch of spiritual objects at the risk of his life. Originally, these spiritual objects were only for the inner disciples to enjoy. Unfortunately, the previous inner disciples were so ungrateful that they defected to other sects. So, this sect leader has decided to promote all of you who are loyal to the rank of inner disciples and enjoy the benefits of inner disciples. Elder Huang. Here are 3 bottles of Kingling pills, the best grade Kingling pills. Take 1 to each person. Distribute them. Lin Xiao took out 3 bottles of Kingling pills and handed them to Huang Keifeng, asking him to distribute them in public. Huang Keifeng poured out a Kingling pill and took a look at it. He was immediately shocked. The pill was crystal clear and round, much better than the Kingling pills he had eaten before. Master, this is the best Kingling pill. It is really the best Kingling pill. Do you really want to distribute it? Distribute, why not? You are all the most loyal disciples of Tiansheng Sect. Who else should I give it to? Don't worry, this master can do what he says, and I will let you condense your meridians, if I say so. Lin Xiao was in a state of acting, and made an extremely flexible expression. With a wave of his hand, he distributed all the pills. Thank you, Master. Long live the Master. Master, I'm willing to die for the sect. Everyone saw the best Kingling pill and cheered immediately. They were all the most unpopular disciples of Tiansheng Sect, and they had never enjoyed such treatment. They were all excited. Congratulations to the host, Elder Huang Keifeng's loyalty +5, Elder Li Yifeng's loyalty +8, disciples, points balance 225 after the Kingling pill was distributed. Lin Xiao smiled. Very good, he finally did not lose money, and the loyalty of the 30 disciples increased a little, which was enough to stabilize people's hearts. Okay, all disciples, go back and practice. Don't save the Kingling pills, take them immediately. The 3 elders stay. Lin Xiao waved his hand and asked the disciples to disperse, leaving the 3 elders behind. He still had something to discuss with them. Master, is there anything else? Of course there is. The sect meeting hasn't started yet. Although the former master left some spiritual resources, we can't just sit back and enjoy them. We have to make the sect run normally. Lin Xiao nodded. If it all depends on the system, it will be useless. even if everyone's loyalty reaches 100, so the sect must be able to develop normally. Master, just tell us what you want us to do. We will all listen to you, okay? I'll tell you directly. Originally our Tiansheng Sect had 3 major sources of income. The first was the spiritual fields near the Tiansheng Sect, where spiritual grains and herbs were planted. The second was 2 mineral veins. One was a black iron ore, the other was a refined copper ore, and the other was the shares of the market town jointly established by the 5 sects. Now the 3 major sources of income have all been robbed, leaving only the spiritual fields inside the mountain gate. So we have to find a way to stabilize the source of income so that we can have black crystals to buy elixirs and weapons. Now that we can't get the income from outside back, we'll have to do what's in front of us first. Make use of the spiritual fields inside the mountain gate, plant spiritual grains and herbs, and you still have to guide the disciples' cultivation. Once our strength recovers, we must immediately take back all those sources of income, master. These sources of income from outside were all robbed by the Tiansheng Sect. Our strength, I know we are not as strong as others, but it doesn't matter. As long as you are loyal to the sect, you will have everything. I have a batch of spiritual objects here, which will be given to the 4 of us first. When you all break through to the condensation of veins stage, we can slowly take it back. Condensation of veins, us. The 3 of them were a little bit unbelievable. They were not young anymore, and it can be said that they had lost the opportunity to condensation of veins a long time ago. Now no one believed it when condensation of veins was mentioned. Yes, it is us. Don't disbelieve it. As long as there are enough Zuan crystals and enough elixirs, nothing is impossible. Okay, you go to practice first, and come to this master one by one tomorrow. Then this master will give you a surprise. Lin Xiao replied. The 3 left in surprise, wondering if the master was fooling them. System, redeem points. I want to upgrade to the condensation of veins stage after the others left. Lin Xiao couldn't wait to use the points. He remembered what Wei Yiming said before he left. If the condensation of veins master of the goat sect came to cause trouble, he didn't want to be beaten to death, or even not be defeated. Once defeated, the people's hearts that were finally stabilized would be scattered. Points exchanged. Host has reached the first level of condensed veins. Points balance 125 soon. 100 points were used up, and a burst of spiritual light burst out from Lin Xiao's body. His cultivation had reached the condensed veins stage, and he didn't even need to go into seclusion. System, display system page host level, 8th grade. Condensed veins. Sect name, Tiansheng Sect. 9th grade. Sect disciples, 27 people. Low loyalty. Sect elders, 3 people. Low loyalty. Host rights. Points mall. Opened. Sect rights. Opened. Unredeemed. Points balance 125 inches. System. How can we quickly cultivate disciples in the condensation vein stage? Lin Xiao nodded. He still had more than 100 points, and he couldn't keep them. Improving his strength as soon as possible was the best way. After calculation, this system has found that the best solution is marrow cleansing pill plus small gathering spirit array plus spirit purification pill. Marrow cleansing pill can improve the cultivation qualifications, and small gathering spirit array can increase the concentration of spiritual energy by 3 times. With spirit purification pill, it can improve the cultivation of disciples as quickly as possible. How many points are needed for marrow cleansing pill and small gathering spirit array? Marrow cleansing pill costs 50 points. Small gathering spirit array costs 50 points. The range of gathering spirit array is 10 square meters, and the duration is 3 days. Lin Xiao twitched his lips. This was too expensive. He wanted to get 2 more marrow cleansing pills to improve the cultivation qualifications of all 3 elders. It seems that there is no hope. System, give me a small spirit gathering array and a bottle of Kingling pill. The small spirit gathering array and Kingling pill have been sent to the host's ring. By the way, a small spirit gathering array operation guide is also sent. The points balance is 75. Lin Xiao took out the small spirit gathering array and looked at it. It was 6 array flags. Just follow the operation guide to insert the array flags. The small spirit gathering array will continue to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy until it reaches saturation. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. That night, Lin Xiao collected another 60 points. Because Kingling Pill was distributed yesterday, many people have broken through, so their loyalty to the sect has increased a little bit. The points balance is already 135 points. Huang Keifeng and the three elders also began to adapt to their positions and arrange their disciples to perform their duties. After arranging things, they came to Lin Xiao one by one. Greetings, Sect Master. Hello, Sect Master. Three elders, yesterday I told you that I would help you reach the veins condensation stage as soon as possible. I'm capable of doing what I say. Look, this is a small spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy in the array is 3 times denser than that at the mountain gate. You can take turns to practice here for a day. Who will go first? I'll go. Sect Master, I'll go first. Sect Master, Elder Huang is in charge of the scripture pavilion, and Elder Chen is handling miscellaneous affairs. But I, the elder who teaches the skills, don't have anything to do for the time being, and the sect doesn't have any new disciples. Why don't I go first? The three of them immediately rushed to the spirit gathering array to practice. The reason given by Li Fengai was the most appropriate. As the elder who teaches the skills, he didn't have anything to do, so Lin Xiao let Li Fengai practice first. Elder Li, among the three elders, you are the youngest and have the highest cultivation. This master is most optimistic about you. Come on, I hope you can become the second cultivator in the condensing veins stage of our sect. The second one, could it be that master, you? Li Fengai was shocked when he heard it. It was scary enough that the master showed his cultivation of the 12th level of Kame yesterday. It was rare that he had already condensed veins after one night. Shh, Elder Li, don't make this public so as not to scare others. The higher the master's cultivation, the more prosperous the sect will be, right? Yes, yes, yes. Congratulations, master. Here, I'll give you another Kingling pill. Practice well and don't let me down. Yes. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The loyalty of the sect Elder Li Fengai is +10. Now the loyalty is 60, and the points balance is 155. Hearing the wonderful mechanical sound of the system, Lin Xiao was very happy. He already knew that the loyalty reached 60, which was already good. As long as the sect was not in danger of being exterminated, the sect would not be judged out at will. Chapter 5 Ownership of the Marrow Cleansing Pill. Li Fengai entered the small gathering spirit formation to practice happily, while Lin Xiao sent a message to Elder Chen, asking him to compile the information of all the disciples of Tiansheng Sect. Because there were not many people, Lin Xiao got the information an hour later. The information was written in great detail, with the names, ages, time of entry, and qualifications of the 27 disciples plus 3 elders, but Lin Xiao still frowned after reading the information. Because the qualifications of the disciples of Tiansheng Sect are too low now. The qualifications of the immortal cultivation world are divided into 4 levels: ordinary, low, middle, high, and top. It is said that there are more than the top, but they only appear once in thousands of years, and no one has ever seen them. For a 9-grade immortal sect like Tiansheng Sect, most of the disciples are low grade, and the middle grade can be regarded as inner disciples. Occasionally, a high-grade disciple becomes a core disciple. Like Lin Xiao, he is a high-grade disciple, so the former headmaster personally accepted him as an apprentice and passed the position of headmaster to him. However, the remaining 30 people of Tiansheng Sect were all ordinary quality. In the past, they would have been the lowest level outer disciples and menial disciples. But it was no wonder. If they had good qualifications, who would stay on the sinking ship of Tiansheng Sect? They would have found their own way out long ago. System, can you give me a suggestion on who should take this marrow cleansing pill? Host, due to insufficient information, the system cannot give me a suggestion. Everyone's absorption capacity is different, so the effect of using the marrow cleansing pill is different for everyone. Then can ordinary quality qualifications be upgraded to high quality qualifications after using the marrow cleansing pill? No, the primary marrow cleansing pill can only upgrade qualifications by 1 level at most, and can only be used once. That means there are also advanced marrow cleansing pills. How many points are needed for one? The host's level is not enough. The system cannot answer. Lin Xiao gave up seeking help from the system. It seemed that he could only make a decision by himself. Among the 30 people, Lin Xiao immediately excluded 3 elders because they were too old and their potential was insufficient. If there were a lot of marrow cleansing pills, he could consider giving them one, but there was only one at the moment, so I was sorry. He had to train new people first. But the key is that the qualifications of these disciples are too rubbish. It is a waste to use the marrow cleansing pill. It is better to have a low quality one. Lin Xiao can upgrade him to the middle quality one, and the speed of cultivation will be greatly improved. Lin Xiao thought about it for a day, but did not make a decision. A day passed like this. No one from Tiansheng Sect came to make trouble. Li Fengyu's cultivation level broke through one level and reached the 11th level of opening meridians. Li Fengyu has not broken through in 7 or 8 years. He thought that this would be the end of his life. Unexpectedly, he now has a chance to condense meridians, so he increased his loyalty to the sect by 5 points, reaching 65, and the balance of system points reached 165. The next day, Huang Keifeng came to the small gathering spirit formation to practice. Lin Xiao sent King Ling Pil again, but he did not bring Lin Xiao any points, which made Lin Xiao very unhappy. This reminded Lin Xiao of the 6 words: a little bit of kindness, a lot of hatred. He kept giving them treasures, and they began to get used to it. What will happen in the future? Elder Li, do you think we can recruit disciples if we go down the mountain now? Lin Xiao called Li Fengyu over. He had already thought about training a new team. If the sect wants to develop, it must have geniuses. With the same resources, a fool can improve his cultivation by 1 level, but a genius can improve by 2 or even 3 levels. Master, Tiansheng Sect recruits disciples mainly in 2 directions. The first is the sect territory, and the second is the Ascension Conference organized by Tiansheng Sect. This Ascension Conference will be held in a month. The sect territory can go at any time, but I think the effect may not be very good. Li Fengyu frowned. There is a mortal town at the foot of the Tiansheng Sect. There are more than 10,000 mortals. Most of them have a close relationship with the Tiansheng Sect. To put it bluntly, most of them are descendants of Tiansheng Sect disciples. This town is the territory of the Tiansheng Sect and is not under the control of the government. In the past, the food consumed by the Tiansheng Sect, daily necessities such as cloth, were provided by the town, and the Tiansheng Sect provided them with protection. As for the Immortal Ascension Conference, it is an official ceremony for recruiting disciples. Once every 3 years, the government will test the spiritual roots of the children in Tiansheng, and then all the sects in Tiansheng will use various means to attract them to join their respective sects. This Immortal Ascension Conference has been held for more than 100 years, ending the previous scenes of constant disputes among various sects for recruiting disciples. Now is the most difficult time for Tiansheng Sect. Most of the sect disciples have run away, and the people in the town at the foot of the mountain have long received the news. I'm afraid that few people will agree to recruit disciples at this time. Elder Li, it is precisely because of this that we have to make our own voices. It is conceivable that the Tiansheng Sect must be trying hard to win over the mortals at the foot of the mountain. But the town at the foot of the mountain is the foundation of our Tiansheng Sect. If the foundation is taken away, Tiansheng Sect will be finished. Lin Xiao said earnestly. The territory of each sect is extremely important to the sect, because most of them are descendants of the sect disciples, with a high proportion of spiritual roots, and they know the roots, are highly reliable, and have a natural loyalty to the sect. Master, you are right. But Master, Tiansheng Sect did not send anyone to cause trouble yesterday, which means they want to deal with us at the Ascension Conference. If they go down the mountain to recruit disciples, will conflicts break out in advance? Wei Yiming was chased away by me. We have already torn our relationship apart. What is there to be afraid of? Tiansheng Sect is nothing. When the time comes, I will naturally deal with them. Yes, Master, you are right. Then, Master, when are we going to the foot of the mountain to recruit disciples? It is better to do it now than to wait for a day. Elder Li, you go and select 10 people to go to the sect treasury to get the spirit testing stones. We will go down the mountain and ask Elder Chen to guard the mountain gate. If a strong enemy attacks, use the sound transmission talisman to send a message to me. Yes, master, I will go right away. Li Fenggai bowed and replied. Since the master had made the decision, he had no choice but to obey. Lin Xiao searched the original owner's memory in his mind and understood what was going on in the small town at the foot of the mountain. After all, the original owner was also born at the foot of the mountain and had a story in the small town at the foot of the mountain. Soon, Li Fenggai had taken the spirit stone and selected 10 disciples. These 10 people were all from the small town at the foot of the mountain. After they went down the mountain, he hoped that they would promote the sect and appease people's hearts, especially to persuade their relatives and friends, so that the young people would not be in the dark after going there and could not accomplish anything. It would be embarrassing if they could not recruit any disciples. Chapter 6, Tiansheng Town. Tiansheng Town is 30 kilometers away from Tiansheng Sect. It covers a large area, but the population is not large, only more than 10,000 people. Most of these more than 10,000 people have a close relationship with Tiansheng Sect. Under the protection of Tiansheng Sect, the villagers of Tiansheng Town are happy. There are no heavy taxes, and no heavy corvée. More than 10,000 people only need to support more than 300 people. Moreover, Tiansheng Sect has its own spiritual fields. In fact, it is very low. Compared with the villages and towns under the jurisdiction of the government, it is heaven. However, in recent months, the people of Tiansheng Town have been panicking. The reason is that Tiansheng Sect is not doing well. The former leader and a group of masters died tragically, and the new leader is just a young man with the 5th level of opening meridians, which caused the remaining cultivators to scatter and the entire sect to fall apart. If Tiansheng Sect is not doing well, Tiansheng Town will be deprived of its territory qualification and will be under the jurisdiction of the government. When those cruel officials come, the whole town will suffer. In the mayor's mansion, Merdu was walking around anxiously. His family had been the mayor of Tiansheng Town for more than 10 years and was the largest family in Tiansheng Town. If Tiansheng Town was in trouble, their family would definitely be the first to suffer. Kinga, have you finally negotiated with the Tiansheng Sect? I have received news that after the Ascension Conference in a month, the Tiansheng Sect will be removed from the list. At that time, the government will send people to govern Tiansheng Town. Not only will I be removed as the mayor, but I will also have to pay 5 years of taxes. The Du family is doomed. Medu couldn't help complaining when he saw his son who was still drinking tea leisurely. He was so anxious that his mouth was bubbling, but his son was still calm. Father, why are you in such a hurry? The Tiansheng Sect will not perish. You can just be the mayor with peace of mind. Du King said with a smile, but there was a trace of resentment in his eyes. Their Du family was originally the backbone of the Tiansheng Sect. One of his uncles was originally at the 8th level of condensation meridian, the first person under the former head. Although he only had the middle grade qualification, with the support of his uncle and his hard work, he had already reached the 12th level of open meridian. However, the Tiansheng Sect suddenly suffered a disaster. His uncle was killed by a powerful enemy along with the head of the sect. The head of the sect returned with serious injuries. At first, he did not think of coveting the position of the head of the sect, but no one expected that the former head of the sect would hand over the Tiansheng Sect to a rookie with the 5th level of open meridian. This made Du King unacceptable. Why couldn't he, a cultivator with the 12th level of open meridian, be the head of the sect? He had to let a cultivator with the 5th level of open meridian come. You must know that after the death of the head of the sect and those elders, the 12th level of open meridian was already the highest level of cultivation in the Tiansheng Sect at that time. So after waiting for more than 2 months, Du King kept planning to collude and finally launched a civil strife on the pretext that the new leader was unfair. During the civil strife, he looted the sect's treasury and stole a batch of spiritual objects of astonishing value. However, after that, he did not go to Tiansheng Sect because he knew that he would be cannon fodder if he went there, so he chose to sneak back home, secretly retreat, and break through to the 1st level of condensed veins. With this capital, he was not afraid of anything. Kinga, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Father, there's nothing you can't understand. Think about it. Even if I go to Tiansheng Sect, I'll be an elite disciple in name only. I won't be able to control the power of Tiansheng Sect in the future. But it's different for Tiansheng Sect. If I become the head, Tiansheng Sect will belong to our Du family. Father, Tiansheng Sect didn't decline slowly, but was suddenly attacked by a strong enemy. The foundation of the sect is still there. As long as I become the head, I will raise my arms and call for help. Naturally, the former disciples of Tiansheng Sect will come to join us. After a few decades of development, the strength of Tiansheng Sect will return. Won't Tiansheng Sect belong to our Du family at that time? Du King answered slowly. He had already made up his mind. Going to Tiansheng Sect was the last choice. When he was desperate, the best choice was of course to snatch the head of Tiansheng Sect. Now that he has reached the first level of condensed veins, he can definitely suppress everyone. Coupled with the Tiansheng Sect disciples he has made friends with and the sect resources he has snatched, the rise of Tiansheng Sect is a piece of cake. Really, Kinga, you. Report, Master, the leader of the Tiansheng Sect is here to visit. Medu was overjoyed when he heard his son's words. However, before he could say a few words of praise, a servant suddenly came to report that the leader of the Tiansheng Sect was here, which surprised Medu. Kinga, what is the leader of the Tiansheng Sect doing here at this time? Does he know you are at home? Father, what are you afraid of? I guess he is here to recruit disciples. There are not many people on the mountain now. How can he not recruit disciples? I will go to meet him and must not let him recruit disciples smoothly. Du King also put down his teacup and stood up quickly. He had already regarded Xianan Town as his forbidden delicacy and would never allow that kid to recruit disciples. If he had to recruit disciples, he would do it. It would be the first major event after he became the leader. Master, the Du family is going too far. They are just a mortal family, but they want us to wait at the gate. Li Fengai was extremely furious in front of the Du family in Xianan Town. In the world of immortal cultivation, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. The cultivators are superior to mortals. The Du family is just a puppet of the Tiansheng Sect. He has been to Xianan Town before, and Medu has always been respectful to them. How dare they be so presumptuous and not even let them enter the gate? It's okay, elderly, don't be angry. Let's see the attitude of the Du family this time. If it doesn't work, we can change people then. Lin Xiao replied. Lin Xiao didn't care if they neglected him, but the attitude of the Du family made him suspicious. How could a mere mortal have the capital to fight against the Tiansheng Sect? Ding dong, host, please take care. The side quest is open. Please defeat Du King's conspiracy and consolidate your position. If you fail, you will be killed. 50 points will be awarded for completing the quest. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system made Lin Xiao's heart jump. When he looked at the gate of the Du family again, he had a murderous intent in his heart, because Lin Xiao had remembered that not long ago, the Tiansheng Sect was in chaos. This Du King was one of the masterminds behind the chaos. It was also him who broke into the sect's treasury and stole a large number of spiritual objects. He even injured the original owner. Oh, sorry, I'm late. I didn't know that Sect Master Lin was here. Please forgive me, Sect Master Lin. An old man in his 50s hurried out of the Du family and waved his hands to forgive Lin Xiao and the others. However, Li Fengai still had a very ugly expression and stared at him coldly. Medu, may I ask where your son Du King is now? Is he still a disciple of Tiansheng Sect? Well, Sect Leader Lin, I'm just an ordinary mortal. I don't know what's going on between you cultivators. Medu, it seems that you don't know what your son has done. Then I will spare your life, but you can escape the death penalty, but you can't forgive the living crime. From today on, you are no longer the mayor of Xianan Town. Ah, Master Lin, this haha, Lin Xiao, what rights do you have to dismiss my father from the position of mayor? Lin Xiao immediately dismissed the Du family from the position of mayor and finally forced Du King to come out. Du King, that day you bewitched the people, looted the sect's treasury, and betrayed the Tiansheng Sect. You deserve to be punished. This sect leader has issued an order to dismiss the Du family from the position of town mayor. What's wrong with that? Of course not. The world of immortal cultivation has always been one where the strong are respected. The former sect leader was blind. He ignored the many cultivators in the sect who had opened their meridians at the 12th level and insisted on making you a waste with only the 5th level of meridians. The sect leader. It was unfair. As an elite disciple of the Tiansheng Sect, I must naturally speak up for justice. How dare you? Not only did you not change your ways, but you also dared to insult the ancestors of the Tiansheng Sect. Duking, are you still human? I'm telling the truth. What's wrong with that? Lin Xiao, how dare you become the sect leader of the Tiansheng Sect? I'll let you escape that day. Today, I want to see what you are capable of as the sect leader. Do you dare to commit treason? Why not? The sect leader takes turns. Come to my house today. Ha ha ha. Elder Li, did you hear that? Duking is looking for death. It's not my fault. Master, this Duking is guilty of a crime. He must be killed to serve as a warning to others. Li Fengyu said respectfully. If he hadn't known that Lin Xiao had already condensed his meridians, he naturally wouldn't have the confidence to do so. But now, he looked at Duking as if he were a dead man. You are using the righteousness of the sect to pressure others. Lin Xiao, you only have this ability. Today I want to see how capable you are, whether you can get out of Xianan town. Duking said with a big laugh, and then a long sword appeared in his hand, stabbing directly at Lin Xiao. He was unjust first, and if he continued to argue, it would only weaken his momentum. It would be better to use his momentum to pressure others, and take down his opponent first. Chapter 7. Once betrayed, never again. In front of the former Du family, there were 5 former Tiansheng Sect disciples. They were the kind of disciples who were not welcomed, and had no backing in the Tiansheng Sect. The former head of the Tiansheng Sect and a group of high-ranking officials died tragically, and they panicked, thinking that the Tiansheng Sect would not last long. In the following 2 months, it turned out to be true. Rumors spread in the sect, and then a chaos broke out. They also took advantage of the chaos to rob some things, and then ran down the mountain. However, they neither went to Tiansheng Sect, nor had long-term goals like Duking. They took one step at a time until yesterday, when they saw the battle between Lin Xiao and Duking. Duking used to be very flamboyant in the Tiansheng Sect, with good cultivation and backing. In their eyes, he was a very powerful master. But such a master died easily at the hands of Lin Xiao, which made them feel that the Tiansheng Sect was not so useless. In addition, they did not kill anyone, or rob the sect's treasury during the chaos before, so they felt that there was still hope of being forgiven by the new head. Brother Kong, do you think that Master Lin will accept us again? Probably. On the day of the chaos, almost all the people in the sect fled. That's why Master Lin came to Xianan town to recruit disciples. But how long will it take to train new disciples? We are different. We all have the strength to open the 5th or 6th level of meridians. I think Brother Kong is right. Everyone fled at that time, and there were more than just a few of us, right? We can go back, if we beg the master. We don't have connections to go to Tiansheng Sect. We can't be independent cultivators. It's hard for independent cultivators. They have to fight to the death for a black crystal. Yes, and there are spiritual grains. I heard that many independent cultivators are reluctant to spend black crystals to buy spiritual grains in their entire lives. Several people were discussing in a low voice. They felt that the master had no reason to reject them, and they didn't want to be independent cultivators. Compared with independent cultivators, sect disciples are as different as heaven and earth. Shh, the master is here. Keep quiet. As they were talking, they saw a figure walking out of the gate. They quickly shut up and sorted out their expressions. Disciple greets the sect master. No, I cannot accept your gift. 5 of you, which sect are you from? What are you doing in my Tiansheng Sect's territory? As soon as Lin Xiao arrived, the 5 people greeted him. Lin Xiao quickly jumped to the side, looked at the 5 people with a smile and said, which made them feel a bad premonition in their hearts. Master, I'm Kong Fang Sao. I had no choice but to flee the sect that day. I already know I was wrong. I beg you to forgive me. I know I was wrong, but where did you go wrong? Master, I was wrong in not sticking with the sect. I beg you to give us another chance. We will fight for the sect until our death, and go through fire and water. So you still knew that you didn't stick with the sect. You are all children of Xianan town. The sect accepted you as disciples. to bring honor to your ancestors, and your families were able to reduce most of the taxes. In the sect also did its best to train you, provide you with food, clothing, shelter and transportation, and gave you precious skills and elixirs to help you practice. But the sect was in great trouble, and it was the time for the whole sect to stick together and get through the difficulties. Where were you? You followed scum like duking, killing people, setting fires, and looting the sect's treasury. What is this called? This is called adding insult to injury. Do you know that your consciences have been eaten by dogs? Master, we just followed blindly. People were panicking at that time. We really didn't know anything. We just followed them and ran away. We didn't rob the sect. We didn't steal anything. Then why did you go down the mountain? Why didn't you stay? How did the sect let you down? Lin Xiao scolded angrily. It is true that everyone will flee when disaster strikes, but was the Tiansheng Sect facing a disaster at that time? Not at all. Although the former master and a group of masters died tragically, the basic structure of the sect was still there, and the foundation was still there. If there hadn't been that chaos, it would only take 10 years to recover its strength. How could it be to the extent of a disaster? As for them not robbing, Lin Xiao didn't believe it. When the chaos started, Lin Xiao's original owner led dozens of monks loyal to the sect to try their best to stop them. They were outnumbered and all the dozens of monks died. The Tiansheng Sect was also robbed clean, basically emptied. How could they not take some things? Master, we. No need to explain. You have already made your choice, so this master will grant your wish. You are no longer disciples of the Tiansheng Sect. Once you betray me, you will be useless for life. I won't kill you. Pack up your things and get out. Get out of Xianan town. If I see you again next time, don't blame me for being cruel. Master, give us another chance. Master, don't chase us away, please. Master, why don't you give them a chance? The sect is in need of people now. When those people heard that they were going to be driven away, they became anxious and immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Li Fengai was also moved. In fact, they also wanted to leave, but they hadn't made up their minds yet. Then Lin Xiao calmed them down. The Tiansheng Sect is good at recruiting people, but this sect master only wants to recruit people who are loyal to the sect. How can we expect such wavering fence sitters to defeat the strong enemy? If there is a crisis next time, they will be the first to run away. The Tiansheng Sect does not have extra resources for these people to practice. Elder Li, how about you give them some of your resources? Master, I will follow your orders. Upon hearing this, Li Fengai broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that he had expressed the wrong intention this time. He was so scared that he never dared to plead for these people again. Elder Li, tell them to get out. Don't let me see them before tomorrow's Ascension Conference. They must be expelled from Xianan town along with their families. As for other defectors, check them out and expel them one by one. The families of those who sacrificed for the sect should be strongly supported. Houses and land should be given as appropriate, and taxes should be reduced accordingly. It happens that we have few people now, and don't need so much money and food. When new disciples join the sect in the future, the first lesson will be to use this incident as a model, to let them know the fate of traitors and let the sect disciples know that, as long as they are loyal to the sect, this master will not hesitate to reward them. Whatever they want, skills, crystals, martial arts, elixirs, whatever they want will be given. Lin Xiao said loudly to Li Fengai, his voice a little excited. The previous management of Tiansheng Sect was problematic. There were more than 300 people in the sect, but less than 100 were truly loyal to the sect. What a mess. Lin Xiao must not repeat the same mistake. The sect will encounter countless crises in the future. If it is like this every time, then he will be dead. Besides, this kind of thing can't bring him points. Training them is definitely a loss-making thing. Yes, Master, when new disciples join the sect in the future, I will teach them to be grateful and loyal to the sect. Okay, I'm tired. You handle these things. Lin Xiao waved his hand and walked into the gate alone, regardless of the people who were still begging. He regretted it now. What did he do at that time? If he didn't kill you chickens, how could he scare the monkeys on the mountain? This is called killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. After Lin Xiao left, Li Fenggai was no longer polite. At this time, he was extremely loyal to the sect, and naturally he hated this kind of fence sitter. He was just soft-hearted for a moment. After the master made the decision, he immediately expelled the few people, and then found merely to prepare a list and drive away all those who should be driven away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. Here he comes. Here he comes. The newly appointed Meili attached great importance to the Ascension Conference in Chinatown and demonstrated extremely high efficiency. Not only did he notify every household, he also sent carriages to remote areas to pick up and drop off people. As for the next day, the small square in Chinatown was crowded with people. The age for testing spiritual roots in Chinatown is younger, generally between 7 and 12 years old. This age is also the time when spiritual roots gradually stabilize, and it is easier to cultivate loyalty to the sect at this age. Master, everyone has arrived. All the children of the right age are here. There are more than 300 people in total. Then let's start. Yes, Master. Li Fenggai bowed his hands, then took out the spiritual stone, and asked the children who had lined up to come forward one by one. A disciple of the Tiansheng Sect stood on the spiritual stone. He pierced the child's finger with a long needle and ripped a drop of blood on the spiritual stone. If the stone glowed, it meant that there was a spiritual root, and the stronger the light, the better the spiritual root. It's lit. It's a daisy. A daisy can cultivate immortality. When more than 50 people were tested, the spirit stone finally lit up, and the crowd exclaimed. A little boy with snot bubbles standing there was a little at a loss. Whose child is this? Parents, come out, sir. This is mine. My child, Li Fenggai called out, and a couple walked out of the crowd with ecstatic looks on their faces. What's the child's name? A daisy. I mean the full name, sir. There is no full name for country people. They just call them a daisy, Sundaisy, Gaosheng and so on. Why don't you give him a name? Master, my level is not as good as yours. Why don't you give him a name? Li Fenggai saw Lin Xiao's bright eyes and very tactfully invited Lin Xiao, who nodded happily. What's the child's surname? Zhu. Then call him Zhu Zongsheng. Loyal to the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao picked up a name casually, and Li Fenggai on the side twitched her lips. This name was too much. Why don't you thank Master Lin quickly? Thank you, Master Lin. Thank you, Master Lin. No, you continue. Zhu Zongsheng, come here. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and then called the confused second fool aside. Second fool, from now on you will be called Zhu Zongsheng, understand? Yes, Zhu Zongsheng. From now on you will be a disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. You must be loyal to the Tiansheng Sect, and to this master, understand? Yes. Lin Xiao asked 2 questions in a row, and Zhu Zongsheng nodded stupidly, which made Lin Xiao hold his breath in his heart. He really deserves to be called the second fool. Stupid enough. System. Check the basic information of disciple Zhu Zongsheng. Zhu Zongsheng, a new disciple of Tiansheng Sect. Loyalty 10. Other information. No. System. Why is there no other information? Is there any way to supplement the information so that I can better check the disciple's situation? Yes, the host can choose to enter the information manually or exchange it for the spirit stone in the point small. The system will enter the information obtained from the spirit stone into the system data, and it can be updated in the future. There is such a good thing. Change it immediately. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for exchanging the system's exclusive spirit stone. It has been sent to the host's ring, and the points balance is 25 inches. Lin Xiao curled his lips. The things in this system are getting more and more expensive. It's hundreds of points at any time. Alas, these points are really easy to spend, but hard to earn. However, Lin Xiao immediately took out the spirit stone, let Zhu Zongsheng drip another drop of blood on it, and then replaced the sect's spirit stone. Although Li Fenggai was curious about where Lin Xiao got the spirit stone, she didn't doubt it. Disciple's name, Zhu Zongsheng. Time of joining, 1 day. Age, 7 years and 5 months. Spiritual roots, low grade. Cultivation, none. Loyalty, 10. Soon, Lin Xiao got Zhu Zongsheng's basic information. This idiot Zhu Zongsheng only has low-grade spiritual roots, which are not good, only average. Zhu Zongsheng, do you know what are the benefits of joining the Tiansheng Sect? What? You can eat meat every day. Really? When Zhu Zongsheng heard this, his eyes lit up, and his saliva almost dripped out. As long as you are loyal to the Tiansheng Sect, you can eat meat every day. Loyalty, I will definitely be loyal. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The sect disciple Zhu Zongsheng's loyalty is +20, and the points balance is 45. Not only can you eat meat, but also wear beautiful clothes, and don't have to do farm work, as long as you are loyal to the Tiansheng Sect. Loyalty, master, I will definitely be loyal. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The loyalty of the sect disciple Zhu Zongsheng increased by 20, and the current loyalty is 50, and the points balance is 65. Lin Xiao suddenly wanted to laugh, because he found another way to earn points. He thought about how many benefits he gave to the Tiansheng Sect, and how many loyalty and points those old timers gave him. It was not so easy now. As expected, he still had to recruit disciples by himself. Lin Xiao called Mayor Li and asked him to set up a big pot here and cook a pot of braised pork. As long as there were spiritual roots, no matter good or bad, they could have a meal first. Soon, Mayor Li did so. When the aroma of the braised pork wafted out, Zhu Zongsheng's saliva was already dripping, and his loyalty increased by 10 points. Soon, more than 300 children finished the spiritual test, and a total of 3 children with spiritual roots were found. The spiritual root qualifications were not good, 2 were low grade and 1 was ordinary, but this ratio was already very high. Tiansheng had a population of millions, and only less than 1,000 children with spiritual roots could be found every 3 years, so the territory of the sect was called the foundation of the sect. Lin Xiao also immediately gave the 3 children some ideological education, and promised them many benefits, such as having food to eat every day, no one to bully, no need to work, new clothes to wear, honor to the family, etc. Of course, in advance, they were loyal to the sect, so Lin Xiao heard that the points in the system increased by a full 180 points. Everyone's loyalty to the sect reached 60, second only to elderly Feng Yu. He's here, he's really here. Lin Xiao was so happy that he wanted to hum a song. It was a good profit. It seemed that he had to do more things like recruiting disciples. Elderly, can we secretly go to other villages and towns to recruit disciples? Ahem. That, master, it's better not to do this kind of thing. I remember that Tiansheng Sect has a rule that sects in Tiansheng are prohibited from privately recruiting disciples outside their own territory. Once discovered, they will be deducted 1 opportunity to recruit disciples at the Xianluo City Ascension Conference. It's not worth it. Okay, forget it, let's go back to the mountain. Lin Xiao curled his lips. Now he has no capital to compete with the Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect is an 8th grade sect. It is said that there are several cultivators above the Purple Mansion. It is the overlord of Tiansheng. The order of the sects in Tiansheng is decided by him. On that day, Lin Xiao and his party returned to Tiansheng Sect with 3 disciples and many living supplies. These supplies are enough for the living needs of dozens of people on the mountain for a year. After returning to the sect, Li Fengyu made a big fuss about Lin Xiao's killing of Duking, and announced that Lin Xiao's cultivation had reached the condensation vein stage, which shocked everyone. Strength brings confidence. Many people have more confidence in the Tiansheng Sect, and their loyalty is also higher. There are dozens of points in the system, and the balance of points has reached 240. After returning to the mountain gate, Lin Xiao opened Duking's storage ring. After a sweep of his spiritual sense, he was furious, because there were a large number of spiritual objects in the storage ring that originally belonged to the sect's treasury, and his wealth was much greater than that of the sect leader. Traitor, it's not a pity to die. Lin Xiao cursed. These spiritual objects are the key to the revival of the Tiansheng Sect, but his original owner did not prevent his own people from looting, and public goods became private goods. Lin Xiao counted them, and estimated that the value of this batch of spiritual objects was no less than 50,000 Zuan crystals, not including those consumed by Duking. It was just a timely help for Lin Xiao to help him get through the crisis. After the inventory was completed, Lin Xiao came to the warehouse in the mountain gate. At this time, only one warehouse was intact, and the rest were destroyed in the chaos. System, is there any powerful formation in the Points Mall that can protect the sect treasury? Yes, but the system recommends that the host directly exchange the sect treasury and the sect rights. Hey, there is such a thing in the sect rights? Host, this system is the strongest sect system in the ages. Anything that the sect has, this system has. Please don't insult this system. Okay, call out the sect treasury of the sect rights for me to see. Lin Xiao curled his lips. A broken system is still arrogant. The strongest system in the ages, is it true? Is it that powerful? Soon, Lin Xiao saw the information of the sect treasury. The system's products must be fine products. The sect treasury in the system is still the 9th grade, but it is extremely solid and can withstand the bombardment of the Purple Mansion cultivators for half a day. As for those below the Purple Mansion, I'm sorry, without 100 or 80 condensed veins cultivators, it can't be broken for 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, the system's sect treasury also has the function of entering data. At that time, there will be records of what the sect disciples took, which can prevent corruption. 100 points, exchange completed. Host, should the sect treasury cover all current warehouses? Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. If a complete warehouse suddenly appeared at this time, he would not know how to explain it. It is better to cover it. Then, a golden light flashed, and the sect treasury of Tiansheng Sect became the treasury exchanged by the system. Lin Xiao touched the walls, which gave him a sense of solidity and security. Now he did not have to worry about someone breaking into the treasury and looting his property. After entering the treasury, Lin Xiao put away all the spiritual objects he had taken from Du King one by one, and then called the General Affairs Elder Chen Hua, gave him a key to the sect treasury, and asked him to register the things and restore the regularity of daily expenses in the future. Chapter 9, 13 Deadly Swords. Chen Hua was very surprised when he saw the spiritual objects in the sect's treasury. This batch of spiritual objects is extremely important to the current Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect, which has been in chaos for 2 or 3 months, can be regularized through this. What is regularization? It is naturally the sustainable development of the sect. If a sect wants to grow and develop, it must support its disciples, so there is a monthly salary system for disciples. However, the sect cannot always subsidize disciples for free, so there is a merit point system. Lin Xiao has only a vague understanding of how to maintain the development of the sect, so he simply called Huang Keifeng and Li Fengaiyu, together with Chen Hua, to discuss it together. In fact, there is nothing to discuss. Just restore the previous rules. All disciples must have a monthly salary. How much Zuanjing they get in a month is the basic welfare. The Zuanjing obtained from the monthly salary is not enough for practice, so if you want to get extra benefits from the sect, you must perform tasks, such as planting spiritual grains and spiritual medicines, holding certain positions, etc. The rewards from these tasks will not be given directly as spiritual stones, but as merit points, which will be recorded in the disciple's identity token. Then the sect disciples can go to the general affairs hall of the sect to exchange for various resources such as black crystals, elixirs, exercises, martial arts, etc. Such a cycle is the way for the healthy development of a sect. After Lin Xiao discussed with the 3 elders, he informed the disciples of the entire sect, and everyone cheered immediately. What they were most worried about was that the sect had no resources, and they made contributions to the sect in vain, but did not get any benefits. Now that the rules have been promulgated, morale has been mobilized immediately, and loyalty to the Tiansheng Sect has also increased rapidly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the loyalty of the sect elder Chen Hua plus 10, now the loyalty is 62 ding dong. Congratulations to the host, the loyalty of the sect elder Huang Keifeng plus 5, now the loyalty is 60 ding dong. Congratulations to the host, the loyalty of the sect disciple Shen Lang plus 15. Now the loyalty is 60 inches. Stop. System. In the future, except for the increase in the loyalty of the elders, there is no need to report by voice. The disciples will only report the decrease in loyalty, and now report the balance of points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The balance of points is 265. Lin Xiao didn't expect that he would gain so much loyalty by accident. The system kept annoying him in his mind, so he simply stopped reporting. Lin Xiao checked the points and was quite satisfied. Now the loyalty of most of the sect disciples is around 50 or 60, which is much better than before. If they work harder and reach more than 60, they will not betray the sect at will. Then Lin Xiao exchanged 2 small spirit gathering arrays and a bottle of King Gyudan used in the condensation vein stage. King Gyudan is 20 points per bottle, which is twice as expensive as King Lingdan. Lin Xiao gave one of the small spirit gathering arrays to the 3 elders for practice and asked them to practice for 1 day each, so as to break through to the condensation vein stage as soon as possible, while he himself began to practice in the cave. Lin Xiao's cultivation level improved too quickly, and it was not achieved through his own practice, so he had little control over the power brought by his cultivation level, and he had to practice on his own. Moreover, when he reached the condensation vein stage, he had to earn 50 points each time to improve his cultivation level, and his points were not enough. There were still too few disciples in the Tiansheng Sect. After a day, Lin Xiao opened his eyes from meditation. After practicing for a day, he felt at ease. Although his cultivation level increased only a little, it was the result of his hard work after all, which was completely different from the feeling given by the system. Open the martial arts page of the point small. I want to redeem martial arts. Ding dong, the martial arts page has been opened. Does the host need the system to explain? Can you still help me choose martial arts? Lin Xiao was a little surprised. He wanted to learn more advanced martial arts, because when he fought with Du King that day, he found that he could not crush his opponent to the same level. This was so embarrassing for Lin Xiao, who had the system in his hands, so he had to find stronger martial arts. Of course, but it is charged. It only costs 10 points. Ahem, why not free? Because it is a wealth of knowledge. There are thousands of martial arts in the world, but not every martial art is suitable for you. This system can help the host choose the most suitable martial arts for the host from the thousands of martial arts. 10 points are not expensive at all. That seems to make sense. Please explain it. Ding dong. 10 points deducted, and the remaining points are 135. Host, listen carefully. The martial arts are divided into 6 levels, from high to low, namely God, Immortal, Heaven, Earth, Zuan, and Yellow. In view of the level of the Tiansheng Sect, the point small only announces yellow level martial arts for the time being. There are 20 kinds of yellow level top grade martial arts here, including knife skills, sword skills, fist skills, foot skills, palm skills, finger skills, stick skills, etc. The system recommends that the host practice this deadly 13 swordsmanship. Deadly 13 swords, what a domineering name. The 13 deadly swords is a sword technique created by a sword master who lived 3000 years ago in this world, when he was young. It is the pinnacle of yellow level martial arts. The 13 sword techniques, each move is deadly. After it is perfected, it is invincible and invincible at the same level. Can it really be invincible at the same level? That depends on the person and the situation. Oh my god, isn't this a scam? Please pay attention, host, don't slander the system. This system is fair and honest, and never scams anyone. What the system says is invincible at the same level is under normal circumstances. If the host encounters an enemy who is a peerless genius, who also practices martial arts of the same level and holds high level magic weapons, then it is naturally not under normal circumstances. Quibbling, forget it. How many points are there for the 13 deadly swords? 100 points, host. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and exchanged it. He also found that the price of the things he could exchange now was basically between 10 points and 100 points, and he was not qualified for a higher price. Ding dong, the exchange of 13 deadly swords has been completed. The content of the martial arts has been sent to the host's brain. Please note that this martial arts is exclusive to the host and cannot be passed on to others. If the host wants to pass it on to others, he must pay an additional 100 points. Oh my god, what a profiteer. There is such a rule. System, you are too deceiving. Host, please do not slander, insult, or curse the system, otherwise the system will give you a small punishment. What bullshit punishment? Your system is a rip-off. This system is intolerable. The punishment begins. What? Zizzes. The next moment, Lin Xiao twitched all over and collapsed to the ground. He was electrocuted, and his whole body was numb. His hands and feet were weak, and he almost foamed at the mouth and fainted. After a full hour, Lin Xiao returned to normal. He secretly gave the system a contemptuous gesture, but he didn't dare to curse anymore. Being electrocuted was not a pleasant feeling. After having the 13 deadly swords, Lin Xiao's life began to become a normal monk's life. He slept less than 3 hours a day, dealt with sect affairs for 2 hours, and meditated for 3 hours. The rest of the time was all used to practice the 13 deadly swords, without wasting any time. Lin Xiao's diligence also touched the disciples of Tiansheng Sect from top to bottom, and quickly set off a trend of learning from Master Lin, and everyone practiced crazily. With Lin Xiao's extra support, the 3 elders continued to make breakthroughs. Li Fenggai, who had already opened the 12th level of the meridians, and Chen Hua and Huang Keifeng had also opened the 11th level of the meridians. They were expected to be promoted to the condensed meridian stage before the Xianluo City Ascension Conference. The remaining 20-odd disciples also continued to make breakthroughs. Their cultivation was low before, which was not only due to poor qualifications, but also poor treatment. In the past, most of the sect's only resources were invested in disciples with good qualifications. Now the sect has invested resources in them, and with their low cultivation, it is not difficult for them to make breakthroughs. However, most of their cultivation is still hovering at the 5th or 6th level of the meridians, which is not useful in a short period of time. Lin Xiao did not count on them, so he gave extra support to the 3 elders. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed, and there were only 3 days left before the Xianluo City Ascension Conference. On this day, Lin Xiao was still practicing the 13 deadly swords. After more than 20 days of unremitting efforts, Lin Xiao had learned 3 sword moves, and was practicing the 4th move. Suddenly, a hearty voice came, praising what a handsome swordsmanship. Lin Xiao put away his sword, and looked at the stranger who appeared in front of him. "Excuse me, who are you, senior?" Lin Xiao said, bowing. In Tiansheng Sect, he was in control of everything. The system had already discovered this person, but he had no hostile intent, so Lin Xiao pretended not to know. "I'm Li Yuzifeng from Tiansheng Sect." "So you are a senior from Tiansheng Sect, but you are here for the Ascension Conference." Lin Xiao pretended to be enlightened and asked hurriedly. The Ascension Conference was in 3 days, and the trouble that was supposed to come finally came. Chapter 10. Order in Xianan Province. "I came here for the Immortal Ascension Conference. Do you know why, Sect Master Lin?" Li Yuzifeng said with a smile, looking at Lin Xiao. "He came here to cause trouble today, because Tiansheng Sect intended to deprive Tiansheng Sect of the qualification to participate in the Immortal Ascension Conference. One less sect would increase Tiansheng Sect's benefits. I know, but Tiansheng Sect is only declining, but it has not lost the qualification to participate in the Immortal Ascension Conference." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "More than 100 years ago, the sects in Xian'an were still in a state of scattered sand, and often fought for resources. Excellent disciples were also one of the most important resources of the sect. So when Tiansheng Sect gained the dominant position in Xian'an, it quickly rectified this chaotic scene and set order, especially in terms of accepting disciples. There was already a mature order. In addition to their own territories, the major sects were not allowed to accept disciples privately. Instead, Tiansheng Sect commissioned the Xian'an government to organize spiritual root tests for the people under its jurisdiction, and then sent the children who passed the test to Xianluo City for distribution by the major sects. And the division of these resources also has to be based on strength. Every 3 years, the Ascension Conference will have about 1,000 people, of which Tiansheng Sect will take out 400 people to divide up. The decision will be made by drawing lots by the major sects. Among them, Tiansheng Sect will take 100 people, and the other 8 sects will share 300 people. The remaining 600 people will attract those people to join freely according to their strength. Therefore, the focus of the Ascension Conference is the allocation of the 400 people. This is not something that any sect can participate in. As a 9th grade immortal sect, it is necessary to have 2 immortal sects above the condensation vein stage to be eligible. And the total number, including Tiansheng Sect, can only be 9. The last one is likely to be eliminated. Master Lin is already in the condensation vein stage. I know this, but where is your other condensation vein stage cultivator? Elderly Fengai of our sect has already opened his meridians to the peak of the 12th level and is breaking through now. Isn't there still 3 days before the Ascension Conference? By then, he will be in the condensation vein stage. Lin Xiao bowed his hands and said, no matter what, he had to pile Li Fengaiyu to the condensation vein stage before the Ascension Conference, otherwise the qualification for the Ascension Conference would be deprived. Really? But what if it can't be achieved? That day, Shangzan withdrew from allocating quotas and just recruited disciples freely. Okay, this is what sect leader Lin said himself. Of course, this is also the rule of Xianan province. By the way, there is another rule. I wonder if sect leader Lin knows about it. I would like to hear about it in detail. Among the 9 sects in Xianan province, the last one ranked needs to be challenged by a small sect. Now, there is a Tiansheng Sect that already has 3 Nengmei monks. When the time comes, they will definitely challenge Tiansheng Sect. I hope sect leader Lin will be prepared. Is there such a rule? Of course, I dare not deceive sect leader Lin. You can go and ask around. Originally, with the strength of Tiansheng Sect, it could rank 3rd or 4th in Xianan province. But now, Li Yuzifeng said with a smile, Tiansheng Sect originally had a leader who was at the 12th level of condensing veins, and there were more than 10 cultivators at the condensing veins stage. The overall strength of Xianan province should be ranked 4th or 5th. Even if Tiansheng Sect wanted to challenge, it would not challenge Tiansheng Sect. But who would have thought that a few months ago, Tiansheng Sect suffered a great disaster, and the leader and elders were wiped out. Its strength has even fallen out of the list of the 9 major sects. Originally, Li Yuzifeng came here to directly deprive Tiansheng Sect of its qualifications, but when he saw that Lin Xiao had already reached the level of condensing veins, he did not say it directly, but wanted to pass a challenge. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior. When the time comes, Tiansheng Sect will definitely defeat Tiansheng Sect and preserve the honor of the 9 major sects. Well, then in 3 days, I will be waiting for all Taoist friends of Tiansheng Sect in Xianluo City. Li Yuzifeng bowed his hands, then turned and left. He had already explored the strength of Tiansheng Sect. Even if the greatly damaged Tiansheng Sect could preserve its status as one of the 9 major sects, it would not have the strength to threaten Tiansheng Sect. At least there would be no possibility for 100 years, which made Tiansheng Sect feel relieved. As soon as Li Yuzifeng left, Lin Xiao immediately summoned the 3 elders and told them about this. Elder Li, are you sure you can break through to the condensed vein stage within 3 days? Yes, master, as long as I retreat for another day, I can break through. With the 3 times the concentration of the small spirit gathering array and the top grade Kingling pill, if he still can't break through, then he is too useless. Well, tomorrow Elder Huang and I will lead 10 disciples to go first. After Elder Li comes out of retreat, he will ride a dragon horse day and night to Xianluo City and must arrive before the Ascension Conference. Lin Xiao nodded. Now he can only give it a try. If Li Fengaiyu fails to break through, then he can only recruit disciples freely. With the current reputation of Tiansheng Sect, he can only recruit the worst disciples. Master, there is only 1 dragon horse left in the Tiansheng Sect now. Why don't you ride it? No, it's useless for me to ride it. I have to act with the disciples. Lin Xiao refused. In the past, the Tiansheng Sect had more than a dozen dragon horses, which were the product of the combination of normal horses and monsters. It was no problem to travel 1,000 miles a day, but they were all consumed by the former master. Now there is only 1 left. He has to take his disciples with him on this operation. It doesn't matter whether there is a dragon horse or not. After arranging things, Lin Xiao asked them to leave and then opened the system. Now the system points are only 80 points. This is the result of the continuous breakthroughs of disciples during this period, so the loyalty to the sect has been increasing. However, at this level, if you want to improve their loyalty again, you have to spend some effort. System. Analyze the probability of Elder Li Fengyu's breakthrough after system analysis. The probability of the sect Elder Li Fengyu breaking through to the condensed vein stage within 2 days is less than 60%. The system's words made Lin Xiao frown. The time was still too tight, and Li Fengyu's qualifications were too poor. He was just an ordinary talent. If he had a medium quality talent, he would have broken through to the condensed vein stage long ago. System. Is there any way to make Li Fengyu break through within 2 days? The host can buy elixirs in the point small. If you need the system to answer the host, please pay 10 points. Okay, please answer the system. The third page of the point small barrier breaking pill. After Li Fengyu uses it, the probability of breakthrough can be increased to 80%. Barrier breaking pill. There is such a good thing, especially for cultivators who have broken through the realm, but it is a little expensive. One pill costs 50 points, but you still have to exchange it. System. Exchange it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for exchanging the barrier breaking pill. It has been sent to the host's ring. After taking the barrier breaking pill, Lin Xiao privately found Li Fengyu again and told him that this was the most important treasure left by the former headmaster. It was originally used by Lin Xiao himself, but now it was awarded to Li Fengyu for the sake of the sect's plan. After learning about the effect of the barrier breaking pill, Li Fengyu was ecstatic and extremely moved. His loyalty to the sect increased by 5 points, reaching 70, and Lin Xiao's points balance was still 30 points. That night, Li Fengyu went into seclusion. This time, the small spirit gathering array still had 2 days, and it was all his. No one would compete with him. On the second day, Lin Xiao, Huang Keifeng and 10 disciples had already set off. Lin Xiao had already told General Affairs Elder Chen Hua that if there was an invasion by a strong enemy, he should take his disciples to hide in the sect's treasury. He had already set up a formation in the treasury, so even if a purple mansion cultivator came, he could still deal with them for half a day. He would come to rescue them at that time. Don't let the disciples disperse, and don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Then the 12 people set off on fast horses. These horses were considered top quality among ordinary horses, and they could run 700 or 800 miles a day. The Tiansheng Sect was only more than 1,000 miles away from Xianluo City, so 3 days were enough. Don't stop on the first day. Everyone should quickly pass through the Tiansheng Sect's territory. Lin Xiao rode his horse wildly. The Tiansheng Sect's territory was on the only way to Xianluo City. Lin Xiao was really afraid that the Tiansheng Sect would rob and kill them. The Tiansheng Sect also had cultivators above the 10th level of condensed veins, and Lin Xiao would not be their opponent at this time. Fortunately, there was no danger. The Tiansheng Sect probably didn't want to cause any more trouble at this time, so they didn't rob and kill them, allowing Lin Xiao and his party to pass through the Tiansheng Sect's territory smoothly. After passing the Tiansheng Sect's territory, Lin Xiao slowed down and would take a rest when he came across a village or town. Through the books in those villages and towns, Lin Xiao began to understand this world. This is a world of cultivators. The world is extremely large. Tiansheng is just one of the 13 states of LV State, and LV State is just a small country in the southwest region of Nansao. There are dozens of countries to the north and east of LV State, and it is unknown what is farther away. It is not within the knowledge range of those ordinary villages and towns. To the west, there is also a Chen State. The population of Chen State is much smaller than that of LV State, but it is much stronger. Because to the west of Chen State is the territory of wild monsters, it is often harassed by monsters, so the folk customs are extremely tough and the strength is also extremely strong. The relationship between LV State and Chen State is very good. Knowing that the land development level of Chen State is low, it will sell a lot of food to Chen State at a low price every year. Once Chen State suffers a large-scale invasion of monsters, it will also send cultivators to help resist. Chen State will also sell monster materials, flesh, monster cores and other cultivation materials to LV State at preferential prices, and there is also a marriage relationship between the top leaders. Although it was only a very partial piece of information, it shocked Lin Xiao. This world was too big. How much bigger was it than the Earth in his previous life? What was the relationship? Was it a parallel universe or a space of different dimensions? The system was unable to answer these questions for Lin Xiao, and it was because of his insufficient level. He didn't know if he could get a reply after he upgraded the system. 2 days later, Lin Xiao and his group came to Tiansheng City. A group of country-rich people who had never seen the world looked at the majestic Tiansheng City, and they were all shocked. Chapter 11 Tiansheng City. Tiansheng City is the largest city in Tianjin province, with a population of over 1 million. The 8th grade sect Tiansheng Sect is located on the outskirts of Tiansheng City. In addition, Tiansheng City also has the largest market in Tianjin province, which is jointly organized by Tiansheng Sect and the government. Even for cultivators, there are thousands of people living here. Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect and other sects also jointly organized a market, but it was very small in scale, with few merchants. The spiritual objects sold were basically the first grade spiritual objects used by cultivators in the Kame period, which could not be compared with the Tiansheng City market. Moreover, Tiansheng Sect has now lost its shareholding rights in that market. Come on, dismount. Tiansheng City does not allow riding horses. Please state your name. Tiansheng Sect's head Lin Xiao, come to participate in the Ascension Conference. Tiansheng Sect, so you are the head of Tiansheng Sect. Please take out the head token. I want to record it. The soldiers guarding the city gate showed a disdainful expression. Everyone knew that Tiansheng Sect was going to be finished. The head and elders were all killed, and the remaining disciples were in chaos. There were not many people in the entire sect. Here, I'll give it to you. Lin Xiao took out the sect leader's token and threw it over. The soldier stretched out his hand to take it, but he screamed and couldn't catch it at all. Instead, he covered his hand and stepped back a few steps. The remaining soldiers quickly surrounded him. What's the matter? Who are you? What do you want to do? Do you want to break into Tiansheng City? Why, you are not as capable as others and can't even catch a token. Do you still want to put the blame on this sect leader? Believe it or not, I will let Tiansheng Sect come out to administer justice now. Lin Xiao said to the soldiers with a sneer. They were just a group of low-level soldiers with the 2nd or 3rd level of opening meridians. They dared to laugh at him. They were simply courting death. You. What? You don't accept it? Then ring the gong to call people and see how Tiansheng Sect will deal with it. Record and release them. The leading team leader stared at Lin Xiao, recorded it, and returned the sect leader's token to Lin Xiao. Remember, the immortal sect cannot be humiliated. The Tiansheng Sect has not been defeated yet. Even if it is defeated, you cannot humiliate it. Lin Xiao put away the leader's token and said coldly when passing by those soldiers. No matter how weak the Tiansheng Sect is, it is still an immortal sect. Just relying on these low-level soldiers, they are not qualified to humiliate him. Seeing the leader so tough, the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect were also relieved. At this moment, they were full of pride and followed Lin Xiao into Tiansheng City with their heads held high. After entering Tiansheng City, Lin Xiao first visited the city lord's mansion of Tiansheng City. After understanding the process of the Ascension Conference, he took the disciples to find the Tiansheng Sect's residence in Tiansheng City. Any powerful sect will purchase real estate in Tiansheng City. Before, the Tiansheng Sect was quite powerful, so naturally it had a courtyard with a storefront, and there were also special monks to manage it. However, the Tiansheng Sect was in trouble, and the management monks took away the floating wealth and ran away, leaving only a few mortals to hire. The house could not be taken away, so Lin Xiao brought the government officials to successfully recover the property. Elder Huang, just leave one person here to find some mortals to sort it out. The rest of you should go out and inquire about things. There are 2 things in total. First, how many geniuses are there in this Ascension Conference? Second, how strong is the Iron Sword Sect, and whether it has colluded with the Tiansheng Sect. Go quickly. Yes, Master. Lin Xiao did not let the disciples rest. As soon as he returned, he asked them to go out and inquire. There will definitely be disputes at the Ascension Conference. They hid in the Tiansheng Sect and knew nothing. They were already one step behind in intelligence. Master Lin, someone is visiting outside. As soon as Huang Keifeng and his men left, the disciples who stayed behind came to report that someone was visiting. Do you know who it is? Master, it's from the Tiansheng Sect. They live next door. I know. You go and do your work. I'll go and see. Lin Xiao nodded. Before the former master got into trouble, the Tiansheng Sect and the Tiansheng Sect had a very good relationship. Otherwise, they would not have held a market together. Therefore, even the industries in Qianluo City were gathered together, hoping to rely on each other. As soon as he went out, Lin Xiao saw two middle-aged cultivators standing there. They had a heavy spiritual pressure on them. They were definitely cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of condensed veins. I'm Lin Xiao. May I know how to address the two seniors from Tiansheng Sect? Master Lin, I'm Qinyi. We have met before. Master Lin, do you still remember me? So you are the great elder of Tiansheng Sect. Of course, I remember you. Elder Qin visited Tiansheng Sect last year, right? Lin Xiao said with a bow. Qinyi was the great elder of Tiansheng Sect. His cultivation had reached the 11th level of condensed veins, second only to the master of Tiansheng Sect. He had a good relationship with the former master and had visited Tiansheng Sect many times. Master Lin, when I saw you last year, you were only at the 4th level of opening meridians. I didn't expect that in less than a year, you have already condensed your meridians. This is really a cause for celebration. Qinyi said again. He had learned that Lin Xiao had already condensed his meridians, which shocked everyone in Tiansheng Sect. In fact, they already knew that Lin Xiao had only opened the 5th level of meridians during the chaos of Tiansheng Sect, but in just a few days, he had condensed his meridians. This forced Qinyi to come and investigate in person. There is nothing to celebrate. This master is very talented and has practiced hard for many years. This is called accumulation of thinness and thickness, which is a natural thing. Really? Qinyi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Tiansheng Sect also has several disciples with superior qualifications, but there is no such mysterious thing. Even if it is the case, there is no need to be so proud. Of course, actually my master has hidden one thing from you. That is, this master does not have the qualification of top grade spiritual roots, and I have the top grade spiritual roots that are rare in 1,000 years. The reason why I kept it secret before was just to protect this master. Lin Xiao said calmly. With the system, his cultivation speed must be different from that of ordinary people. If there is no reasonable explanation, it will only make people think that he really has a treasure, which will inevitably attract covetousness, or even direct robbery and murder. So the excuse of top grade spiritual roots is just right. What? Top grade spiritual roots? How is that possible? Top grade spiritual roots, are they so strong? Qinyi and the other two were shocked when they heard this. Their sect still had top grade spiritual roots, but they had only heard of top grade spiritual roots. Even Tiansheng Sect did not have them. They were too rare. You should know that the quality of spiritual roots is also distributed in a pyramid. Ordinary spiritual roots are the most common. Many sects do not collect all of them, but only collect a part to strengthen their momentum as miscellaneous items. There are also many low-grade spiritual roots, which can serve as the main force, and the middle-grade spiritual roots are the backbone. As for the top-grade spiritual roots, they are all treated as treasures, and cultivated according to the standards of the sect's high-level leaders. As for the top-grade spiritual roots, they have never encountered them, because there are only a few people in the history of Tiansheng Sect. Once they appear, they will definitely be taken away by more powerful forces, and Tiansheng Sect may not be able to keep them. Elder Qin, please keep your voice down. This matter is confidential. This sect leader does not want to make it public for the time being. Please keep it secret for a while. I know. I just didn't expect that Brother Wu would be so lucky to be able to accept disciples with top grade spiritual roots. Let's not talk about the past. Elder Qin, is there anything important that brought you here? Nothing important. Our two sects have always been on good terms. Since we are neighbors, we should visit each other more often. Sect leader Lin, don't you think so? Elder Qin, it should be so, but your sect's recent actions have made me extremely angry. The unworthy disciples of our sect are unwilling to stay in our sect and have switched to other sects. That is something that cannot be helped. This sect leader can't say anything, but some disciples are traitors who looted the sect's treasury and left. TSK, if one day, forget it, I won't say anything. Lin said with narrowed eyes. He was giving Shannyang sect a look. If it was a disciple from another sect who changed his allegiance, then it was nothing. This kind of thing was normal. Some people would just leave the sect if they were wronged, but dared to rob the disciples of the sect. Tut tut. If one day Shannyang sect also became weak, I wonder if there would be a risk of repeating the same mistake. There is such a thing. Sect Master Lin, do you know who looted the treasure house? Point it out. I will immediately send a message back to the sect and expel them all. Kinyi acted like he was furious. In fact, they already knew who looted Tiansheng Sect. They sincerely accepted ordinary disciples. As for those people, they would not give them the opportunity to be promoted, and most of the spiritual objects they looted had already fallen into the hands of the sect. How could they be allowed to take advantage of it? There were too many people. I didn't see it. Everyone must have been looted. Lin Xiao shrugged. He knew as soon as he heard this, that Shannyang sect was also a group of treacherous people. Those disciples in Shannyang sect were definitely not doing well. They probably made wedding clothes for Shannyang sect in vain. It's a pity that Du King only had 1/5 of the spiritual objects in the treasury, and the remaining 4/5 were in the hands of other disciples. But it's hard to say who has them now. Since Master Lin doesn't have solid evidence, then you dare not say this again. Otherwise it will be suspected of diverting the relationship between our two sects. Master Lin, don't you think so? Yes, this is Lin's inconsiderateness. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. After a fierce battle, no one got the upper hand. Then Qin will take his leave first. There will be a banquet at the City Lord's mansion tonight. See you then. I'm sorry I can't see you off, Elder Qin. The two men bowed and left. Lin Xiao returned to the room with a gloomy face. He was not afraid that the Shannyang sect would cause trouble, but the Shannyang sect was so peaceful that Lin Xiao became cautious. He wondered what sinister tricks they were planning. Chapter 12. Overt and covert attacks. According to the custom in the past, the day before the Ascension Conference, the 9 sects would gather together to discuss how to divide the high-quality disciples, so there was a banquet at the City Lord's mansion. Of course, all of this was led by the Danliang sect. Everyone knew that the City Lord of Xianluo City had always been a puppet of the Danliang sect. Lin Xiao took Huang Keifeng to the banquet, but Huang Keifeng was not qualified to sit with them. The people brought by the leaders of each sect sat in one seat. Every time the Ascension Conference, the leaders of each sect are different. It seems that I have to introduce myself. I'm Liu Yunfeng, the 12th level of condensation veins, the 8th elder of Danliang sect. Meet all Taoist friends. As soon as he sat at the table, someone said with a smile. The introduction made Lin Xiao's heart tremble. There are only 8 elders at the 12th level of condensation veins. What does that mean? Danliang sect has at least 8 elders at the 12th level of condensation veins. It is rumored outside that Danliang sect is also one of the best among the 8th grade sects. The sect's supreme elder even surpassed the Purple Mansion stage and reached the Daogang stage. The strength is extremely strong, so it gave many people a show of strength as soon as he came. Of course, this is not aimed at Lin Xiao. The Tiansheng Sect does not have the qualifications now. He should be targeting the 2nd and 3rd ranked sects in Xianan province. They also have Purple Mansion cultivators, but their overall strength cannot be compared with that of the Danliang sect. After Liu Yunfeng's introduction, everyone introduced themselves. Liu Yunfeng's eyes stayed on Lin Xiao for a long time, and he said, Sect Master Lin has taken over the position of Sect Master at such a young age. He must be incredibly talented. I wonder what kind of qualifications Sect Master Lin has. Lin Xiao's eyes lingered on Kinyi of Shannyang sect and said, Elder Liu, I'm not talented, but I have top grade spiritual roots. What? Top grade spiritual roots? Really? It's been how many years since top grade spiritual roots appeared in Xianan province? At least 200 years. When Lin Xiao's words came out, the people at the table were extremely shocked, and they all discussed privately. Although there were few high-grade spiritual roots, 1 or 2 would appear in every Ascension conference, which was not surprising. However, top-grade spiritual roots were too rare. As long as there were no accidents, it would be easy to cultivate to the Purple Mansion stage. However, for the sects in Xianan province, having one more Purple Mansion stage would make a big difference. There were 9 major sects, but only 3 sects had Purple Mansion cultivators. I see. No wonder he has such high level of cultivation at such a young age. But sect leader Lin, has the second Nengmei cultivator of your Tiansheng Sect arrived? If we don't see him at the Ascension Conference tomorrow, the Tiansheng Sect will be able to take your position without any challenge. Of course, we will be here before tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao was very confident. Li Fenggai had a breakthrough last night, and his loyalty to the sect had reached 80 points. This loyalty was enough to allow him to live, and with the sect. He would definitely be there. That's good. Then it depends on the performance of the Tiansheng Sect tomorrow. To be honest, the 9 sects have been stable for 30 years, and we don't want any newcomers to appear. What if the Iron Sword Sect is ambitious and difficult to get along with? Don't you think so? Elder Liu is right. We are all acquaintances. We have always had a pleasant cooperation. So, sect leader Lin has to work harder. The Iron Sword Sect has only 3 people in the condensation veins stage, and the most powerful one seems to be only at the 3rd level of condensation veins. Defeat him. Sect leader Lin is a rare genius with top grade spiritual roots. It will be a piece of cake for him to deal with the Iron Sword Sect. Come, sect leader Lin, I'll toast you a glass. Okay. Just wait and see my performance tomorrow. Lin Xiao was not arrogant. He knew the sarcasm in their words. In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is respected. If Lin Xiao lost tomorrow, he dared to guarantee that these people would definitely have a different attitude. Afterwards, Liu Yunfeng talked about this Ascension Conference. This year, there were more children with spiritual roots, more than 1,000, but the mortal quality still accounted for the majority, more than 700 people, and only 300 people were of lower quality or above. At that time, 400 people would be gathered for random drawing. Danliang sect would draw 100 people, and the second and third ranked sects would draw 45 each. The remaining 201 would be divided equally among the 6 sects, with 35 people in each sect. After the best ones were divided up, the rest were recruited freely. However, there was a small group of people who were also extremely outstanding, that is, the disciples of Xianan's aristocratic families. The free recruitment stage was aimed at these aristocratic family disciples. In fact, most of the remaining mortal quality was not wanted by anyone, otherwise the Tiansheng Sect would not have only more than 300 people in such a long history. Only when the sects were really short of people would they randomly select a group of people to leave, and they would only be trained as miscellaneous disciples outside to strengthen their momentum. This is also unavoidable. The resources of each sect are not extremely rich. Of course, the limited resources are invested in disciples with good qualifications. 100 disciples in the opening meridian stage are not as cost effective as 1 disciple in the condensing meridian stage. This has been the default rule for a long time. And the Danliang sect talked about this matter at this time. Of course, there is a reason. That is, the Danliang sect has already taken a fancy to several geniuses, and has been forcibly determined by the Danliang sect. The lottery tomorrow is random, so if those people are drawn by others, they will have to be exchanged back. The Danliang sect is not very ugly. They are all looking at the disciples with high-grade spiritual roots. At that time, they will exchange 3 middle grade ones for 1 high grade one, to give enough face to other sects. A banquet fully demonstrated the rule of the jungle in the world of cultivation. There are 50 or 60 sects of all sizes in Xiananzhao, but the real ruler is actually only the Danliang sect, which is the overlord of Xiananzhao. In Xianan province, Danliang sect eats meat, the other 8 sects drink soup, and the remaining small sects can only pick up some scraps to eat. After understanding this truth, Lin Xiao realized how dangerous the situation of Tiansheng Sect was. It is conceivable that once Tiansheng Sect is squeezed out of the list of the 9 major sects, it will be very difficult to regain it. Lin Xiao's table was talking happily, but a violent quarrel suddenly broke out at another table, and even spiritual pressure appeared, which made everyone's face suddenly become interesting. Master Lin, it seems that the disciples of your sect are quarreling. Why don't you go out and take a look? Thank you, Elder Liu. How about we go together, so that you won't say that I, the master, bully others at that time, haha. Master Lin is right, let's go and take a look. Liu Yunfeng laughed, and then the 9 people got up and went to the next table. At this time, the atmosphere over there was not very good. Huang Keifeng had already drawn his sword, and on the other side, a disciple of Tiansheng Sect also drew his sword and confronted. The rest of the people looked like they were eating melons and watching a good show. Stop, what's going on? Master, you're here. This bastard insulted our Tiansheng Sect. Huang Keifeng saw Lin Xiao coming and immediately shouted, his face full of grievance. Tiansheng Sect, don't slander me. When did I insult you? Don't be impatient. Tell me one by one, what's going on? Liu Yunfeng asked the 2 to put away their magic weapons and speak one by one. Master, this bastard said that our Tiansheng Sect is garbage, and that the entire sect doesn't even have 2 veins condensation cultivators. They brought in a veins opening stage cultivator to make up the number, and he also said that the former master deserved to die. Fellow Daoist Zhang from the Tiansheng Sect, he is right. Elder Liu, this is pure slander. I didn't say any curse words. Of course, I said some things, but aren't they the truth? Where is the second veins condensation cultivator of the Tiansheng Sect? Is the current Tiansheng Sect qualified to become one of the 9 major sects? The Tiansheng Sect has 3 veins condensation cultivators, so they should be able to replace the Tiansheng Sect, right? The cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect were not afraid at all. Their Qinyi was there too, and the Tiansheng Sect was now the 4th ranked sect in Xianan Prefecture. Would it still be afraid of the Tiansheng Sect? Elderkin, what do you think? It was my Tiansheng Sect disciple who said the wrong thing. Zankiren, why don't you apologize to your fellow Taoist from the Tiansheng Sect? Sect leader Lin, don't worry, I will punish him severely after I return. Yes, Elderkin, sect leader Lin, I'm sorry. The Tiansheng Sect cultivator Zankiren said sorry to Lin Xiao reluctantly. It's time to educate him. Elderkin probably doesn't know the purpose of our Tiansheng Sect. It doesn't matter whether the disciples are good or not. The key is to have a good character and morality, especially to be careful with your mouth and not say anything careless. There is a saying in the world that things change over time. Sects should make more friends. Who knows what will happen in 30 years? Today you are strong and have offended everyone, but when you decline, don't blame others for taking advantage of you. Elderkin, do you think what I said makes sense? It makes sense. Sect leader Lin is indeed a genius, but we in Tiansheng Sect believe more in the 4 words brave and fierce. In the world of cultivating immortals, it's like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you retreat 1 step and others take a step forward, that's a difference of 2 steps. It's said that if you are 1 step behind, you will be behind at every step. It will be difficult to catch up at that time. Sect leader Lin, do you think this is right? Yes, Elderkin's words made Lin suddenly realize. Huang Keifeng, apologize to the fellow Taoists of Tiansheng Sect. Sect leader Humph. Yes, Elderkin, I'm sorry. Lin Xiao's eyes darkened. Although Huang Keifeng was not convinced, he still apologized. Everyone, the banquet is almost over. My disciples of Tiansheng Sect may have arrived. Lin has to go and take a look. Goodbye. Lin Xiao bowed to everyone, and then took Huang Keifeng away. The interests that should be discussed had been discussed, and the tit for tat and ridicule had been done. There was no point in staying. On the way back, Lin Xiao encouraged Huang Keifeng again, asking him to turn today's humiliation into motivation for cultivation. Today, Tiansheng Sect was so humiliated because of its inferior strength. If Tiansheng Sect had a few purple mansion cultivators, would they dare to be so presumptuous? After returning to the courtyard, as expected, Li Fenggai also arrived and had broken through to the condensation vein stage. Chapter 13 Ruthless Crushing. Master, Li Fenggai thanks you for giving me a new life. Li Fenggai almost knelt down when he saw Lin Xiao. Without Lin Xiao's support, he would have no hope of breaking through to the condensing vein stage in his life. In fact, 99% of ordinary people stop at the opening vein stage. Only a few with the support of a backer or extremely strong willpower can break through to the condensing vein stage. Therefore, Li Fengai is extremely loyal to Lin Xiao at this time. His loyalty to the Tiansheng Sect has reached 80. Even if there is an invasion by a powerful enemy, he can live and die with the sect. Elder Li, there is no need to say more. Tiansheng Sect is facing a turbulent time. We should unite. Elder Li, did you have a smooth journey here? It was smooth. This also depends on the resourcefulness of the sect leader. I found the spies of Tiansheng Sect at the west gate, so I quietly entered from the north gate and they didn't stop me, Li Fengai shouted hurriedly. Speaking of this, he admired Lin Xiao even more. When he was still in Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao told him that the Tiansheng Sect might collude with Tiansheng Sect to kill Li Fengai in advance, so there might be spies of Tiansheng Sect at the west gate closest to them to gather information and ask him to enter from another city gate. It's good that everything went well. Elderly has worked hard. Everyone, go to bed early. We still have to deal with the Iron Sword Sect tomorrow. Yes, don't worry, Master. Fengai will definitely beat the Iron Sword Sect tomorrow. What a thing. You don't even know who you are. How dare you challenge our Tiansheng Sect? Li Fengai shouted. He broke through to the condensation vein stage. He was full of confidence. He looked down on the Iron Sword Sect and thought that the Tiansheng Sect was still the same Tiansheng Sect as before. Lin Xiao did not break Li Fengai's fantasy. This was the time when morale was high. It was not appropriate to hit morale. When he returned to the room, Lin Xiao opened the system. At this time, the system points balance was still 125. Originally, there were only 30 points when he set out. Li Fengai's breakthrough brought 20 points. When Li Fengai was leaving, he followed Lin Xiao's advice and deliberately walked around the mountain gate. The spiritual pressure was fully open, so that the disciples of the sect knew that he had reached the condensation vein stage, which greatly boosted their morale, so he brought another 75 points. However, Li Fengai's role is more than that. Tomorrow, Li Fengai's appearance will give those hundreds of children with ordinary qualifications a strong shock, because Li Fengai is one of the few who can cultivate to the condensation vein stage with ordinary qualifications. At that time, Lin Xiao will let them know what the power of idols is. System, change a residual image talisman. Lin Xiao immediately changed a residual image talisman. He practiced the 13 deadly swords and had few rivals at the same level, but the head of the Iron Sword Sect was already a cultivator at the 3rd level of condensation vein. Lin Xiao did not have 100% confidence in defeating him. Of course, Lin Xiao wanted not only to defeat him, but to crush him cleanly. Only in this way can he deter the enemy and make the Iron Sword Sect dare not act rashly on their way back. Even the Tiansheng Sect must be deterred. He must use the speed of the residual image talisman to tell them that even if Lin Xiao cannot beat them, they can escape. Once they dare to make a move, it will be a scene of no end to life. It is a terrifying thing for a sect to be targeted by a top-notch genius. Unless they are sure to kill him on the spot, they will not easily do it, because once the genius grows up, it will be the end of the sect. The next morning, the Tiansheng Sect dressed up for the trip, and Qianluo City was extremely lively. The Ascension Conference held every 3 years has become a grand event in Qianluo City. The more than 1,000 children, their families, and the people from the major sects have brought a huge floating population, so the major businesses have also taken the opportunity to organize activities, and slowly it has become a grand event. In the square in front of the city lord's mansion, more than 1,000 children have lined up, and in front of them are the leaders of various sects. The 8 major sects are standing in the middle around Liu Yunfeng of Danliang Sect. Master Lin, is your Tiansheng Sect ready? Elder Liu, we are ready. This is Li Fengai, the second elder of my Tiansheng Sect who is in the condensing vein stage. It seems that his spiritual pressure is indeed at the condensing vein stage. That's unpredictable. Let's go directly to the challenge stage. Is the leader of Tianmen here? Elder Liu, the Tianmen Iron Army is here. Okay, let's not waste time. You all know the rules. If Tiansheng wants to replace Tiansheng Sect, it has to defeat all the condensing veins cultivators of Tiansheng Sect. Conversely, the same is true for Tiansheng Sect to keep its position. There are no restrictions during the competition. You can start. Liu Yunfeng nodded and said, then everyone formed a big circle and let the two sects compete. The world of immortal cultivation is extremely cruel. This kind of competition has no restrictions. Hidden arrows, conspiracies, and tricks. As long as you have the ability, you can use them at will. Master, how about I go meet the people from the Iron Sword Sect first? No, I'll do it. I don't even take the Iron Sword Sect seriously. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Today he didn't just want to win, but to crush them. Li Fengai who didn't have that ability, so it was hard to say whether he could win or not. I'm from the Iron Sword Sect. Okay, no need to say, let's get started. It's just a matter of one move. Lin Xiao and a member of the Iron Sword Sect entered the big circle. The man was about to introduce himself, but Lin Xiao interrupted him directly. Damn it, the remnants of the Tiansheng Sect still dare to be so presumptuous. Do you think they are still the Tiansheng Sect? If you don't start, then I'll do it. Lin Xiao sneered and used the 13 deadly swords. The man, holding a big knife, also chopped at Lin Xiao. No, not good path. The man's broadsword was about to chop against Lin Xiao's sword, but he found that the sword had already stabbed his throat from a strange angle, which shocked him greatly. He dodged repeatedly, but was still stabbed in the chest by Lin Xiao's sword. You lose. I junior brother, give up. Elder Liu. This is the first time that the Iron Sword Sect admits defeat. The man was still not convinced, but the leader of the Iron Sword Sect, Taijun, quickly spoke up, saying that his junior brother could not take a single move, and if he still refused to accept, he would lose his life. So powerful, what's with that move? I didn't see it clearly, I just felt a strong murderous aura. Elder Liu, do you know what happened? It was the murderous aura that caused the trouble. The man from Tiansheng was not prepared and was shocked by the murderous aura. He attacked rashly, so he was defeated in one move. This headmaster Lin is indeed a genius, and his martial arts skills are probably not low. The people around looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. It was Liu Yunfeng who saw some clues and said it out, which made the people from Tiansheng very happy. Junior brother, after the fight, calm your mind and focus on defense. Wait until his sword power weakens before defeating him. Understood, senior brother. Tiansheng instructed another junior brother of his, but seeing Lin Xiao's indifferent expression, he still had a bad premonition in his heart. Level 2 of condensed veins, not bad. I can defeat you in 3 moves. You are boasting. You are just level 1, and you dare to be so arrogant? Let's do it. I'll let you go first. Don't say that this master bullied you. Looking for death. The man from the Iron Sword Sect couldn't help but be ridiculed by Lin Xiao. It was obvious that his cultivation level was higher, so where did this guy get the courage to be so arrogant? The first sword of the 13 swords of death, the dragon out of the sea. Bang with the first move. Lin Xiao blocked the man's attack. The second sword of the 13 swords of death, the tiger coming down the mountain with the second move. The sword move like a tiger made the hair on the man's body stand up, and his mind was shocked. He had no time to dodge and could only resist hastily. However, the next moment, the big knife in his hand had already flown out. The third sword of the 13 swords of death, the cold song of the blood moon with the third move. The long sword in Lin Xiao's hand turned into a stream of light, with a red stream of light, and fiercely chopped the Iron Sword Sect monk, and an extremely bright light burst out from his body. It's a talisman. He has a 2nd grade, top grade protective talisman on his body. It's amazing. Even a 2nd grade, top grade talisman was broken. What kind of sword technique is this? Why is there such a killing intent, and one move is better than another? Did the Tiansheng Sect have this martial art before? I've never seen it before. Lin Xiao's sword moves shocked everyone. That was a 2nd grade, top grade talisman. Even a cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of condensed veins would find it difficult to break it. But in Lin Xiao's hands, it only took one sword. How could it not be terrifying? Moreover, they have remembered that the Tiansheng Sect did not seem to have such a powerful sword technique before. If it really had, the previous head of the Wu sect would not have been killed so easily. Are you still fighting? Lin Xiao pointed at the man from the Iron Sword sect. Although his second grade talisman was broken and his sword flew away, he was not injured and still had the strength to fight. On the contrary, Lin Xiao did not master the fourth sword of the 13 deadly swords at this time. If he used the first 3 swords repeatedly, the opponent would have been familiar with it, but he would not have the record just now. Master, senior brother, the man did not answer, but turned back to ask Tiansheng. At this time, he was extremely frightened. That was a 2nd level spiritual talisman, and it was broken by a sword. If there was another move, it would be enough to split him in half. Give up. Tiansheng clenched his fists and finally chose to give up. He underestimated the Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect could not win miserably, otherwise it would not be able to keep the fruits of victory. It seemed that he had to do it himself. The Tiansheng Sect won the 2nd game. Sect leader Lin, you have to take a rest. No, continue. Okay, sect leader Tai, it's your turn. Understood. Tiansheng nodded, then waved his hand, and several disciples carried out a large box. After opening it, there was a very heavy iron armor inside. It's an armor made of high quality black iron. Is Tiansheng crazy? This set of armor weighs at least 200 kilograms. That Tiansheng looks very fierce. He may be a body refining cultivator. 200 kilograms is nothing. Looking at his heavy sword, it weighs at least 40 to 50 kilograms. Now Master Lin is in trouble. Maybe with just one move, the long sword in Master Lin's hand will be broken, and maybe even people can be knocked away. A body refining cultivator, no wonder he is so powerful. It seems that Master Lin is indeed in danger. His sword moves just now are known for their speed, but the sword skills can't break the defense, so nothing works. The people around were talking about it. No one expected Tiansheng to do this. The body of a cultivator has been tempered by the mysterious energy and is stronger than ordinary people, but carrying 200 or 300 kilograms of things will definitely be slow. Only a body refining cultivator has this strength. Soon, Tiansheng finished dressing. Not only that, he also pasted a 2nd level high quality talisman on his body, turning himself into an iron turtle. Master Lin, I'm ready. Are you ready too? Master Ta, the iron turtle is useless in the face of tyrannical strength. If you don't use these things, you might be able to hold out for a few more moves. Haha, then Master Lin, don't worry about it. Our Iron Sword sect has only been established for 30 years. Our foundation is not as good as your Tiansheng Sect. Our skills and martial arts are not good. Tai can only rely on his thick skin and thick flesh. His cultivation is higher. If you exhaust your Zuan Qi, Tai will naturally win. Tiansheng laughed and said, not afraid of exposing his weaknesses. His Iron Sword sect is indeed inferior to others. His skills and martial arts are not good. His 2 junior brothers have proved it. If he still follows the conventional way of fighting, it will be difficult to win, even if his cultivation is 2 levels higher. In this case, he will make himself an iron turtle to see whose Zuan Qi is deeper. Well, let's start. Master Tiansheng, be careful. Lin Xiao sighed. Since he took the initiative to be the target, it was no wonder that he was the target. Lin Xiao pasted the residual image talisman, and then the whole person disappeared on the spot, and everyone's eyes were dazzled. Ding, the next moment, everyone only saw Lin Xiao standing in front of Tiansheng, with the long sword in his hand on his shoulder. Bang, snap, snap. After coming to their senses, they found that the talisman on Tiansheng's body exploded, and even the black iron armor on his body was cracking. No, the long sword in Lin Xiao's hand also fell off in pieces. What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, I don't understand. The onlookers were confused and had no idea what was going on. Liu Yunfeng and a few others who saw what was going on had gleams in their eyes and stared at Lin Xiao. Chapter 14. Good Fortune and Luck. Elderkin, how many swords did you see? 46 swords. Where is Elder Liu? 49 swords. Too fast. Not only the speed of the sword, but also his body movements. Even the Purple Mansion Senior can't compare to him. I don't know what the talisman he posted is from. Ordinary magic talismans can't have this speed. Liu Yunfeng sighed and looked at Qinyi with a playful look. That Lin Xiao performed so amazingly. Tiansheng Sect did a bad job in this business, and shouldn't covet the resources of Tiansheng Sect. It's just the ability brought by the talisman. Without the talisman, He is nothing Elder in his right seeing. That Kinney was still stubborn. Liu Yunfeng didn't reveal his thoughts. Indeed, that was the ability brought by the talisman. But what if Lin Xiao also had that kind of talisman? Master Timon, are you still going to fight? Seeing his long sword broken, Lin Xiao retreated a few steps and then took out another long sword. He had just used the residual image talisman to the extreme. Ordinary people only saw him slash out one sword, but Kinney and others saw more than 40 swords. In fact, he slashed out 54 swords. After reaching the extreme, they did not see them all clearly. Compared with swords and knives, chopping is more difficult, so his second level longsword was directly broken. If it was replaced with a knife, it would be fine. Lin Xiao felt a little distressed. This was a gift from the former head of the sect to him, saying that it could be used to the 12th level of the condensed veins, but he did not expect it to be destroyed at this time. No more fighting. Tianmen admits defeat. Tian's expression was extremely miserable. Tianmen had been preparing for many years and thought they could get an advantage, but Lin Xiao's appearance abruptly broke his fantasy. The move just now was so shocking. In fact, Tian himself didn't count how many times Lin Xiao chopped him with swords. He only knew that he was hit by dozens of swords. The second level spirit talisman was broken, and the expensive armor was broken. Without these things, what could he use to block the second move? Thank you, Master Timon, for letting me do this, Lin Xiao said with a folded hand, and then raised his long sword. The master is mighty, long live the Tiansheng Sect. The master is mighty, long live the Tiansheng Sect. Li Fenggai saw it and immediately roared. 10 disciples followed suit and roared, and the sound pierced through the sky. At this moment, all the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect were extremely excited. It was too powerful. The master was too powerful. He beat 3 condensed meridians cultivators with one move, and beat them without any ability to fight back. What is this? This is a ruthless crushing. With such a swift master, it is natural to be proud of it. The recognition of the sect has been raised again. Lin Xiao grinned, because the points spent on the residual shadow talisman have returned, and the remaining points have reached 105. Congratulations to Tiansheng Sect. Congratulations to sect leader Lin. The Iron Sword sect left the stage sadly, and Liu Yunfeng and his group walked up to Lin Xiao and bowed. Thank you, Elder Liu, for your kindness. This is due to sect leader Lin's strength. I didn't expect that Tiansheng Sect has such a family background. I just don't know what kind of talisman sect leader Lin used. It's just an ordinary swift talisman, not a high level talisman. I don't have many, otherwise I would have exchanged them for resources. Lin Xiao said lightly. Liu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows and didn't say much. He knew very well what ordinary swift talismans were like. Lin Xiao didn't want to say it, and no one could force him. In this case, let's start the Ascension Assembly. The 9 of us will draw lots to see which family will go on stage to draw lots first. Okay, let's go. Everyone went to draw lots to prepare the order of drawing lots. In the past, the Tiansheng Sect would draw 100 people first to divide the 400 disciples, but the first draw had too much advantage, so the families didn't want to do it, so they drew the lots once for the order, and then drew the disciples' lots. System, is there any way to make my luck explode and recruit the best disciples? Host can browse the last page of the points mall. The last page is special items with no grade limit. If you need this system to explain, please pay 10 points. No, I'll see it myself. Lin Xiao quickly refused. He didn't have many points now. Based on his understanding of the system, this kind of thing is based on 100 points. It would be embarrassing if he didn't have enough points. Lin Xiao turned to the last page of the points mall and found dozens of special items with no grade limit. He soon found an item that could make his luck explode, the Fortune Star Talisman. There are also 8 kinds of Fortune Star Talismans, which are arranged according to time. The shortest one only needs 100 points and the time effect is 1 hour. The longest one requires 100,000 points and can last up to 500 years. As long as you use the Fortune Star Talisman, your luck in these 500 years will be so good that you can pick up a stone at random when you go out and find a treasure. However, the 100,000 points stopped Lin Xiao. System. Exchange for the Lucky Star Talisman. The kind worth 100 points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting the Lucky Star Talisman. It has been sent to the host's ring. The remaining points are 5. Lin Xiao quietly took out the Lucky Star Talisman and stuck it on his body. Soon, he went on stage to draw lots. As expected, he drew number 1, and he would be the first to go on stage to divide the disciples. Master Lin has good luck. Elderkin. Lin's luck has always been good, especially after surviving a disaster. TSK, that luck is beyond words. I will show you what is called unparalleled luck. Then Qin will wait and see. Qin sneered, but he was a little nervous in his heart. What kind of shit luck did this Tiansheng Sect have? It's okay to find a disciple with top grade spiritual roots, but that disciple with top grade spiritual roots is so powerful. Now even his luck in drawing lots is better than his, because Qin drew number 9, and he was the last one to go on stage to draw lots. Soon, the box for dividing the disciples' lots was brought up. This was a special box that was not only invisible, but also impenetrable to the divine sense, which could completely eliminate the possibility of cheating. Everything depended on luck. The first draw is for the Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect has 35 spots. Sect Master Lin, let's start. Then let's start. Lin Xiao casually reached in and grabbed a piece of paper, then handed it to the Tiansheng Sect disciple next to him. The man opened it and read out loud, Xianan Prefecture, Yunnan County, Hanqingan. What? Hanqingan? How is it possible? Why is it him? The disciples of Tiansheng Sect reported it, and the people from all the major sects immediately exclaimed, which scared them. What happened? Master Lin, you are lucky. Continue. Liu Yunfeng's face quickly darkened, because this Han Qinggan was the person he had chosen last night, a disciple with top grade spiritual roots. Although Tiansheng Sect would have to exchange with Tiansheng Sect at that time, Tiansheng Sect would have to pay 3 middle grade spiritual roots. Xianan Prefecture, Heian County, Lin Xiao. When the second name was reported, the people from all the major sects were all in an uproar, especially Liu Yunfeng, who was staring at Lin Xiao with his eyes spitting fire. Another top grade spiritual root. There were only 2 top grade spiritual root disciples this year, and all of them were taken away by Lin Xiao. How could this be possible? Master Lin, please continue. Elder Liu. It's too slow to draw one by one. Can I grab a handful at random? Of course, as long as it doesn't exceed the number of Tiansheng Sect. Okay, then grab it at random. Lin Xiao nodded, and then really grabbed a handful at random, counted 33 cards, and then handed them to the Tiansheng Sect disciple next to him to call out the names. The man called out 33 names in a row. Wait a minute. However, just after the names were called out, Qin suddenly shouted, Elder Qin, what's the matter? I suspect Master Lin cheated. Most of the 33 names are medium grade spiritual roots. How is this possible? Qin roared. At first, Lin Xiao drew 2 high grade spiritual roots, and he didn't care. After all, Tiansheng Sect couldn't get those places. But the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Among the remaining 33 places, he knew that there were more than a dozen disciples with medium grade spiritual roots. This was too incredible. Elder Qin, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. This box was prepared by the Tiansheng Sect, and it has been used for decades. It is mixed with Xiangang stones, and engraved with magic arrays. Even the Purple Mansion cultivators cannot penetrate it with their spiritual sense. How do you say I cheated? Then explain why you didn't draw a disciple with ordinary qualifications. Yes, Sect Leader Lin, there are 400 notes in the box, 100 of which are disciples with ordinary qualifications. You drew more than 30, and avoided ordinary qualifications in all of them. That's incredible. Sect Leader Lin, you see, it's not our Tiansheng Sect that denies this result, but the other sects all find it incredible. Liu Yunfeng said hurriedly, using the words of public anger to threaten Lin Xiao. Then what do you think we should do, Elder Liu? The previous draw doesn't count. We will recheck the boxes, and you draw lots again. Of course, as compensation, I decided to give 1 share from Tiansheng Sect to Tiansheng Sect. What do you think? Elder Liu is fair. Lin admires him and agrees. But my luck will be so good next time, I can't just ignore it again. Of course, only once. If you are really lucky, then we can only say that those people have no destiny with Tiansheng Sect. Okay, you guys come and check it out, Lin Xiao said lightly. In the eyes of outsiders, Tiansheng Sect is bullying the weak, but Lin Xiao doesn't care. When the time comes, Liu Yunfeng will know what it means to lose more than what you gain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Teaching Without Discrimination. Liu Yunfeng, Kinyi and others hurry to the stage to check the box for drawing lots. This was specially made by Tiansheng Sect. Not only did it have expensive Xiangang stone, but they also asked a formation master to cover formation to prevent the scanning of spiritual consciousness. Even the purple mansion cultivators could not penetrate the box. After a check, after confirming that the box was fine, they threw all the previous notes into it and shook the box for a long time to ensure that the notes inside were messed up before letting Lin Xiao go on stage again. Lin Xiao grabbed the notes from it very straightforwardly, 3 or 5 at a time, plus the quota given by Tiansheng Sect, grabbed 36 and threw them to the people next to him to call out the names. Xian'an Prefecture, Yunnan County, Hanqinggan Xian'an Prefecture, Heian County, Limxiao Xian'an Prefecture, Heian County. The cultivator from Tiansheng Sect next to him stuttered more and more, and cold sweat broke out on his head, because these notes were no different from the chances just now. How is it possible? Impossible. Same. 80% of them are the same. Hanqinggan and Limxiao again. 2 top grade spiritual roots. What kind of luck is this? It's against the will of heaven. What against the will of heaven? Damn it. Or it's cheating. There was an uproar around, and everyone looked at Lin Xiao with a strange look in their eyes. The first time he could explain it with against the will of heaven, but how to explain the second time? Even Liu Yunfeng was sweating on his forehead. Elder Liu, if this time doesn't count, then that one quota won't be enough. Otherwise each sect can give 3 or 5 quotas to Tiansheng Sect. I can draw again. No. Tiansheng Sect has against the will of heaven. Tiansheng Sect accepts it. Liu Yunfeng shouted hurriedly. He didn't know what went wrong, but he had a hunch that if he drew again and got the same result, he couldn't afford to lose the quota again. Liu Yunfeng didn't dare to take the lead, which made Kinyi very angry, but he didn't dare to take the lead either. Today, Lin Xiao was too evil. He felt that he was evil since the fight with Tianmen. Under such circumstances, he dared not act rashly, and the other sects saw that Tiansheng Sect had accepted it, so they had nothing to say. They knew the situation of Tiansheng Sect very well. What if they really took away so many disciples? Do they have the resources to train them? If the disciples with good qualifications were delayed by the sect for this reason, they would not only not be grateful to the sect, but even resent the sect. This is a buried nail that may explode at any time. Seeing that no one objected, Lin Xiao asked Li Fenggai and Huang Keifeng to take the list and select people immediately. The 400 people selected did not have the right to freely choose the sect, because Tiansheng Sect wanted to maintain the order dominated by him, so it had already discussed with the other 8 major sects. Unless the sect voluntarily gave up, individuals had no right to choose a sect. Once someone disagreed with the sect that was drawn by lot, the other 8 sects would not accept him, directly cutting off his path, and the other small sects had no right to oppose this practice. It was precisely because of this monopoly that the gap in strength between the 9 major sects and the other small sects became larger and larger. If it weren't for the disaster that the Tiansheng Sect suffered, the Tiansheng Sect would not have the courage to challenge the 9 major sects. Of the 36 people, except for Hanqinggan and Limxiao, who had upper grade spiritual roots, the rest all joined the Tiansheng Sect, including a total of 20 middle grade disciples, 14 lower grade disciples, and no ordinary grade disciples. By then, Hanqinggan and the other 2 would be able to exchange for 6 middle grade disciples. In this session of the Ascension Conference, most of the middle grade disciples were recruited by the Tiansheng Sect, making a lot of money. What's going on, Elder Li? The new disciples seem to be very resentful. Lin Xiao has been paying attention to the system. The 34 disciples only brought him less than 400 points, with an average of only 10 points of loyalty per person, and some even have single-digit points. It can be said that their loyalty to the Tiansheng Sect is extremely weak. Master, someone is playing tricks and publicized the affairs of our Tiansheng Sect yesterday. These people think that our Tiansheng Sect is about to fail, so they are very resistant and unwilling to join the Tiansheng Sect. I'm trying to find a solution. I expected it a long time ago. Those people will not let us recruit disciples so easily. Don't worry, I have a countermeasure. You go and take out the sign of our Tiansheng Sect first, and then go to recruit disciples later. Lin Xiao waved his hand. He had expected such a thing to happen, but he already had a countermeasure. Ding dong, host, please pay attention. The side quest is open. Please recruit 200 disciples at the Xianluo City Ascension Conference, and make all the disciples' loyalty higher than 50 points. The time is 3 months. If the task is completed, 3,000 points will be awarded. If the task fails, 10,000 points will be deducted. Please work hard. However, before Lin Xiao started to prepare, the system's voice came again. Lin Xiao saw that he almost cursed again. Recruiting 200 disciples would not be difficult. At each Ascension conference, there would be hundreds of ordinary people who were not wanted by the sect, but it would be difficult to make their loyalty higher than 50 points. If you want those disciples to have a sense of belonging and loyalty to the sect, you must invest a lot of resources in them. This is more than 100 ordinary people. Can the Tiansheng Sect afford it now? I'll go all out. I'll take 100 disciples, and I'll take 200 disciples. I'll take them all. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and decided to go all out. Isn't it just recruiting disciples? The more people, the more points you get. With the system in hand, he really doesn't believe that he can't handle it. Be quiet, everyone. I know what you are thinking. I'm Lin Xiao, the leader of the Tiansheng Sect. You can decide whether to join our Tiansheng Sect after I finish talking. Lin Xiao made a plan in his mind, then walked in front of the 30 or so disciples, circulated his profound energy, and the sound was like thunder, making the scene completely quiet. I know what you are thinking. Yes, our Tiansheng Sect is indeed not the same as before, and most of the masters in the sect have been lost. However, the foundation of Tiansheng Sect is still there, and the mechanism for cultivating disciples in Tiansheng Sect is still there. Your spiritual root aptitude is better than that of ordinary people. You want to join Danliang Sect, but have you ever thought about it? There are more than 1,000 people in Danliang Sect, and how many have medium and low grade aptitudes? At least hundreds of people. After you join, how many resources can Danliang Sect use to cultivate you? You are just an extremely ordinary disciple in Danliang Sect. If you want to be cultivated by the sect in Danliang Sect, do you have the aptitude for top grade spiritual roots? Do you have family elders to support you? No, you have nothing. But it is different with our Tiansheng Sect. We have few people in Tiansheng Sect now. If you join us now, you will be inner disciples. With your aptitude, you will get the maximum cultivation of our Tiansheng Sect. We will give you the best exercises and the best treatment. Smart people know how to choose. Lin Xiao was hysterical and started an impromptu speech. His words were still the same. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. What Danliang Sect lacks is disciples with top grade qualifications like Han Qingyan and Lin Xiao, not disciples with middle and lower grade qualifications. They will only be ordinary disciples if they go there. But Tiansheng Sect is different. Most of the more than 30 disciples are ordinary disciples. Once they go there, they will definitely be inner disciples. At the end, Lin Xiao brought out the joint rules of the 9 major sects. They either join Tiansheng Sect, or are jointly banned by the 9 major sects. Once they withdraw from Tiansheng Sect, no sect dares to accept them. Even Danliang Sect will not take the initiative to break this rule. This is coercion and inducement. After a speech, most people have accepted their fate. Although their loyalty to Tiansheng Sect has not increased much, they no longer think about withdrawing, which temporarily stabilizes people's hearts. When Lin Xiao finished speaking, the remaining disciples were also divided up by the other sects. Tiansheng Sect brought 6 children with middle grade qualifications and took away Han Qingyan and Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao wanted to keep them, Tiansheng Sect did not have the strength to compete with Tiansheng Sect at present, so he had to accept it with a pinch of the nose. After the most important 400 disciples were divided up, the remaining stage was the free recruitment stage. At this stage, those ordinary disciples were cannon fodder. Except for some small sects that would recruit some people, the 9 major sects rarely recruited in previous years, mainly to attract those disciples from aristocratic families to join. The immortal cultivation families of Lu State were relatively miserable. They were suppressed by the government and sects, and they were not a big deal, but this did not mean that the disciples from aristocratic families were not important. Because the ancestors of the immortal cultivation families were all immortal cultivators, the probability of producing spiritual roots was much greater, and the probability of good spiritual roots was also greater. After recruiting them into the sect, the families behind them would often support them, and the sect did not need to invest more resources, and the cultivation speed would be much faster than ordinary disciples. Therefore, this area is also the most competitive place among the 9 major sects. Everyone wants to recruit more disciples with good qualifications and support. The investment is small and the return is high. Lin Xiao knew that the Tiansheng Sect no longer had an advantage, and those disciples from aristocratic families would not join after listening to his tricks. In fact, the aristocratic families had already decided which sect to let the disciples join, so Lin Xiao gave up this area directly. His current target is the hundreds of ordinary disciples that no one wants. Li Fengai, who had already prepared the signboard of the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao added the 4 big characters teaching without distinction on it, and then stood in a crowded place. Lin Xiao gave Li Fengai the impromptu manuscript, and asked him to memorize it, and then asked Li Fengai to go up and give a speech. Chapter 16 I Have a Dream. Everyone, please be quiet. I'm Li Fengai, the elder who teaches skills in the Tiansheng Sect. Friends in the audience may not know me. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Fengai, the elder who teaches skills in the Tiansheng Sect. I'm 42 years old this year. I have ordinary spiritual roots. Yes, you heard it right. I have ordinary spiritual roots, but my cultivation has reached the stage of condensing veins. Li Fengai jumped onto the podium and circulated his profound energy. His voice was like that of a speaker. The vast square was filled with Li Fengai's voice, which attracted everyone's attention at once. Li Fengai saw that everyone's eyes were on him, and he felt a little nervous. But when he saw Lin Xiao's encouraging eyes, Li Fengai suddenly felt a little courageous. You must be wondering, how can I, a cultivator with ordinary qualifications, cultivate to the condensation vein stage and become the elder of the Tiansheng Sect? Now I will tell you why. Because this is the charm of the Tiansheng Sect, and this is the ability of sect leader Lin. More than 30 years ago, I was just like you, standing here at a loss. I went to the Tiansheng Sect to ask if they would accept me. When they saw that I was an ordinary qualification, they said that they had already recruited enough people and didn't want any more. I went to the Tiansheng Sect, and they also told me that I was not the disciple they needed. I asked each sect one by one, but they didn't want me because I only had ordinary spiritual roots. Until I met sect leader Wu of the Tiansheng Sect, he accepted me. He told me that the Tiansheng Sect teaches everyone, no matter you are an ordinary disciple, or a low grade, middle grade, or high grade disciple, as long as you are willing to work hard, there will be a place for you in the Tiansheng Sect, and there will be a place for me in the entire Xianan State, the entire Lu State, and the entire world of cultivating immortals. So I joined the Tiansheng Sect. For more than 30 years, I have put in more effort than others. Others practiced for 1 hour a day, and I practiced for 2 hours. After a year, those disciples with middle grade spiritual roots had already opened their meridians at the 2nd level, and I had just broken through the 1st level. But I did not give up. I still worked harder than them. So 10 years later, those disciples with middle grade spiritual roots had opened their meridians at the 10th level, and I had also opened my meridians at the 8th level. I was about to catch up with them. I knew that my efforts had paid off. And now, I have already condensed my meridians. Those who were better than me back then were still stuck in the meridian opening stage. So today I want to tell you something. That is, I have a dream. This dream is to let you know that our disciples with ordinary spiritual roots are no worse than anyone else. As long as we are willing to work hard, and as long as we choose the right sect, we have hope for everything. Li Fengyu's performance surprised Lin Xiao. He did not expect that his speech ability was still good. Of course, that was also because Lin Xiao wrote a good manuscript. Many words have touched those disciples with ordinary spiritual roots, because some of them have just gone to Tiansheng Sect, Tiansheng Sect and other sects to ask, but they were rejected. So many words resonated with them, and many people were excited. The age of the Ascension Conference in Xianluo City was more open, as long as they were 7 to 18 years old. Those who were over 13 or 14 years old had begun to understand those words. Li Fengyu had just finished speaking, and Huang Keifeng jumped up and continued. This time Huang Keifeng did not talk about these big principles, but gave them real preferential treatment. Huang Keifeng told them the benefits of joining the Tiansheng Sect. For example, fair opportunities, the way to rise, and the benefits given to the family. As long as they joined the Tiansheng Sect, they could move their families to Xianan Town, which was the exclusive territory of the Tiansheng Sect. There were no clerks going to the countryside, no heavy taxes, and as long as the family was not very lazy, they could have enough food and clothing. The Tiansheng Sect also had preferential treatment for the disciples' families, such as allocating land, reducing taxes, etc. Master Lin, are you really going to recruit these hundreds of ordinary quality disciples? The big commotion of the Tiansheng Sect had already alarmed everyone. Liu Yunfeng and his group watched coldly. When they saw that the Tiansheng Sect had officially started recruiting disciples, they walked over and said to Lin Xiao, Elder Liu, this is natural. The purpose of our Tiansheng Sect is to teach everyone. As long as you have the qualifications and can practice, you will be given a fair opportunity. Don't be afraid if your qualifications are not as good as others. Just work harder than others, just like our elderly, who has ordinary qualifications and has condensed meridians. Master Lin always does things unexpectedly, but with the current situation of the Tiansheng Sect, can it afford so many people to practice? The financial resources of the Tiansheng Sect don't seem to be very good. Qinyi sneered. He didn't believe in those truths at all. There is no point in working hard in the world of cultivating immortals. The effect of ordinary quality disciples practicing for a day is not as good as that of high quality disciples for an hour. Unless they use resources at all costs, they can't compare with good spiritual root disciples. This has been the consensus of the world of cultivating immortals for thousands of years. As for the situation of Tiansheng Sect, he was very clear. In the past, when Tiansheng Sect had abundant financial resources, they could only select and train the best like them. But now, does Tiansheng Sect have any other sources of income besides the spiritual fields at the mountain gate? Don't worry about this, Elderkin. We firmly believe that there is strength in numbers. Alchemy, talisman making, weapon refining, formation, and spiritual plants are all ways to make money. These people may not have the qualifications to practice, but it does not mean that they cannot practice the hundreds of arts of immortality. Really? Master Lin is so confident, then Qin will wait and see. Qinyi and others were sneering in their hearts. They were waiting for the scene where Tiansheng Sect was dragged down by these hundreds of disciples. With so many ordinary disciples, even Tiansheng Sect could not take them, let alone the current Tiansheng Sect. Master Lin, let's meet again at the City Lord's mansion tonight. There will be a trade fair between the various sects at that time. If Master Lin is interested, please come. I will definitely go then. Thank you, Elder Liu. Lin smiled and bowed. It is customary to have a trade fair after the Ascension Conference. Usually, the various sects do not have such a large-scale opportunity to gather together, so every Ascension Conference will allow merchants in Xianluo City to carry out some trade activities. Even the Tiansheng Sect will take the initiative to organize some trade fairs. Elder Li, hurry up, stop recruiting disciples. Ah, Master, didn't you say before that there is no discrimination in teaching? Elder Li, there are too many people. We will be stuffed to death. Come on, there are more than 300 people. Lin Xiao shouted, just for a while without watching. These guys actually recruited more than 300 people, far exceeding the system's standard, and the system has issued a reminder that the extra people are also considered as side quests, and their loyalty must be increased to 50. Li Fenggai hurriedly called the disciples to suspend recruitment on the grounds that there were not enough entry application orders. They had to find a merchant to print the entry application orders first. Anyway, they were delayed first. The Ascension conference only lasted for more than half a day, and it would be over when the time was up. System, report the progress of side quests. Ding dong. Side quest, the host has recruited 200 disciples and raised the loyalty of all disciples to above 50. Now 362 disciples have been recruited, with the highest loyalty being 30 and the lowest being 8. Please work harder, host. How many points are left? Ding dong. The points balance is 7653. Lin Xiao looked at the more than 7,000 points and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Are these points a lot? Compared with before, they are more, but now the sect has to feed more than 400 mouths. Even if each person is given one Zuan crystal a month, it will cost more than 400 pills. If one Kingling pill is given a month, that will cost more than 400 bottles. It is simply unaffordable. No, we have to find a way. If we don't give them the resources to practice, their hearts will collapse all of a sudden. By then, let alone raising their loyalty to 50 points, there may be another chaos. Lin Xiao was worried and wanted to solve this problem immediately. The first was the problem of financial resources. With the current financial resources of Tiansheng Sect, it can support at most 100 people to practice, but now there are more than 400 people. It is simply unable to support them with normal financial resources alone. So Lin Xiao quickly set his sights on the system. Now he can only rely on the system. Chapter 17 I have a big baby. The Immortal Ascension Conference ended with a barrage of abuse. Those who were cursed were those who were bewitched by Lin Xiao, but did not join the Tiansheng Sect. However, those who joined the Tiansheng Sect were extremely happy, because it meant that they could embark on the path of cultivating immortals, and that the families of the poor disciples could live a good life. Master, what should we do? There are too many people, more than 300 people. It is a problem to transport them back to the Tiansheng Sect. In the evening, Li Fenggai and Huang Keifeng came to find Lin Xiao. The previous excitement had long gone, and what was left was sorrow. What should they do? If we can't transport it back in one go, we will transport it slowly. But now we have to make some preparations in advance. Elder Huang, you ride your dragon horse back to Tiansheng Sect overnight, and then mobilize the remaining 20 or so disciples to clean up all the ruins of Tiansheng Sect and prepare rooms. Not everyone needs to have a cave. Only outstanding disciples will be qualified to live in caves in the future, so we can have large bunk beds. Also find someone to go to Xianan town and get a batch of daily necessities to the mountain. Food, clothes, etc. must all be prepared, otherwise we won't have anything to eat when we go back. Also, tell Mayor Li that the fields of the Du family and the fields and properties of the families of the expelled disciples of Tiansheng Sect should all be spit out by someone. After we go back, we must make arrangements for the families of these disciples. Only when their families are well arranged, these disciples will be loyal to us. Understand? Got it, Master. Also, prepare more books and textbooks. We can't keep so many people locked up and rely on ourselves to support them. After we go back, divide the disciples into batches and start teaching those who can read to practice cultivation immediately. At the same time, teach them knowledge about alchemy, weapon refining, formations, talisman making, and spiritual plants. If you want to practice quickly, you have to learn to earn Zuan crystals by yourself. After I go back, I will revise the system for training disciples in Tiansheng Sect. The previous one cannot be used. Yes, Master. Okay, Elder Huang can set off. The sooner we get to Tiansheng Sect, the better. Elderly is going to prepare dry food for the carriage. The more the better. We can't waste too much time on the road. Understand? Yes, Master. Okay, split up. Lin Xiao waved his hand and asked them to prepare quickly. Tiansheng Sect still had too few people. If there were a few hundred people, it wouldn't be so tense. After everyone left, Lin Xiao opened the system's point small again and browsed the items on it. Lin Xiao had already discovered that the things in the point small were all good things. For example, the Kingling pill used in the Kame period was the lowest grade in the point small, but when he took it out, it was a top grade Kingling pill. This kind of top grade Kingling pill was almost non-existent outside, because the alchemists who could refine this quality were definitely high level alchemists, and these high level alchemists would not waste time and energy refining Kingling pills. They didn't have so much time, and at most refined a little for their apprentices and relatives to use. Therefore, this kind of Kingling pill was extremely scarce, and the price was several times higher than that of ordinary Kingling pills, and Lin Xiao wanted to take advantage of this price difference, and then he could exchange one bottle for 3 or 5 bottles, so that his points would barely be enough. System: exchange 10 bottles of Kingling pills, 5 bottles of Kingayu pills, 3 poison pills, and this 50-year-old Huangai grass. Lin Xiao began to place large-scale orders, taking out a batch of various spiritual objects that could be used in the Kame spiritual vein stage, and selling them at the evening transaction in exchange for ordinary resources. System: use points to exchange for cultivation. First upgrade me to the 12th level of condensation veins. No. Upgrade to the purple mansion stage. Lin Xiao then decided to improve his own cultivation. If he exposed so many treasures tonight, it would inevitably attract covetousness. He would not forget that the former head was robbed and killed when he came to Xianluo City for trade, and the former head was also at the peak of the 12th level of condensation veins. There were more than a dozen condensation veins cultivators traveling with him, but they were all dead. The murderer of the robbery was most likely a purple mansion cultivator, so Lin Xiao would not repeat the same mistake. Ding dong. Due to the insufficient sect level, the host cannot be promoted to the purple mansion stage. What? Why is that? The full name of this system is the strongest sect system through the ages, which focuses on the development of the entire sect. The Tiansheng Sect is currently the weakest among the 9th rank immortal sects, and its level is insufficient, so this item cannot be operated. Does it mean that, in order to improve the sect level, we must first develop the Tiansheng Sect into a strong sect among the 9th rank immortal sects? The host's answer is correct. Then what does it take to be considered a strong sect among the 9th rank immortal sects? A complete sect organization and enough talents. Are there any specific data? Yes, it is a project to exchange for the rights of all sects. As long as the sect cultivators have 8 or more in the condensation vein stage and have a complete talent pool, the alchemist, weapon refiner, formation master, and talisman maker must all be at the first level or above. Oh my god, it's so difficult. Even the Tiansheng Sect can't reach this level now. Lin Xiao shouted. Tiansheng Sect is similar to the former Tiansheng Sect. There may be enough condensation veins cultivators, but there may not be many spiritual medicine gardens. There are definitely not that many alchemists and array masters. The top 3 sects are the ones that can really meet the standards. This is the system's regulations. Okay, I got it. First, upgrade me to the 12th level of condensation veins, and then exchange me for a 2nd level upgrade in armor and a 2nd level upgrade magic sword, and a residual image talisman. Lin Xiao had to give up, and first improve his own cultivation, and get some life-saving things. After buying these things, he only had 4,500 points left. At night, Lin Xiao came to the city lord's mansion alone. This time he didn't bring Li Fengai with him. Some things should not be known to him too much. There is no benefit. The city lord's mansion tonight is much more lively than last night. Not only the people from the 9 major sects, but also many people from those small sects, as well as the merchants in Xianluo City. Tiansheng Sect is one of the 9 major sects. Sol and Xiao still sat with Liu Yunfeng and the others, which was considered the most distinguished table. The others were much more casual. Fellow Taoists, the trade fair after the Ascension Conference is a convention. The purpose of this trade fair is to promote the level of Xian'an's cultivation world. Among the 13 states of Lu Kingdom, Xian'an is the worst, with only 1/8 grade sect. So for the future of Xian'an's cultivation world, fellow Taoists have to work harder. Elder Liu, everyone is waiting impatiently, so there is no need to say polite words. Most of the people are not here for the first time. I think we can start now. Haha, Elder Chen of Tiansheng Sect is quick to speak, so let's not waste time and start directly. According to convention, people from the 9 major sects must preach to everyone first. I'm not talented, so let's start with me. Liu Yunfeng laughed loudly and then began to explain the problems and obstacles in cultivation to everyone. This is the platform for the 9 major sects to perform. Every time, they will take turns to send people to preach, which can be regarded as a benefit for the other small sects. It is precisely because of this that the people who go up to preach usually talk about the problems of the Kame stage, because there are not many people in the condensing meridian stage in those small sects. In this kind of occasion, no one talks nonsense, and all the talk is practical. As an elder of Tiansheng Sect, Liu Yunfeng is naturally competent. His words have benefited many people. Even if those present can't use it, they can go back to answer the doubts of the disciples. One after another, it was soon Lin Xiao's turn to go on stage. Lin Xiao was not empty. He talked about how to break through the realm. From the Kame stage to the condensing meridian stage is a big level. In fact, at least 90% of the people in the world of immortal cultivation are blocked at this level, including those disciples with middle and lower qualifications. Lin Xiao talked about the experience summarized by the predecessors of the Tiansheng Sect, so it was naturally true. This knowledge was learned by the original owner of this body, and it was considered very sincere to talk about it at this time. My fellow Daoists, everyone knows that the transition from opening the meridians to condensing them is a stumbling block, so in addition to the key points I just mentioned, it is actually best to use elixirs to assist, and among the realm breaking elixirs, the most useful is the barrier breaking pill. Which Daoist knows about the barrier breaking pill? Master Lin, I know the barrier breaking pill. This pill is a 2nd level pill, and it is not difficult to refine. However, the materials for the barrier breaking pill are extremely rare, and 5 of them can be used on 3rd level pills. Therefore, very few people use them on the barrier breaking pill, which also leads to the extremely expensive price of the barrier breaking pill. Master Lin mentioned this pill. Does it mean that you have the barrier breaking pill for sale? This Daoist is right. I do have the barrier breaking pill for sale. Do I need to explain the effect of the barrier breaking pill again? Really, Master Lin, although we have never seen the barrier breaking pill, we have heard of it. Are you really willing to sell the barrier breaking pill? Of course, but only one, Lin replied with a smile. He has 3 pills, but he will only sell 1 here. The remaining 2, he will have better places to go. Everyone in the hall was eager to make a move, especially those from the small sects. The 9 major sects had no shortage of condensation veins cultivators, but they did. If the sect had 1 more condensation veins cultivator, their strength would increase by 3 points. However, the sermon had not yet ended, so everyone was patient. But as soon as Lin Xiao returned to his seat, he received a message from Liu Yunfeng, saying that he had taken a fancy to the barrier breaking pill. The barrier breaking pill was of no use to him, but he had relatives. An old sect like the Tiansheng Sect also had many families within it. His Liu family was quite powerful in the Tiansheng Sect. Liu Zifeng, whom Lin Xiao had met before, was one of his cousins. If the Liu family had 1 more condensation veins cultivator, then their position in the Tiansheng Sect would be more stable. Master Lin, as far as I know, the former master of Tiansheng Sect, fellow Daoist Wu, met with a robbery, and all the wealth of Tiansheng Sect was wiped out. I wonder where Master Lin got the barrier breaking pill. Elderkin, there is a rule in the world of immortal cultivation, that you should not ask about origins. Have you forgotten it? Of course I haven't forgotten it. I'm just curious. Master Lin doesn't have to say it, if he doesn't want to. Actually, there is no secret. It's just that I got a relic. Lin Xiao said lightly. He had to find an excuse for these things, and the relic was the best excuse. Sure enough, when he said this, Liu Yunfeng and others widened their eyes. Chapter 18, Relics. The so-called relics are treasures left by the predecessors in the world of immortal cultivation. However, this predecessor is generally not one's own predecessor, but an unknown one, especially for independent cultivators. Many people have no relatives or friends, and when they are about to pass away, they will leave their life's gains to the destined person. Therefore, from time to time in the world of immortal cultivation, you will hear some news that someone has bumped into a predecessor's cave and obtained some treasure so that he can soar to the sky. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Master Lin, I wonder what level of cultivation this senior had when he was alive. I don't know, but it was at least above the Purple Mansion level. This matter is a matter of blessing and curse. My master came to Tiansheng City to trade, just because he got this relic, and took a few treasures from it, and then he was robbed and killed. Elder Liu, I remember that Tiansheng Sect said they wanted to find out the real culprit. I wonder if you know who the murderer is? Well, to be honest with Master Lin, Tiansheng Sect has investigated that matter, and it is suspected that an outsider Purple Mansion cultivator did it. After the incident, he fled outside Xianan province and there is no way to find out. Liu Yunfeng replied. The robbery and murder of Tiansheng Sect half a year ago also shocked Tiansheng Sect, and they really made an effort to investigate. However, the perpetrators included Purple Mansion cultivators, and maybe more than one, so there was no follow-up. If there is nothing to be found, then please ask the seniors of Tiansheng Sect to continue investigating. If you can find out, Tiansheng Sect will definitely reward you handsomely. Of course, the 9 major sects of Tiansheng are of the same blood. If such a vicious person dares to commit a crime in Tiansheng, Tiansheng Sect will never sit idly by. Then thank you Tiansheng Sect. It's okay, Sect Leader Lin, the lecture is over, and the transaction can begin. Otherwise, let's start with Tiansheng Sect, then I will be disrespectful to refuse. Lin Xiao nodded and went on stage again. This time he was not polite and directly took out the elixirs such as Poison Pill, Kingling Pill, Kingayu Pill, and some spiritual herbs of quite high age. Originally, Lin Xiao had some other items, but in order to create the illusion that the senior of Yibao was an alchemist, he did not take them out, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. The heirloom obtained by Lin Xiao is an alchemist. Go find Lin Xiao after the trade fair, and make sure to buy the alchemy skills. Alchemy skills. A few bottles of elixirs are nothing, but the alchemy skills in his hands are extremely important, and we in Tiansheng Sect must get them. Our Tiansheng Sect has always been restricted by high-level elixirs. If the sect can cultivate a high-level alchemist, then there will definitely be more Purple Mansion cultivators, and it will be just around the corner to overtake Tiansheng Sect. We must buy it at all costs. After Lin Xiao took out a large number of elixirs, the top 3 sects had different ideas. They didn't care about these elixirs, but the alchemy skills made them extremely jealous. A high-level alchemist was extremely important to the sect. The reason why Tiansheng City could become the largest city in Xianan province was because there was Tiansheng Sect nearby, and Tiansheng Sect had a complete talent system, including alchemy skills, weapon refiners and so on. Everyone, these pills are all top-grade pills. I'm selling them today, and I, Lin, don't need you to barter with them. You can just trade with Zuan crystals. For example, this Kingling pill. Please look, it's crystal clear. It's a top-grade Kingling pill. If you don't believe me, you can ask an alchemist to check it out. Master Lin, don't you really want to exchange spiritual objects? Yes, as you all know, the Tiansheng Sect is short of money, and we've accepted hundreds of disciples today, so we have to resort to this last resort. We have to take out precious treasures and exchange them for ordinary Zuan crystals. There's only one chance. Lin Xiao nodded. Generally speaking, a sect will not be short of Zuan crystals, unless it's a large amount of Zuan crystals. What they lack are various precious spiritual objects, which cannot be bought with money. Therefore, most of the precious items are exchanged for barter. But it's different for the Tiansheng Sect now. What they lack is Zuan crystals and ordinary spiritual objects. Soon, Liu Yunfeng arranged for an alchemist to come and check. The result was naturally no problem. They were all top-grade pills, and the efficacy was several times stronger than those sold on the market. No matter where they were definitely the kind that were in short supply. Lin Xiao was not polite and set a high price at the beginning. The ordinary kindling pill was only 2 black crystals, but the one in Lin Xiao's hand, sorry, don't even think about it without 20 black crystals. As for the barrier breaking pill, the price was even more expensive, and the asking price was 500 black crystals, and the highest bidder won. Everyone, don't think that Lin's pills are expensive. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the sect is short of money, this kind of treasure would never be sold. Moreover, one top grade kindling pill is not only as effective as 3 or 5 ordinary kindling pills, but the key is that it has no pill poison and can be used continuously. Master Lin, no need to say more, we all know that I want 3 kindling pills. Master Lin, I want 5 Kingayu pills, can it be cheaper? Excuse me, this price is just the bottom price, it can't be lower. If someone offers a high price, you have to add a little more. Lin Xiao shook his head and was not ready to give in. Now there are many people, if you don't want it, others will want it. Tonight, there are more than a dozen condensation veins cultivators here, and they are basically all high-level sect leaders. No one really believes that they are short of Zuanjing. Soon, all the pills of Lin Xiao were swept away. Among them, the barrier breaking pill had the highest price and was bought by Tiansheng Sect for 800 Zuanjing. Liu Yunfeng of Tiansheng Sect didn't buy any because Lin Xiao had secretly told him that he had reserved a batch for him privately. After selling this batch of pills, Lin Xiao had more than 8,000 Zuan crystals in his hands. Even Liu Yunfeng, a cultivator at the 12th level of condensation veins, might not be able to come up with this number. However, compared with a sect, it was still far from enough. Lin Xiao estimated that it would only cover the expenses of Tiansheng Sect for 2 months at most. However, private transactions were the biggest part. Lin Xiao was preparing to collect enough for a year. After a year, Tiansheng Sect would have to take back the previous source of income when it became powerful. How could it let someone occupy it all the time? People from other sects also came on stage one after another to sell spiritual objects or to buy spiritual objects. The popularity of the trade fair continued to rise, and many good things kept coming out. Although Lin Xiao also felt that some things were useful to him, he still couldn't bear to spend them. He was poor. After an hour, the trade fair ended and everyone dispersed. Lin Xiao returned to the Tiansheng Sect's residence, just as Liu Yunfeng arrived. Master Lin, Elder Liu, what do you mean by that? The recipe for the barrier breaking pill? Not only that, the barrier breaking pill is important, but I want more than just the barrier breaking pill. I also want the recipe for the pill that can help me break through from condensed veins to purple mansion. Elder Liu is joking. No, sect leader Lin, I'm telling you seriously, with the current strength of Tiansheng Sect, we can't find all the materials needed for the recipe. It would be a waste for you to keep it. Why don't you sell it to our Tiansheng Sect? Elder Liu is right, but this kind of high-level recipe is not cheap. What price are you prepared to offer for it? Let sect leader Lin name the price. Tiansheng Sect is absolutely sincere. Liu Yunfeng said lightly. Tiansheng Sect now has more than a dozen elders at the 12th level of condensing veins, but there are too few purple mansion cultivators, only 3. Even Liu Yunfeng himself has taken several years to break through to the 12th level of condensing veins, but he dare not break through rashly because it is too dangerous. If the purple mansion cannot be opened, it is not a matter of failure to advance. At the very least, he will be seriously injured, and at the worst, he will die. So Liu Yunfeng must get this recipe. Okay, this recipe is called K-Fudan, and it can increase the success rate of opening up the purple mansion by 30% for cultivators at the 12th level of condensing veins. I can sell it to Tiansheng Sect for 1 black crystal. 1 black crystal. Sect leader Lin is very ambitious. Just state your conditions. Elder Liu is a quick-witted person. Then Lin will make 2 requests directly. First, Tiansheng Sect must protect Tiansheng Sect. For example, you must send us back to Tiansheng Sect in a few days. Second, tell me the truth about how sect leader Wu of Tiansheng Sect was robbed and killed a few months ago. Other than that, I don't have any other requests. Okay, I agree. Liu Yunfeng pondered for a moment and agreed. Of the 2 requests, the first one was a little more difficult, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. Since you want the recipe, you have to pay a price. First, I will apply to the sect to let a senior from Purple Mansion escort you to Tiansheng Sect, and within the next 3 years, if Tiansheng Sect is invaded by a powerful enemy, Danliang Sect will send troops to protect it. Second, according to our investigation, the robbery and murder of your sect leader Wu should be related to Tiansheng Pavilion. Tiansheng Pavilion, the big business Tiansheng Pavilion in Tianluo City? That's right, there are a limited number of Purple Mansion cultivators in Xianan province. There are only 8 in the open, including the independent cultivators, and they all have a background. Generally speaking, no one would do such a thing in Xianan province, and only foreign businesses like Tiansheng Pavilion have mobile Purple Mansion cultivators. Tiansheng Pavilion has a great background, and behind it is the powerful forces of Jingzhou. Its shops are spread across the 13 states of Lu State, and even in Chen State. According to our investigation, your master, sect leader Wu, made a deal with them before the accident, which involved sect leader Wu's chance to break through the Purple Mansion. It should be that money moved people's hearts, right? Tiansheng Pavilion acts like this. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Master Lin, as long as the matter is done cleanly, there is nothing for them to fear. Some of them have excuses to refuse, but without solid evidence, even the Danliang Sect can't do anything to them, Liu Yunfeng said lightly. The reason why the Danliang Sect couldn't continue the investigation halfway was because there was a powerful force in Jingzhou behind the Tiansheng Pavilion, which was far from something the Danliang Sect could afford to offend. Chapter 19, Castle Tower. Elder Liu, I understand. I hope this matter can be kept secret for Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect does not have the strength to take revenge at this time. Master Lin is a smart man. Danliang Sect is willing to cooperate with smart people. Tiansheng Sect and Danliang Sect are far apart and there is no conflict of strength. We will be good friends in the future. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Liu, but this Keifu pill is not sold exclusively. Please understand, Elder Liu. I think with the strength of Danliang Sect, we are not afraid of Hangshan Sect and Xianhei Sect getting these pill recipes. Lin Xiao nodded. Revenge requires strength. Going to Tiansheng Pavilion now is just seeking death, so Lin Xiao thinks it is better to develop quietly first. He sold this pill recipe to more than one family. The reason why he dared to do so was because Danliang Sect was powerful. A pill is not just a pill recipe. You have to find complete materials and a skilled alchemist. In this respect, Danliang Sect is much better than the other two. Yes, Danliang Sect is much stronger than the other two sects. Besides, if Danliang Sect is no longer a threat, disciples will inevitably neglect it. Danliang Sect is generous. I admire it. The recipe of K-Food belongs to Elder Liu. Elder Liu, do you want the recipe of Pozindan? Yes, Sect Leader Lin. Please make an offer. 3,000 Zuan crystals, or the equivalent Kingling Dan, Yaodan, or even materials for alchemy and refining, spiritual medicine seedlings, in short basic materials, all are fine. TSK, Sect Leader Lin has worked hard for Tiansheng Sect. There is no way, since you are the sect leader, you have to do something. Okay, Danliang Sect will prepare everything within 2 days, and send it to Sect Leader Lin then. Thank you, Elder Liu. Lin Xiao handed the recipes of Pozindan and K-Food to Liu Yunfeng. Liu Yunfeng took it, and walked away with a smile. After a while, the people from Hangshan Sect arrived. The person in charge of Hangshan Sect this time was called Hu Bingliang, who was also a cultivator of the 12th level of condensation veins. The strength of Hangshan Sect was not as good as that of Danliang Sect, but it was still not to be underestimated. The strength of Hangshan Sect was 1 Purple Mansion Patriarch, 6 cultivators of the 12th level of condensation veins, and more than 500 disciples. Master Lin, has Liu Yunfeng just been here? Yes, but don't worry, Elder Hu. I did not agree to Danliang Sect buying out the pill formula, and will only sell it to 3 sects. The other sects are not qualified. Thank you, Master Lin. Master Lin, please make an offer. Okay, Elder Hu, please take a look. Lin Xiao took out a list, which contained all the things he needed. They were all spiritual objects needed by low-level disciples, otherwise they would be directly converted into black crystals. Tiansheng Sect was far away from Xianluo City, and it was not easy to send these spiritual objects, so he simply calculated it according to black crystals. The transaction was completed on the spot, and Lin Xiao sold 2 pill formulas for 10,000 black crystals. Then the people from Tiansheng Sect came and agreed to pay 10,000 black crystals and took the recipe away. Other sects also wanted to buy it, but Lin Xiao refused to sell it. If he sold too much, it would be worthless. In the world of cultivating immortals, low-level recipes are not valuable. For example, Kingling pill can be bought with a dozen black crystals. The more effective the recipe is, the more expensive it is, and the less likely it will be circulated. That's why the recipe in Lin Xiao's hand is so valuable. Lin Xiao estimated the current expenses of Tiansheng Sect. More than 400 people need to spend at least 4,000 spirit stones each, which is about 50,000 a year. He only has a little more than 30,000 in his hands, including the materials given by Tiansheng Sect. There are still many gaps, so he still has to find a way. The next morning, all the major sects were preparing to go home. The recruited disciples had to be sent back to the sect as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. However, other sects generally only recruited dozens of people at a time, and it was unique for Tiansheng Sect to recruit hundreds of people. Therefore, Tiansheng Sect had not found enough carriages yet, and it would take another day or two. Lin Xiao has already entered the inner city market. Xianluo City is divided into 2 cities, the inner and outer cities. The inner city has a spiritual vein that can provide Zuanqi for cultivators to practice, so it gathers many merchants and independent cultivators. The rent from selling houses has become an important source of income for Tiansheng Sect. There are 2 types of shops in Xianluo City Market. The first is opened by local cultivators in Xianyangzhou, mainly Tiansheng Sect, Xianhe Gate, Hongshan Gate, as well as other sects and independent cultivators. The second is foreign shops, and the strength of foreign shops is obviously stronger than that of local forces. The simplest one is some precious spiritual objects. The sects of Tiansheng Sect are not enough for themselves, let alone for sale. Only foreign forces, whose sources of goods are extremely wide, have enough strength to buy and sell high-level spiritual objects. There are only 3 foreign shops, one of which is the Tiansheng Pavilion, and Lin Xiao came to the Tiansheng Pavilion. Master Lin, what a rare guest, what a rare guest. Shopkeeper Li, I'm not worthy of you, I'm not worthy of you. Master Lin, come, how about we discuss in the 2nd floor wing? Thank you, Shopkeeper Li. Lin Xiao followed Shopkeeper Li to the 2nd floor wing, and soon some refreshments were served. Master Lin, I wonder if you have any advice for me today. Shopkeeper Li, the castle tower is a shop, so it's for business. Oh, Master Lin, do you want to sell the pill formula? Haha, Master Li is really well informed. It's a pity that the Tiansheng Sect has already promised that the pill formula can no longer be sold. Otherwise, with the current predicament of the Tiansheng Sect, at least 20 or 30 copies would have to be sold to him. Master Lin, you're joking. Why are you here today? To sell pills. Oh, Master Lin, do you want to sell the barrier breaking pill? Shopkeeper Li, take a look at this pill first. Lin Xiao took out the marrow cleansing pill and handed it to Shopkeeper Li. When Shopkeeper Li saw it, he was shocked again. It was another top grade pill. He was also present at the City Lord's Mansion's trade fair last night and knew what kind of pills Lin Xiao sold. No matter what kind of pills they were all of top grade quality. He wondered how advanced the alchemy skills of the Ibao senior were. This, could it be a marrow cleansing pill? Shopkeeper Li has good eyesight. Top grade marrow cleansing pills. What effects would this have? Ordinary marrow cleansing pills can remove impurities from the human body and increase the aptitude for cultivation, but Lin's marrow cleansing pill is enough to make a person rise to a higher quality, from a lower quality to a middle quality, from a middle quality to a higher quality, and from a higher quality to a top quality. Really, Master Lin, don't lie to me. Shopkeeper Li's breathing became rapid, staring at Lin Xiao intently. Ordinary marrow cleansing pills were already very precious, but they were useless after taking 3 pills, and 3 pills were not enough to improve a quality. He could imagine how rare this marrow cleansing pill was. There should be an alchemist in the castle tower. You can call him to inspect the goods. No need, Master Lin. You name a price for this marrow cleansing pill. The castle tower wants it. 20,000 black crystals, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Shopkeeper Li didn't even want to inspect the goods, and it was obvious that he wanted to take the marrow cleansing pill himself, not through the castle tower. In this case, he would ask for a high price. 20,000, Master Lin, are you kidding me? Shopkeeper Li screamed. What does 20,000 mean? He was in charge of the castle tower for a year, but his monthly salary was only 1,000 black crystals. 20,000 was his salary for 20 years. Shopkeeper Li, you get what you pay for. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are top grade talents every year, but top grade talents are extremely rare. Even in the entire Lu Kingdom, it takes more than 10 years to produce one. TSK, Shopkeeper Li, do you know what top grade talents mean? Lin smiled and replied. As long as a disciple with top grade talents does not die young, it means that he can at least cultivate to the Purple Mansion stage. Even the Daogang stage is very promising. A Daogang cultivator, no matter where he is an absolute master. In the huge Tiansheng Sect, it is said that only the Tiansheng Sect has a Daogang ancestor. I know, but 20,000 black crystals are really too many. Since Manager Li thinks it's too expensive, then even if the deal fails, I'll go look somewhere else. No, Manager Lin, please sit down, let me think about it for a moment. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry. 20,000 spirit stones was already a high price he had asked for. The normal price should be around 10,000. However, for the castle tower, without 20,000, there's no deal. Master Lin, can you please charge less? I really can't afford 20,000 black crystals. Shopkeeper Li, I told you, you get what you pay for. The various materials for the marrow cleansing pill alone cost 3,000 spirit stones, and you can only refine one top grade marrow cleansing pill in one furnace. We need an alchemist at least at rank 3 to make the decision. The key is whether you can refine it into a top grade one. That's a matter of fate. All the various fees add up to more than 10,000 black crystals. You have to let me make some money. Master Lin, didn't you get this from a relic? Master Li knows about relic treasures. One less pill you use means one less. To tell you the truth, there is only one marrow cleansing pill. If it weren't for the current situation of the Tiansheng Sect, do you think I would have sold it? Understood. So, Master Lin, give me a day. Don't sell it to others yet, okay? This is not the first time that our Tiansheng Sect has dealt with the castle tower. We completely trust your reputation. I'll give Master Li one day to raise the black crystals. Lin Xiao nodded and left after chatting for a few words. Behind Lin Xiao, Shopkeeper Li showed a complicated look in his eyes. One day later, Tiansheng Sect collected more than 50 carriages and set off for Tiansheng Sect with more than 300 disciples. Lin Xiao and other 12 monks rode fast horses to escort them in front and behind, and there was also a Purple Mansion monk from Tiansheng Sect to protect them secretly. Fish, I have used the marrow cleansing pill as bait. Please don't let me down in front of the Xianluo city gate. Lin Xiao looked at the city gate and sneered in his heart. Weak strength does not mean that he cannot take revenge or collect some interest first. Chapter 20 Battle of Purple Mansion. Xianluo city is more than 1,000 miles away from Tiansheng Sect. If a cultivator rides a fast horse, it only takes 2 or 3 days to travel hundreds of miles a day. However, these new disciples have no cultivation, and the carriage is not as fast as the horse, so they can only travel 50 or 60 miles a day, and the whole journey takes more than 20 days. Master, it seems that we have to buy a batch of dragon horses in the future. The speed is too slow. After walking for 3 consecutive days and only walking less than 200 miles, Li Fengai was already a little anxious, and said to Lin Xiao, Elder Li, the dragon horse is indeed needed, but these disciples are all children in their teens, and cannot bear the bumps. The carriage must also be improved and specially made. You will be responsible for this matter. After you go back this time, you must make the carriage move quickly without being too bumpy, understand? Understood, Master. Okay, let the caravan stop and set up camp. Let the disciples set up the formation. Elderly, you have to work hard, and the evening classes cannot be interrupted. Lin Xiao nodded. The daily travel time is not very long, because those disciples can't stand it, and Lin Xiao will not waste more than 20 days. So Lin Xiao arranged Li Fengyu to teach those disciples. The content of the class now is not the content of cultivation, but some related knowledge, such as the division of realms, the distribution of forces in Tiansheng, and the glorious deeds of the ancestors of Tiansheng Sect, etc., so that they know what the situation is like in the world of cultivation. After the caravan stopped, the disciples circled the carriages together and set up defensive formations outside the carriages. Some disciples also began to prepare food, each doing their own job, a busy scene, and Lin Xiao came to the outside of the camp, and a figure appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Master Lin, you are too slow. Yes, Senior Zhang, but those disciples are too weak to go fast. If they go fast, their bodies won't be able to bear it. I don't care about that. 20 days, I will protect you for another 20 days at most. Do you know how precious the time of a purple mansion cultivator is? The purple mansion cultivator from Tiansheng Sect sneered. Although the sect had given him an order to protect the disciples of Tiansheng Sect and bring them home safely, he couldn't accept the speed. It was so slow, like an ant. Yes, Senior Zhang, we will definitely reach Tiansheng Sect in 20 days. As soon as possible, I will leave when the time is up. Thank you, Senior Zhang. Lin smiled and bowed, then left. The purple mansion cultivator from Tiansheng Sect was extremely arrogant, which was within his expectations. After all, in Xianan province, purple mansion cultivators were already considered the top cultivators. 7 days passed like this, and the group of people from the Tiansheng Sect traveled 600 miles, but compared to the entire journey, they had not even covered half of it. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry. Every night after setting up the camp, he would walk around outside, under the pretext of patrolling the surroundings. Did the fish finally take the bait? On this day, after setting up the camp, Lin Xiao once again went out to patrol the camp, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Boom! Sure enough, the next moment, a sword light suddenly appeared, and swept towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao immediately drew his sword to meet it, and at the same time a bright light flashed on his body. Puff! Puff! Lin Xiao's sword light was shattered by the opponent's sword light, and the protective talisman on his body was also shattered at the same time, but the sword light could not go any further. A silver light appeared on the shattered clothes. It was the inner armor that Lin Xiao had specially exchanged from the system. Second level inner armor. Okay, I want it. The figure suddenly appeared, and when he saw the inner armor on Lin Xiao, his eyes suddenly lit up. This inner armor is extremely precious. The armor that the Iron Sword Sect's Iron Army had made before is rubbish compared to the inner armor, and the price is at least 3 to 5 times different. The attacker transformed into a giant palm and tried to grab Lin Xiao. This kind of shape-shifting martial arts is the function of the purple mansion cultivators. However, the next moment, the giant palm grabbed nothing, and Lin Xiao disappeared. What a fast speed! Is it the mysterious talisman again? You really know everything. Fellow Taoist from the castle tower. Lin Xiao appeared behind the man and stabbed him with a sword, but was blocked by him. Purple mansion cultivators are not so easy to kill. What castle tower? I don't know what you are talking about. Master Lin is so ostentatious in Xianluo City. I'm not the only one who is eyeing you. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Anyway, I'm just collecting a little interest today. Lin Xiao used the 13 deadly swords. Each sword was faster and more fierce than the last. Relying on the speed brought by the residual image talisman, he actually fought the purple mansion cultivator on equal terms. Humph, let's see how long your spiritual talisman can last. The purple mansion cultivator was very angry. Lin Xiao's speed was too fast, 3 points faster than him. He couldn't catch Lin Xiao at all, but Lin Xiao couldn't break his defense either. He could only be anxious and wait for the effect of the spiritual talisman to fail. Fool, this master is using you to practice. Lin Xiao sneered in his heart. There were not many sparring partners in the purple mansion period. Lin Xiao did his best to keep bombarding and killing, and slowly use the fourth sword of the 13 deadly swords, but it was a pity that the fourth sword couldn't kill him either. The time for the after image talisman is almost up. Let's stop playing. Lin Xiao looked at the after image talisman that was about to lose its luster and quickly took out a cylindrical one from the storage ring and threw it to the man, who chopped it open with a sword. Boom, an extremely violent explosion occurred, and in the smoke, Lin Xiao saw the man flying backwards, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood in the air, and fell to the ground. Coo. The man didn't die immediately, but he was about to die. Everything in front of him was blurry, and his robes had long been in disarray. I said, today I'm just collecting some interest. The castle tower is nothing more than that. Lin Xiao walked forward, sneered, and then took his life with a sword, and quickly took off his storage ring. Master Lin, what is that thing you just used? It's so powerful. Another figure appeared, but this person was Senior Zhang from the Tiansheng Sect. He stood a few meters away from Lin Xiao and said, his eyes were extremely alert. At this time, his heart was extremely shocked. The strength of the cultivation world is divided according to the realm of cultivation. The difference between the purple palace and the condensing veins is a big realm. He has never heard of any condensing veins that can kill the enemy across levels, and it is a big realm. Is this what Senior Zhang is talking about? Lin Xiao took out another cylindrical object, like a large firework, and the purple palace of the Tiansheng Sect retreated 2 steps without leaving a trace. Exactly. What is this thing? Why have I never heard of it? Lin doesn't know either. This is from the relics. There are only 2 of them. Lin Xiao replied. In fact, this is a special item he exchanged from the system. It is called a talisman. This cylindrical thing, that looks like a large firework, is a talisman. It can store multiple talismans. When used, the effects of the talismans can be superimposed to kill powerful enemies. The talisman that Lin Xiao used before contained a full 50-second level explosion talismans, so the purple mansion of the castle tower could not stop it at all. This was when it was not full. If it was filled with 300, even the 12th floor of the purple mansion might not be able to stop it. Of course, this talisman was extremely expensive. One cost Lin Xiao 1,500 points. Lin Xiao could not afford a talisman with 300 talismans. Even the talisman in his hand was just an empty frame. However, the Tiansheng Sect cultivator didn't know that it was just an empty shell. He only saw that the purple mansion cultivator just now couldn't stop the things in Lin Xiao's hand. At this time, his heart was particularly complicated. He already knew that Lin Xiao had obtained the relic, but he didn't know that there were so many treasures in the relic. He is the only worshipper of the Tiansheng Pavilion in Qianluo City. I remember that his surname is Lin. Master Lin, what do you want to do next? The purple mansion cultivator of the Tiansheng Sect went to take off the fake mask on the man's face, revealing a young face. Lin Xiao didn't recognize him, but the Tiansheng Sect knew that it was the worshipper of the Tiansheng Pavilion. I don't want to do anything, just collect some interest. Could it be that the Tiansheng Pavilion dares to take the initiative to attack the Tiansheng Sect? Lin Xiao snorted coldly and then threw a spiritual talisman on the corpse. Soon, a fire burned fiercely, and soon the corpse was burned. Lin Xiao didn't care about it anymore and turned to go into the camp. With the threat of the talisman, the purple mansion of the Tiansheng Sect didn't dare to attack him easily. From the second day on, Lin Xiao sped up his travel speed, requiring them to walk at least 80 miles every day, regardless of whether the disciples could bear it or not. He did not encounter any threats along the way, even when passing by the Tiansheng Sect's territory. It took him 20 days to finally reach the Tiansheng Sect. Chapter 21. The Tiansheng Sect's strategy. As soon as more than 300 people arrived at Tiansheng Sect, the deserted Tiansheng Sect immediately became lively. Together with the previous disciples, there are now more than 400 people in Tiansheng Sect, which is more than the peak period, but most of them are new disciples with no cultivation. Huang Keifeng returned to Tiansheng Sect in advance and had already made preparations. He built several rows of dormitories, each with 4 beds, and easily accommodated more than 300 disciples. In addition, a large amount of food was mobilized from the foot of the mountain to ensure that all disciples would not go hungry, and the large amount of resources brought back by Lin Xiao also solved the urgent needs of Tiansheng Sect. Now the Tiansheng Sect has a lot of things to rebuild. Among this batch of disciples who are recruiting, there are less than 30 people of middle and lower grades, and most of them are disciples of ordinary qualifications. Therefore, we have to change the way we train disciples and force them to practice hard. Now I will tell you a few measures. The first is to set up a new disciple academy. All disciples will be students of the academy and only enjoy the treatment of menial disciples. The academy is divided into 2 classes. The first class is the literacy class. All illiterate disciples will enter the literacy class regardless of their cultivation level. The literate disciples will take an assessment, and those who pass the assessment will enter the cultivation class. The second is to issue various reward measures. The treatment of menial disciples is not even enough for basic cultivation. If they want to obtain more resources, they have to be better than others. For example, in the literacy class, whoever learns faster can get a reward, and all the rewards are exchanged for sect merit points, which can be exchanged for Zuan crystals, elixirs, magic tools, and talismans in the future. The incentives for the training class should not be limited to cultivation, but also include the means of cultivating the 100 arts of immortality, such as alchemy, refining, array, talisman, spiritual plants, etc. Whoever has made achievements will be rewarded. The more you learn, the faster you practice, and the richer the rewards. The sect will not hesitate to reward, and outstanding disciples must be greatly rewarded. The training class is a 2-year course. After 2 years, those who have opened their meridians below the 3rd level will enjoy the treatment of outer disciples, and those who have opened their meridians above the 3rd level will enjoy the treatment of inner disciples. In addition to new disciples, those old disciples also have corresponding incentives, or the skills of cultivating the 100 arts of immortality. Whoever has achieved success will be trained. Lin Xiao talked freely, and talked about all kinds of incentives. No matter whether they are new or old disciples, they all have incentives. Anyway, the sect has only one purpose, which is to force you to practice diligently. If you don't practice, you can only get the lowest monthly salary. If you want to obtain resources, you have to show better results than others. At this time, after Lin Xiao's trip to Xianluo City, his prestige in Tiansheng Sect has been at its peak. No one dared to refute him. Lin Xiao can do whatever he wants. No one objected, and the implementation began the next day. When these incentives came out, the ordinary disciples were naturally overjoyed, but those of the middle and lower grades were unhappy. This was different from what was said before. What about the treatment of inner disciples? But it was useless for them to be unhappy. How could they get off after they had already boarded the Tiansheng Sect? And to be honest, these rules would not be that disadvantageous to them, but more favorable. If they were good at competing with a group of poor qualifications, and could still lose, it could only be said that they did not work hard. The Tiansheng Sect had a lot of things to do, and the things were extremely complicated. Even though Lin Xiao had promoted 3 elders, there were still not enough people. As a last resort, he could only let the old disciples come out to do things, and promoted a group of middle-level managers. Under Lin Xiao's diligent management, things in the mountain gate slowly began to get on track. Fortunately, the Tiansheng Sect was not built from nothing. The sect had a framework structure before. Although those old disciples had never been managers, they had been managed for many years. They had never eaten pork, but they had seen pigs run. Most things could be done according to the previous rules. After dealing with the matters on the mountain, Lin Xiao took a few disciples to Xianan town. The families of more than 300 disciples had moved to Xianan town one after another, but the arrangements for them were a mess, and there were still many legacy issues. Lin Xiao had already ordered the expulsion of the relatives of the disciples who had previously defected from the sect. However, a large part of the relatives of these disciples were big families in Xianan town, and they also had intricate relationships with those big families, such as marriages, so it was difficult for Mayor Li, who was promoted by Lin Xiao before, to carry out his work. Now the people have been expelled, but very little land and property have been recovered, because those who were expelled gave their land and property to people who were closer to them by blood before leaving. and the transfer was reasonable and legal, and Lin Xiao did not dare to implicate them, because if he did so, half of the population of Xianan town would have to be expelled, and the money and food would not be available for the next 1 or 2 years. Therefore, Lin Xiao had to personally take charge of Xianan town and force Meli to abolish the legality of all transfer procedures within 2 months, take back all the land and property that originally belonged to the expelled families, and redistribute them to the families of the new disciples. Meli couldn't do it, so Lin Xiao took his disciples to do it himself. Someone had to be the bad guy, and Lin Xiao was ready to be the bad guy. Master, it's bad. Many former traitors have come from outside Xianan town. They are coming with a fierce force, and have bad intentions. Oh, how many of them have come? A lot, at least 20 or 30. HMPH, then go and meet these traitors. Under Lin Xiao's iron-blooded means, the work of Xianan town went smoothly, but the backlash that was supposed to come still came, and the rebellious disciples of Tiansheng Sect appeared again. Lin Xiao took the lead and appeared at the gate of Xianan town. Soon, a group of people appeared, with more than 30 people, led by 2 condensation veins disciples, one of whom was Wei Yiming, who had been defeated by Lin Xiao. Stop, this is a territory of Tiansheng Sect. Who are you? Lin Xiao, you are going too far. Oh, how am I going too far? We used to be disciples of Tiansheng Sect. Although we have left Tiansheng Sect now, we have to part ways in peace. What right do you have to expel our families, rob our fields and houses, and beat up our relatives? What a joke. Xianan town is the territory of Tiansheng Sect, and the residents in the territory are blessed by Tiansheng Sect. The entire Xianan town belongs to Tiansheng Sect, including those fields and houses. Tiansheng Sect does not want to protect relatives of non-Tiansheng Sect disciples now. So is there a problem with taking back the houses and fields? Then why did you hit people? Those people wanted to forcibly occupy the property of Tiansheng Sect, and they beat up their relatives. If you dare to obstruct the affairs of Tiansheng Sect again, this leader will kill them. Lin Xiao, you are so courageous. You have angered God and people by doing this, and we will not agree. Who do you think you are? What's the use of not agreeing? The Tiansheng Sect is incompetent and unjust, and it deserves to have its people scattered. Today we will seek justice for our loved ones. Anyone who breaks into Xianan town will be killed. Let's see who dares. Everyone follow me. Wei Yiming instigated more than 30 disciples, and rushed towards Lin Xiao together with another condensing veins disciple. Lin Xiao did not show any courtesy to them, and directly took out his sword to meet the enemy. Puchy with just one move, Wei Yiming and 2 monks who had just been promoted to condensing veins died tragically under Lin Xiao's sword. The gap between the 1st and 12th levels of condensing veins is really too far. Senior brother Wei is dead. Senior brother Wei was killed by the people of the Tiansheng Sect. Quick, send a signal for help revenge for senior brother Wei. Let the elders of the sect come to avenge after the 2 died. The remaining people stopped moving forward, but they kept clamoring, and sent out contact signals. Lin Xiao did not stop them, because he had already seen through this despicable trick. Wei Yiming and the other 2 were just cannon fodder and chess pieces. Sure enough, in less than a cup of tea, several figures flew over. The leader was Qinyi, the great elder of Tiansheng Sect. The people around him were all cultivators above the 8th level of condensation veins, all of whom were elders of Tiansheng Sect. Master Lin, why did you kill my disciples of Tiansheng Sect? Your disciples of Tiansheng Sect broke into my Tiansheng Sect's territory, which is like an invasion. Why not kill them? This is just your one-sided statement. Where is the evidence? Grand Elder, Senior Brother Wei was only reasoning with that Lin, begging him to let our relatives in Xianan town go. But that Lin suddenly attacked 2 senior brothers, killed them, and wanted to kill us as well. Grand Elder, you have to make the decision for us. Yes, Grand Elder, that Lin is too scary. He kills people over a disagreement. How can he do that? Among those disciples, as soon as they heard Qinyi's words, someone immediately jumped out to confuse right and wrong and testified against Lin Xiao's crimes, and the others followed suit. Master Lin, you heard it too. Do you have anything to say? Nothing to say. This is Xianan town. I only know that there is an enemy invasion. Elderkin, you are now standing at the gate of Xianan town. Why don't you take a step forward? What if this elder steps in? That means they are invading Tiansheng Sect and are the enemies of Tiansheng Sect. Humph, Master Lin is so arrogant. He simply doesn't take our sect seriously. Let this elder teach you a lesson on behalf of Master Wu. Qinyi sneered and then drew his sword. Today's scene was originally a poor performance and the director was Qinyi himself. Qinyi saw the performance of Lin Xiao in Xianluo City. His powerful fighting ability, mysterious talismans, and those top-grade elixirs made Qinyi tremble with fear and aroused his greed. Especially the treasure that Lin Xiao mentioned, which made him sleepless at night. When Tiansheng Sect was in danger, Shanliang Sect took advantage of it. If Tiansheng Sect digested the resources of the treasure, it would be disadvantageous to Shanliang Sect when it became strong again. So after returning to Shanliang Sect, Qinyi began to think about taking action against Lin Xiao. It is better to do it sooner rather than later. So today's scene happened. Lin Xiao looked at Qinyi who rushed up, his eyes full of pity. He wanted to stay in Shanliang Sect for a while, but he didn't expect them to come here so anxiously to die. So Lin Xiao had to fulfill their wish. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Morale is gone. Qinyi did not rush up alone. There were 4 of them, all of whom were elders of the Shanliang Sect. Each of them had a cultivation level of at least the 8th level of condensed veins. Because Qinyi knew that Lin Xiao had a talisman in his hand that could make his body movements extremely fast, he had to prevent Lin Xiao from escaping. 13 deadly swords. The first sword is the dragon out of the sea. Lin Xiao directly used the 13 deadly swords. A dragon roar swept towards Qinyi along with Lin Xiao's long sword, and Qinyi's long sword also emitted a bright light to resist. Ding, the 2 swords collided, and Qinyi's hand suddenly hurt. A turbulent fear appeared in his heart, because just the first move completely suppressed his sword moves, and he was completely at a disadvantage. 13 deadly swords. The second sword is the tiger descending the mountain. The 13 deadly swords emphasizes speed and ruthlessness. Each move is faster and more ruthless than the last, just like a surging river. One move after another, 13 moves are used up, and basically no one of the same level can stop it. As soon as Lin Xiao used his second move, the protective talisman on Qinyi's body emitted a bright light and shattered. Qinyi was only at the 11th level of condensed veins, so how could he be Lin Xiao's opponent? However, Lin Xiao didn't have time to kill him, because the other 3 had already rushed up. Lin Xiao avoided one person and directly attacked the other person with the third sword, Blood Moon Cold Song. Puff, with just one move, the man's protective talisman was broken by Lin Xiao, and a piece of blood appeared on his body. The man covered his chest and retreated wildly. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. Qinyi on the side suddenly screamed, and the remaining 2 people retreated quickly after hearing it. Lin Xiao did not chase him, but stood there, looking at Qinyi coldly. 12 level. 12 level, you have already reached the 12th level of condensing veins. How is it possible? How is it possible? Qinyi roared, as if he had seen something that shocked him. 3 months ago, he was sure that Lin Xiao only had the 5th level of opening veins. A month ago in Xianluo City, he was also sure that Lin Xiao was only at the 1st level of condensing veins. The Iron Sword Gate Iron Army still needed the help of spiritual talismans, but in just 1 month, Lin Xiao had already reached the 12th level of condensing veins. How is this possible? Even if Lin Xiao had the aptitude of a top-grade spiritual root, it would be impossible. How long did it take him to cultivate to the 11th level of condensing veins? It took him 30 years. Even so, his cultivation speed was considered relatively fast. How is it possible that someone can go from the 1st level of condensing veins to the 12th level in a month? Why not? Just because you, Qinyi, are trash. Do we all have to be trash? Impossible. Even if you have the best spiritual roots, you can't do it. A relic. It must be a relic, right? What kind of magic medicine is in the relic? Guess. You. Puff Kinyi was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face quickly turned pale because he knew that Tiansheng Sect was going to be finished. Tiansheng Sect had taken advantage of Tiansheng Sect's misfortune, and now they were plotting to kill Lin Xiao. It was already a feud that would never end. With Lin Xiao's cultivation level, Tiansheng Sect could not stop him at all, because the highest cultivation level of Tiansheng Sect was only the 12th level of condensation veins, and Lin Xiao still had that kind of body movement talisman that had not been released yet. Are you scared now, Elder Qin? Master Lin, Tiansheng Sect has lost. Please forgive these people's lives. It's all Qin's fault. Qin is willing to take responsibility for everything. Grand Elder, no. Grand Elder, let's retreat, separate ways. Shut up and listen to me, Master Lin. They are all innocent. Please forgive them. Qin shouted angrily. Run. Where to run? The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. As long as Lin Xiao blocks the gate of Tiansheng Sect, the entire Tiansheng Sect will be finished. Elder Qin is a real man. This sect leader admires him. If you want me to let Tiansheng Sect go, it's simple. Each of you four will have one arm cut off and hand over your storage rings and storage bags. In addition, all the disciples of Tiansheng Sect will be expelled from the mountain gate. You have 3 days to complete it. If you can't do it, then after 3 days, I will kill Tiansheng Sect. I want to see how strong your Tiansheng sect formation is and how long you can hide. Lin Xiao sneered. In fact, Tiansheng Sect is not so easy to destroy. The mountain gate of each sect is the top priority of defense. The mountain protection sect is extremely difficult to attack. Tiansheng Sect still has more than 300 disciples. Even if Lin Xiao is a purple mansion cultivator, he can't break the mountain protection formation at will. But Lin Xiao can block the door and guard in front of the mountain gate. Who dares to come out? In this case, Tiansheng Sect will still collapse in half a year at most. The production of the mountain gate alone can't support the cultivation of so many people. Great Elder, you must not agree to it. We will fight with the surnamed Lin. Yes, Great Elder, you can't agree to it. This is a heartbreaking move by the surnamed Lin. Once you agree, the morale of the Tiansheng Sect will be dispersed. Great Elder, run. Go back and activate the mountain protection formation. The surnamed Lin can't do anything to us. Qin, I will give you 30 seconds to think about it. If you don't agree, this headmaster will start a massacre. This headmaster wants to see how many of you can go back today. 30, 29, 28. Seeing that several elders of the Tiansheng Sect were extremely loyal to the sect, Lin Xiao immediately increased the intensity of coercion. He would destroy the Tiansheng Sect sooner or later. They were looking for death. Now let's disperse their morale and hearts first. 10, 9, 8. Stop, Headmaster Lin, we recognize it, we recognize it. As Lin Xiao's voice became faster and faster, Qin finally couldn't stand it. Others didn't know the horror of Lin Xiao, but he knew it. Once that kind of body movement talisman was activated, no one here today would think of leaving. Grand Elder. Why, Grand Elder? If you still recognize me as the Grand Elder, then listen to me. This is for the sake of Tiansheng Sect. We are not as skilled as you, so we deserve it. Qin was filled with grief and indignation. He slapped his left arm with the palm. With a click, his arm broke. Then he took off his storage ring and threw it at Lin Xiao's feet. Under the pressure of Qin's eyes, the other three had to break one of their hands and take off their storage tools. Then they turned around and ran away, leaving the disciples looking at each other. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know what was going on. How could it become like this? Until someone shouted run, a group of people fled. Lin Xiao still didn't chase them. They were just a group of stray dogs. It was not worth his effort. Back in Xianan town, the accompanying disciples immediately publicized Lin Xiao's achievements. When those people knew that Wei Yiming and the other two were killed, and even the great elder of Tiansheng Sect was defeated, they knew that it was completely hopeless to fight against Tiansheng Sect. The rest of the work became simple, and all the previous difficulties disappeared without a trace. So Lin Xiao left 2 people to supervise, and he led the remaining disciples back to Tiansheng Sect. The matter of Xianan town seemed insignificant compared to the mountain gate. Master, you have already reached the 12th level of condensed meridians. As soon as Lin Xiao came back, Li Fenggai was the first to see him, trembling with excitement. The 12th level of condensed meridians has extraordinary significance for a sect like Tiansheng Sect. It means that the sect's strength is completely stable, and small sects like Tiansheng Sect will never dare to challenge their status again. That's right, Elderly also needs to continue to work hard, and you will soon be able to reach this level too. Yes, Master, but Master, why did you let Qinye and the others go? Shannyang Sect has gone too far, and it is simply a hatred that will never end. Li Fenggai asked again. At this time, he was extremely loyal to Tiansheng Sect, and the matter of Xianan Town was obviously a trap set by Tiansheng Sect to surround and kill Lin Xiao. This was an act of tearing apart the relationship. It's okay, Shannyang Sect is not a concern. The reason why we keep them is that we can't take over Shannyang Sect. If we defeat them now, it will only give others an advantage. Do we have the strength to occupy Shannyang Sect? That's right. Our disciples' cultivation is too low. So this time I broke their backbones and their morale was completely crushed by me. In the future, we can eat them whenever we want. You should work harder and improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Understand? Lin Xiao nodded. This is why he didn't kill Qinye and the others. Because at this time, the strength of Tiansheng Sect is still too small. Once Shannyang Sect is destroyed, it will not be able to occupy it. So let's keep them for a while. Master, don't worry, I will work hard. By the way, those new disciples have been in for almost a month. How are they doing? Lin Xiao nodded and asked again. He only cares about loyalty. In this month, more than 300 disciples have added more than 3,000 points to him, but after calculating, the average loyalty of each person is only more than 30, which is still a long way from the side quest, and there is only 1 month left. Master, I really want to tell you about this. The Master's incentives are very effective. Most of the disciples are very hardworking, but some of them have given up on themselves. No matter what I say, it's useless. Li Fenggai replied quickly. Lin Xiao has a lot of incentives. Basically, there is a small test every 3 days and a big test every week. Moreover, the content of the competition is not limited to cultivation. It gives most of the ordinary disciples a chance. Under the motivation of many resources, most people are extremely hardworking, and the effect is also very significant. However, there is still a group of people who have been defeated in several competitions, and their qualifications are also poor. They just give up. Li Fenggai's persuasion is useless. Chapter 23, Chicken Blood Lesson. Li Fenggai's words made Lin Xiao frown. There was only 1 month left to complete the side quest. If he failed to complete it, he would be deducted 10,000 points. By then, he would even owe points to the system, which was absolutely not allowed. Elderly, the fact that this kind of situation can happen shows that our incentive measures are still flawed. There are rewards but no punishments. We must adjust the measures. Those disciples who give up on themselves must be severely punished. The Tiansheng Sect does not support idlers. There is no way for them to get by in the Tiansheng Sect. You should discuss this with Elder Huang and Elder Chen. The lightest punishment is standing in the corner, slapping the palms, running, or arranging them to clean and do chores. In severe cases, they will be punished to do hard labor and expelled from the sect. Their families will also be expelled from Xianan Town. Yes, Master, we will continue to improve the rules. Well, there is another important point. Today, the 3 of you elders and the deacons and managers should come to the main hall. I will give you a training course, and then you will teach the new disciples. Training course, Master, what training course? Chicken blood course. Lin Xiao smiled. If he wanted to increase the loyalty of his disciples, isn't that simple? Just give them a shot of chicken blood. Die for a just cause. These 4 words are what I'm going to teach you today. Do you know what it means to die for a just cause? As a person lives, one must have some ethics. You must be loyal to whoever you eat. If you are a soldier, then you will be loyal to your unit. If you are a disciple of an aristocratic family, then you must put the interests of your family first. And disciples of a sect must also serve the sect and be loyal to the sect. It is the Tiansheng Sect that has given you food and clothing and given you. How do you show your loyalty? Say it with your mouth, remember it in your heart, and do it with your hands. You have to do these 3 things. Do you know the fate of ungrateful people? You must know that many people have rebelled against the Tiansheng Sect in the past, but do you know their fate now? For words to describe them, dogs that have lost their homes. The Tiansheng Sect is in a difficult situation right now. It is supported by a few high-level officials headed by sect leader Lin Xiao. But has the sect ever treated you, the new disciples, badly? What you eat and drink, the elixirs and techniques you use for cultivation, which one was not obtained by sect leader Lin's hard work? How about you? You dare to sleep in class, can you live with your conscience? Now, please invite disciple Wang Ziji to come up and give a speech. Tell me about the changes in you after he came to the Tiansheng Sect. Please come on stage. Hello, seniors. I'm Wang Ziji. My hometown is Heian County. Our family used to be very poor. We didn't have enough to eat. I remember on my 8th birthday, my mother said she wanted to make me a bowl of noodles, but she was reluctant to put eggs in it because eggs had to be sold for money and had to pay various taxes. After Lin Xiao trained Li Fenggai and the others, a group of people took turns teaching the new disciples. The content of the class and the skills of speaking all came from Lin Xiao's memories of his previous life. Among them, there are powerful weapons such as recalling the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness and complaining, so the effect is very good. The new disciples are like being injected with chicken blood. They are full of enthusiasm every day and study hard with full spirit. Their crazy ideas make Li Fenggai and others feel scared. It's too scary. Lin Xiao also adds courses for them at the right time. They only have 5 hours of sleep time every day. The rest of the time is either studying various courses or meditating and practicing. The degree of hard work is much higher than that of other sects in China and Tao. Under the stimulation of these means, the new disciples' sense of belonging to the sect has also greatly increased, and the sense of belonging is almost equivalent to loyalty. In just 10 days, the loyalty of most disciples is hovering around 40, and the loyalty of dozens of disciples is above 50. Lin Xiao's points in the system have also reached an unprecedented height, with 12,000 points. If you have money, but don't spend it, you're a fool. Naturally, Lin Xiao would not waste the points there. So Lin Xiao added all the institutions of the sect, such as the Sutra Pavilion, the Spiritual Medicine Garden, the Alchemy Room, the Refining Room, the Martial Arts Field, etc., and exchanged dozens of yellow-level exercises, precious spiritual medicine seeds, various materials for alchemy and refining, etc. from the system to enrich them. It cost Lin Xiao 5,000 points. Not only that, but also a large number of elixirs such as the Marrow Cleansing Pill, the Jade Pill, the Spirit Clearing Pill, the Barrier Breaking Pill, etc. were exchanged, ready to be used to reward disciples and find a few people to focus on training. With the arrival of many resources, the morale of the disciples was once again condensed and improved, and their loyalty to the sect continued to increase. There were many who were over 60, and only a dozen were below 50. For these dozen people, Lin Xiao decided to give them one last chance. Lin Xiao spent 100 points to exchange a heart refining formation from the points mall, and then called the dozen people into the formation in the name of class, and then activated the formation. The refining heart formation is also a kind of illusion formation. In the formation, they went out to perform tasks, but they were soon caught by the vicious enemy, who tortured them severely and asked them to betray the Tiansheng Sect. The performances of more than a dozen people were also different. Some persisted for a long time, some confessed after a little torture, and some smart ones confessed false information, but no one was willing to die for the Tiansheng Sect. Those who surrendered after a little torture, let's deal with them. Elderly master, one of them has a middle grade qualification. What are we going to do if we can't fight for the sect and surrender at the slightest difficulty? Have you forgotten the chaos in the sect a few months ago? I understand. Master Li Fenggai looked reluctant. That was a disciple with a middle grade qualification. Even in Tiansheng Sect, there were not many people. In Tiansheng Sect, they were even more precious. But their thoughts also made Li Fenggai sigh. If she asked herself, the Tiansheng Sect had treated them well enough. Although they were treated as menial disciples at the beginning, they had been given a small test every 3 days and a big test every 5 days for more than a month. They were deliberately given a variety of rewards. As long as they were willing to work hard, the treatment they received would not be lower than that of the inner disciples. If you look at other sects, new disciples would not get so many rewards. This was obviously the sect showing goodwill to them, and several of their elders and deacons also taught them earnestly that loyalty to the sect was their only requirement now. Now they did not need to fight for the sect at all. Most people had already done it, but they were the only ones who were indifferent. Such people might be born with a cold temperament. In this case, don't blame the Tiansheng Sect for being cruel. The resources of the Tiansheng Sect did not fall from the sky. They were obtained by sect leader Lin with great effort. They must not be given away for nothing. Of course, there are a few among these dozen people who are worth training. Li Xiao talked to a few of them afterwards and said that the sect would still give them some opportunities and hope that they would seize the opportunity and not make mistakes. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the side quest is completed. There are 355 disciples with a minimum loyalty of 50 and a maximum loyalty of 69. The reward points are 3000. I hope the host will keep up the good work. Ding dong, main quest reminder, the basic requirements for the sect upgrade have been met. Please complete the remaining requirements as soon as possible and upgrade the sect. After the upgrade, there will be more benefits waiting for the host. Please work harder. After the heart refining formation, Lin Xiao fired a few disciples, and the remaining few also improved their loyalty after the conversation. The side quest only requires 200 people, so the side quest has been completed. System, show the situation of the sect. Ding dong, the system page is opened. Host level, 8th grade, condensed veins. Sect name, Tiansheng Sect. 9th grade, number of disciples, 388 people. Host rights, points mall, opened. Sect rights, sutra library, spiritual medicine garden, sect treasure house, etc. are all open. Disciple loyalty, average 61. Medium, points balance, 11,588. Inch chapter 24, steady development. Li Minggyang looked up at Elder Chen in front of him, and he was a little excited, because just yesterday, he successfully introduced a trace of Zuan Qi into Danshan, opened up the Qi channel, became a cultivator of the first level of opening the channel, and became the first among the new disciples to become a cultivator. According to what Tiansheng Sect said before, he will have a generous reward. Li Minggyang was originally a mountain village boy in Yunhai County, Tiansheng. Because his family was located in a remote mountain village, he missed 2 ascension conferences. By the time of this ascension conference, he was already 16 years old. If he didn't catch up this time, he would completely miss the path and never have the opportunity to cultivate immortals again. Originally, he joined the Tiansheng Sect. The Tiansheng Sect was famous in Tiansheng. All the disciples with spiritual roots wanted to join the Tiansheng Sect, but he didn't expect that he and the other 5 people were sent to the Tiansheng Sect. He didn't know the specific reason, but he came to the Tiansheng Sect in a daze. At first, he was very dissatisfied because he knew that he was a middle grade spiritual root, which was qualified as an inner disciple even in Tiansheng Sect, but in Tiansheng Sect, he was only treated as a chores disciple. However, the people of Tiansheng Sect had already told him that regret was useless. Once he wanted to quit the sect, no sect would accept him. He could only go home to farm. Li Minggyang had no choice but to stay. However, in just a few days, Li Minggyang began to like Tiansheng Sect slowly, because there were various competitions in the academy, and as long as he won, there would be various rewards. On the 3rd day of enrollment, in a small test, he ranked 5th among the freshmen, because he remembered 100 words. Tiansheng Sect rewarded him with 10 taels of silver and a set of silk clothes. This was the first time Li Minggyang got so much money, and wore such good clothes. He was so excited that he didn't sleep well all night. He carefully hid the silver in his pillow, and prepared to bring it back to his parents when he returned home. 10 taels of silver was enough for his family's living needs for a year. After receiving the first reward, Li Minggyang began to look forward to the future. As Elder Li Xiao said, He studied very hard. He worked very hard. When others were resting, he was studying. When others were eating, he was also studying. So it only took him 40 days to recognize all 3,000 common characters. He became the first disciple to enter the training class from the literacy class and received a reward of 10 sect merit points. When he arrived at the training class, Li Mingyang was quite struggling at first because the tasks of the training class were too heavy. There were too many things they had to learn, such as the meridian points of the human body, yin and yang, the 5-element, medical pharmacopoeia, spiritual medicines and monsters, etc. There was a lot of knowledge waiting for him. Every day, except for sleeping, he had no free time. However, the rewards of the training class were much richer. They were all sect merit points, and these sect merit points had countless uses. They could be exchanged for black crystals, magic tools, elixirs, and countless other good things. Li Mingyang spent a week adapting to life in the training class. He also slowly figured out his advantages, which is that his memory is much stronger than that of ordinary people, and his aptitude for cultivation is also better than most people. 1 month after coming to the training class, he found the sense of Qi. Yesterday was exactly 2 months, and he had successfully guided Qi into his body and became a cultivator who had opened his meridians at the first level. Li Mingyang, yes, Elder Chen, I'm here. Li Mingyang, congratulations on becoming the first cultivator among the new disciples. According to the sect's regulations, you will be rewarded with a storage bag, 3 black crystals, and 1 day of practice in the Fearless building. Li Mingyang, I see that you have accumulated more than 70 merit points, so I suggest that you spend 10 merit points to exchange for a Kingling pill, and then spend 50 merit points to go to room number 1 in the Fearless building. It will be of great benefit to you. Chen Hua said to Li Mingyang very kindly. This boy has good qualifications and is particularly hard-working. In more than 3 months, he has stood out among the disciples. Chen Hua also notes that the next step is that he will be noticed by the head of the sect and trained intensively. Thank you Elder Chen for your guidance. Mingyang will go to the General Affairs Hall to exchange for the Kingling pill now. Li Mingyang hurriedly bowed and replied. He knew that Elder Chen would not harm him. He was guiding him. Seeing that Li Mingyang was so tactful, Elder Chen also nodded with a smile. It's been almost 4 months since I came back from Xianluo City. I heard that some of the new disciples have entered the Kame stage. How is the situation now? After Lin Xiao came out of seclusion, he immediately summoned Li Fengyu and other 3 elders to report the sect's news. As of today, Lin Xiao has been in seclusion for more than half a month, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 12th level of condensing meridians. He is only 1 step away from entering the Purple Mansion stage. The system is limited by the level of the sect and cannot directly exchange points for his cultivation, but it does not mean that he cannot practice on his own. The matter of cultivating immortals is time consuming. It is unknown how long it will take to upgrade the sect to the 8th grade sect. Lin Xiao can't wait that long, so he has to practice on his own. Master, 7 days ago, our new disciple Li Mingyang was the first to enter the meridian opening stage. In the past 7 days, some people have broken through one after another. Now there are 8 people, all of whom are disciples with middle grade qualifications. The remaining 4 disciples with middle grade qualifications will be there soon, and they will definitely break through within half a month, more than 4 months. That's not bad, right? What about those lower grade disciples and ordinary grade disciples? Are there any outstanding ones? To reply to Master, there are none in terms of cultivation, as the difference in spiritual root qualifications is too great. However, there are many talented people in the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. There is one named Chen Wenken, whose family has been gathering herbs in the mountains for generations. He is 15 years old this year. Before he entered the sect, he knew more than 300 kinds of medicinal herbs, and he also knew some folk remedies. After our guidance, he has now memorized the growth environment and medicinal properties of more than 3,000 kinds of basic spiritual medicines. The next step is to train him to be an alchemist. Moreover, he has lower grade spiritual root qualifications and is expected to reach the meridian condensation stage. Once he becomes a second level alchemist, the sect's investment will not be a loss. Okay, you should pay more attention to this person and focus on training him once he enters the meridian opening stage. Yes, master. Master, do you still remember the guy named Zhu Zongsheng whom you recruited from Xianan town? That idiot ate and drank a lot after entering the Tiansheng Sect. He ate more than 3 people and gained weight in just a few months. This guy looks a little stupid, but he is extremely talented in formation. Those formation lines make me dizzy, but Zhu Zongsheng can look at them all day and night without getting tired of it. In 5 or 6 months, he has memorized more than 20 formation diagrams, but it is limited to his cultivation. Once he enters the Kame period, he will become the first-class formation master in the Tiansheng Sect. Oh, it seems that there are still many talented people among the new disciples. You must train these people specially. Our Tiansheng Sect does not lack resources now, but what we lack is cultivators. As long as the number and quality of cultivators are improved, we can take the initiative to attack and occupy those resources. Do you understand? Lin Xiao nodded. Tiansheng Sect had been developing for several months, and everything was on the right track. Tiansheng Sect was not short of resources. Lin Xiao first exchanged a batch in Xianluo City. Then on the way back, he killed a Zifu and robbed his storage ring. The 4 people from Tiansheng Sect plus the 2 people who were killed, Wei Yiming, were 6 people in the condensation vein stage. These robbed resources alone were a large amount of resources, not to mention that he later exchanged many treasures from the system. Master, we all know that the foundation of Tiansheng Sect is still very weak. We can instruct the new disciples on cultivation, but we don't understand anything about the hundreds of arts of cultivation, and we are also learning from scratch. Therefore, our development is extremely slow. Master needs to think of a solution. Didn't I collect a lot of secret methods for you? What's the matter? They are useless. Master, it's not that they are useless, but you can't understand them. You can't learn to be an alchemist and a weapon refiner by just looking at the secret methods. It's best to have a master to teach you. If you rely on yourself to figure it out, unless you are a genius, it will be difficult to even get started. I understand. Don't worry, I will find a master for you soon. Lin Xiao nodded. Originally, Tiansheng Sect had a complete disciple training system, with alchemists and weapon refiners, but they were either killed or ran away in the chaos. Afterwards, Lin Xiao refused to let them return to the sect, which led to the current situation of a talent gap in Tiansheng Sect. However, Lin Xiao was not in a hurry. Tiansheng Sect had plenty of resources at hand, and he really didn't believe that he couldn't find talents. On the second day, Lin Xiao asked his disciples to spread the news that Tiansheng Sect was recruiting guest elders with a large sum of money, and the treatment was extremely generous. Chapter 25 Beichengxi. Who are you? Stop. What are you doing in Tiansheng Sect? Outside the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect, the gatekeeper saw a man flying over and immediately shouted. The man stopped outside the mountain gate. The gate is the face of a sect, so even if Tiansheng Sect is short of manpower, Lin Xiao has arranged disciples to take turns on duty. This is a must. I'm Beichengxi, a casual cultivator. I have uncovered your Tiansheng Sect's recruitment order and come to apply for the job. Beichengxi held a large character poster in his hand. It was Lin Xiao's recruitment order for guest elders. It said that the treatment was extremely generous. This made casual cultivator Beichengxi very excited, so he came first. It turned out to be a casual cultivator senior. Please wait a moment, I will send a message to the head of the sect. The gatekeeper was overjoyed and quickly sent a sound transmission note to the head of the sect. Not long after, Lin Xiao flew over and appeared at the mountain gate. My name is Lin Xiao. Nice to meet you, fellow Daoist Bei. I dare not. Beichengxi meets Master Lin. Fellow Daoist Bei, please come in. Thank you, Master Lin. After some pleasantries, the two entered the Tiansheng Sect. Along the way, Lin Xiao also introduced Beichengxi briefly, and Beichengxi also introduced himself. For example, he was applying for the position of alchemist with the best salary. Fellow Daoist Bei, are you a second-level alchemist? Lin Xiao asked. Alchemy is the most technically demanding of the 100 arts of cultivation. Even in the sect, those who can reach the second-level alchemist are considered talents. There are many low-level alchemists among the independent cultivators, but the second-level ones are much rarer. That's right. I have 6 kinds of second-grade lower-grade elixirs, with a 50% success rate. I have 3 kinds of second-grade middle-grade elixirs, but the success rate is less than 20%. Friend Bay is very talented. Lin admires him. Master Lin, what you said in the recruitment order is true. Of course it's true. If a second-grade alchemist, like you, becomes a guest elder of the Tiansheng Sect, you can receive monthly salary of 200 Zuan crystals. In addition, there are many rewards. The specific rewards depend on your ability. In addition to alchemy, this ability also includes teaching disciples. There will be a reward for teaching an alchemist. There will be rewards for the apprentice to level up. There is no upper limit, the more the better. And these rewards can be converted into Tiansheng Sect's merit points. These merit points can allow Friend Bay to borrow the resources of the Tiansheng Sect, the Sutra Library, the alchemy room, and even alchemy materials and precious pill recipes. Lin Xiao replied that this treatment was extremely generous. Even the guest elders of Tiansheng Sect did not have this level, and the monthly salary of more than 2,000 Zuan crystals a year was already extremely high, and even he, the head of the sect, did not have this treatment according to the rules. Of course, the alchemist was not lacking Zuan crystals, but other resources, such as alchemy materials. Could he compare with the foundation of a sect alone? And those precious pill recipes, which could not be bought on the market, even if you had money. Low-level pill recipes were worthless, but high-level pill recipes were worthless. Besides refining pills and teaching disciples, does sect leader Lin have any other requirements? Of course there is one thing. For example, to get this highest treatment, you must sign a contract with the Tiansheng Sect, and serve the Tiansheng Sect for at least 30 years. The fewer years, the lower the treatment will be. Of course, the monthly payment remains the same, but the right to use the merit points changes. In addition, you must swear in your heart that you will not pass on the secrets of the Tiansheng Sect, or do anything that will harm the Tiansheng Sect. 30 years, Sect leader Lin, that's too long. Not long at all. I'm afraid that fellow Daoist Bay doesn't know that our Tiansheng Sect has been passed down for hundreds of years and has many precious pill recipes and resources. For example, the Keifu pill is a precious pill that can improve the ability of condensing veins cultivators to open up the purple mansion. How can it be easily passed on? You get what you pay for. Fellow Daoist Bay should know that. Keifu pill. I recently heard that the Tiansheng Sect, Hongshan Sect, and Tianhe Sect are collecting materials for the Keifu pill. Is this true? Of course it's true. The Tiansheng Sect also has it. If you don't believe it, fellow Daoist Bay can take a look at this. Lin Xiao handed over half of the recipe for Keifu pill. Bei Chengxi was a professional, so he could definitely tell the difference between the real and the fake. Master Lin, if I stay in Tiansheng Sect for 30 years, can I really get all the benefits in this Keifu pill? Of course, we will have to sign a contract at that time, and both parties will swear by their Dao hearts. Okay, I agree. Bei Chengxi agreed. The temptation of this Keifu pill was too great. It was extremely difficult for a condensed vessel cultivator to open up the Purple Palace. Once failed, it would hurt the Meridians and Danshan. If they were lucky, they would have to recuperate for 10 or 8 years. If they were unlucky, it would be normal to die directly. With this Keifu pill, the success rate would be at least 30% higher. Okay, please follow me, Brother Bay. As long as Brother Bay refines a furnace of second level pills under the witness of Lin, we can sign the contract. Lin Xiao nodded. It was all negotiated, so it would depend on their ability. With such high treatment, they couldn't recruit a fake and shoddy person. That would be embarrassing. Fortunately, the atmosphere in Xianan province is good, and all the independent cultivators know that the immortal sect cannot be deceived. If you dare to cheat the immortal sect's Zuan crystal, it means you can no longer survive in Xianan province. Bei Chengxi showed his level as a second level alchemist, and Lin Xiao immediately signed a contract with him. With Tiansheng Sect having its own alchemist, it no longer had to buy elixirs from other places. This would ensure the privacy of Tiansheng Sect and prevent people from guessing its true strength. In addition to Beichengxi, people came to apply for the job for 7 consecutive days. However, not everyone was willing to sign a 30-year contract like Beichengxi. Some were willing to sign a 10 or 8-year contract. This was mainly because Lin Xiao could not take out precious resources like K-Fudan for the time being, and there were still many things in the system points mall that could not be unlocked and needed to be upgraded. However, Lin Xiao also recruited 8 guest elders who were good at alchemy, weapon refining, array formation, talisman making, and spiritual plant beast control. 7 of them were condensed meridian cultivators, and only one spiritual plant husband named Grandma Mei was a cultivator of the 12th level of Kame. For a time, the strength of Tiansheng Sect skyrocketed. After the guest elders came, the most important thing was to teach apprentices. For this purpose, Lin Xiao formulated generous incentives. Apprentices were selected by themselves. As long as they achieved something, they would be rewarded. There was no upper limit, and apprentices also had countermeasures against their masters. If the apprentices felt that the master did not fulfill his duties as a master, then there would be all kinds of punishments, specifically deducting rewards. If they did not change for many times, the qualification to accept apprentices would be revoked, and even the contract would be terminated. In this way, the rules restricted the situation of guest elders fishing in troubled waters. As for keeping a hand, that was an unchangeable fact. In the absence of a substantive master-disciple relationship, it was normal for the apprentices to starve the master to death, and Lin Xiao could not change it. As the guest elders accepted apprentices one by one, the financial expenditure of Tiansheng Sect increased significantly. Lin Xiao also began to prepare to find new financial sources and system upgrades for Tiansheng Sect. Otherwise the current financial resources could not support such a large consumption. The first step in opening up financial resources is to take back the financial resources that Tiansheng Sect originally had, such as the 2 mines, one of which is a refined copper mine, and the other is a black iron mine, which are now occupied by a small family. This small family is not large, with only a dozen cultivators, and the highest level of cultivation is only the 12th level. The reason why they have the courage to occupy the mines of Tiansheng Sect, in addition to the fact that Tiansheng Sect itself has weakened to the extreme, is that this small family has a disciple who is practicing in Tiansheng Sect and is highly valued. He has already worshipped an elder as his master. Li Fengaiu, you will lead the operation this time. I have only 2 requirements. First, take back the mine, expel the He family, and do a good job of defending it. Second, raid the He family. The He family has occupied the mine of Tiansheng Sect for 8 months and made a lot of profit. It's not so easy to take advantage of Tiansheng Sect. Yes, master. But master, since the family has been raided, do you want to? Li Fenggai replied. The next step, after raiding the family, is to exterminate the clan. At this time, Li Fenggai was loyal to Tiansheng Sect, and the He family had bullied Tiansheng Sect, so he would naturally not let them go easily. No need. We are still no match for the Tiansheng Sect. We have to endure what we should endure. There is still room for maneuver if our clan is not exterminated. But if there are those who resist, you do not have to be polite. It is okay to kill a few people to establish your authority. You can decide the degree of this yourself. Understood, master. Go and count the manpower and take action. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and soon Li Fenggai went out with 10 disciples. The He family was so small that Lin Xiao was not going to do it himself. Li Fenggai was enough. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.